Good morning and welcome to the Scrabble Players Championship Day 3 in Hanover, Maryland, outside of Baltimore. I'm Matthew O'Connor and we are joined today by the lovely Elise Bickford.
Hi, Matt. I'm happy to be here.
Today we are starting with Division 2. We want to give you the chance to see some of the up-and-comers, and one of those is Eric Fox. Eric is only the 16th seed here, but he is 11 and 3. I believe he's in third place. Has to try to catch Ayodele Odekunle, who is fresh off a loss from that exciting game we saw in the last game of yesterday. Eric Fox, 11 and 3. He has gained 199 rating points, but he is coming off a second place finish at the Bob Lynn Superstars. I think we're going to see a lot more good things from him. What do you think, Elise?
Absolutely. Yeah, I know Eric fairly well, and I know that he studies a lot of words. I was doing flashcards with him, and he has a lot of really obscure, interesting eights and nines in his card box. So I wouldn't be surprised if he, pulled out some fantastic plays. I'm also excited to see Betty, the player that he'll be taking on. She's a veteran player. She's been playing since the 90s. Um, I had the chance to play her in a recent tournament, and she took me down. So I think she could put up a great showing too.
Yeah, I think it's anyone's game, and I'm really excited to see. We've got the players sitting here. I think we're ready to go if the stream management is
Yeah,
giving
let's
them the
dive
go
right
ahead.
in.
Betty is shaking. Eric will be drawing tiles soon.
Okay, let's see what Eric is drawing here.
Got a couple of vowels. Got an R. We could still see something good.
Oh,
So yeah, one of those racks there. You might have to look to see something. Not quite a bingo there, at least. How do you decide between short and long in a position like this?
that's a tough choice. I mean, I think I would be trying to get my F onto that double letter score and play long if I could, just to score a good number of points. Eric has a few options here that do that. He could play something like Farsi or fiacre or even force, which is a little bit more of a normal word. But there also
Yeah,
are a few short options that might be good. What do you think about those, Matt?
yeah. Foci looks really nice. Eric's going to put down force. This will give Betty a chance to bingo. Was going to be hard to avoid with his rack because the I would have also given out tripodal. But here, Betty will have one bingo through the E.
I think she has two, right? Two. I mean,
I'm sorry, yes, prolated and portaled. They're going to be similar options in terms of quality, both scoring 62 points. I think it's going to be more important to just get something down.
but it looks like she might not have seen it, so she's going to go with Claude, which I
Eric
think
with a
is
very
maybe, yeah, a good option if you're not going to bingo here. Sorry, Matt.
Eric with a nice choice. He's got a relatively obscure seven playable of Sundari, but he also has a double double through the O. Pretty common word. See if people in the chat can look for it and find it.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, it's always nice when the word you want to see the only one is a double double. Anyways, yeah, he does have one relatively common seven-letter word on his rack, but it doesn't play here. That would be durians. The anagram of Sundari does play pluralizing plod to make plots, but Eric has found dinosaur for 90 points. Very nice.
Excellent. And he found it very quickly, too. This is great that he didn't eat up too much time here. We love to see it.
Yeah, Betty with a little bit of an interesting spot, something that could easily develop into a bingo on the next turn, but she does have a few too many consonants to get something going this time. She's gonna probably have a bit of a tough decision between maybe playing something like tack, TAK, through the A in dinosaur, or maybe trying to score a few more points and maybe make the bingo that she's hoping for get a little bit closer on her next turn. How do you approach these situations, Elise?
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to get rid of the K and the T and maybe the P here, and just keep as good of a leave as possible. You kind
Yeah,
of accept that you're not going to be scoring a bunch and just, yeah, hold your nose and maybe play off two or three tiles here. I'm
yeah,
not really seeing
that's great
options.
logic. One option to get rid of the K, P, and T would be kept. Do worry a little bit about that because it doesn't take an S, so it kind of gunks up a little bit of the area she might need to come back. But another solid choice if you're worried about consonants.
True, yeah, I think that's definitely something to consider.
Yes, and as we've seen in the chat, Betty was one letter away from her hometown of Portland, Oregon, that is. Had Eric had an N on his opening rack and put it on the board, we could have seen a very nice, sort of self describing play of Betty playing her hometown.
Yeah, I always forget that that's a playable word. I'm also from the other Portland, so that would have been nice to see, but okay, she's gonna play park, which does get rid of the K. I would like to see her hold on to that vowel here. So I'm not sure if this was the top option, but I can see some logic behind it. It does open up a
Yeah,
little space on the board too.
yes, I think she might be worried about the board maybe going to die quickly if she doesn't act proactively. This also sets up a front hook. That's another way to both score and open up some more space. If she had drawn a consonant, we might be seeing something like POTS, POTTS, and Spark. That would give Betty a couple of lanes and it would score a pretty nice score.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't see that hook, but I like that she's opening up that option for herself.
And Eric with a bit of two different routes to go, actually, maybe even three. He can play queer to the R in dinosaur, which would score very nicely. He can play query or quain, forming parky. This has the advantage of keeping bingo tiles, scoring similarly to queer, and he can also actually extend forced to reinforced. I kind of like that idea because it leaves quay and parky for later. What do you think, Elise?
Yeah, I really like that idea too. It's a bit of an obscure extension. I'm not sure if you would know the word, but holding onto your cue with that U, you're pretty much guaranteed to score well the next turn. But query also scores a bunch of points, so I don't think there's, yeah, too much wrong with this.
Yes, Eric is playing Query. Might have liked to see Quain just to maybe not open the triple, but Query does have the advantage of not putting the Q next to a double letter score.
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't want your opponent to just hit back with that next turn.
Betty with seven consonants doesn't have a lot of good options, and she quickly exchanges down to ST. Like this idea. She's going to have a lot of bingos in her future, and she's also going to have the ability to hit Spark and maybe reopen to try to score some points and then reclaim some space so she can bingo and come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the exchange here makes a lot of sense.
Eric with a couple of high point letters, maybe a little bit of an embarrassment of riches. One thing that jumps out to me is just simply Zek forming ZE and ER.
Yeah, that looks like a solid option. These turns are always hard. You never know which power tile should I play. Am I missing something super high scoring? But I think, yeah, just taking the points with your Z here Zach scores 47. That seems like a really great option. It also undoubles those E's, which is something you always want to do. It leaves the word BENJ on his rack, which he could maybe play next turn also.
Yeah, I like the idea. I don't think there's a lot of good choices here. I think Zach scores enough points that it's maybe hard to even think about doing anything else. Maybe if Zach was only 40, I would have to think about something, but it is 47. Think at this score 47, it's going to be hard to maybe justify doing something like NACE, NACE, which does get rid of a second N. I think we do have to just put down Zach 47, as Will Anderson likes to say. He would do many different things for 47. So,
Yeah, I guess he could also just play John through the U and query, but that opens up another S hook. The
yeah,
Z
I think
might improve, who knows, but what do you think about that?
I don't think John takes an S,
Oh my gosh, you're right. I've
but
ponied
I
with
like
John's by accident before, but yes, you're right, it
I
doesn't.
like the idea of John if the Q was a slightly easier tile to work with. Eric is getting to the score where one of the only ways to lose would be a triple triple from his opponent. So if the Q was a little bit harder to deal with, a little bit easier to work with than a Q, I would like the idea of John. And if Betty had something like Filioque or Breloque, Eric would be saving himself from a disaster. This time, as we see, Betty has heaters or reheats. She's probably spelled out cheaters on her rack and thinking of that, so it won't help him. And he puts down Zek. I like this.
Yeah, I think this is a really solid play.
Betty with a bingo rack. She has no place to put down a 7 letter word, but she has a couple of choices for eights. The most common word is probably cheaters. Betty is playing recheats. Recheat does not mean to cheat again. It is a hunting call. She actually is putting down cheaters.
Yeah, I think it's good that she's getting a bingo down here. I think recheats might be a little bit less scary. Putting that S out there, there's a lot of potential for your opponent to maybe score back, but you can't fault something that scores 69 points. So.
Yeah, another thing about cheaters that I like is, as we see on Eric's rack, it's actually pretty clunky. Eric is going to be left with a tough choice between playing something like Jets and just blocking the triple triple, and playing something that's maybe a little bit more balanced that doesn't block. The cool thing about what Betty accomplished is that if Eric actually does just have to exchange or something, she is giving herself a shot at a triple triple. Cheaters actually won my computer simulation. I think the desperation of the situation is a large part of why. So I think she actually did a good job with her relatively limited chances to come back at this score.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. I think, yeah, noting this score differential, you do want to be aggressive, and something like cheaters, yeah, seems to be the right idea. And you're always hoping when you're behind that your opponent's going to be in a situation like Eric is in with all of these clunky tiles where he really can't address the threats that you've opened super well. He's going to have to make some sacrifices to do that.
Yeah, and as I've been noted in the chat, I did space on the word jest for some reason. But yeah, jest would be Eric's idea. Another nice thing about cheaters is that it specifically ends in 2 consonants. And the reason why this is important is because if Eric had 7 consonants, he would possibly literally have 0 legal moves that block the triple triple, and that would in fact give Betty a shot at the triple triple. It's a little thing, but when you're way behind, it's a great idea to sometimes end a word in 2 consonants for that reason if you're opening up a triple triple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great subtlety to point out here. And yeah, he's going to go with jest. We like this.
Eric playing jest, it's important to note that from my perspective, I believe all of the best possible plays obstruct the triple triple. It is that important to block an S like that. when you are ahead like this. So just being best, other good choices would be things like stend with the S or something like net next to the S. This is because blocking a triple triple is very important at this lead.
Mhm. Oh, and this is a pretty quick play. What do you think about this, Matt?
I like the idea of scoring points. I'm a little bit worried that AEIII goes sour too quickly. Something like II not being great, but II at least can bingo, and IE setting up a triple triple. I might have liked to see that, but don't hate the heuristic she seems to have in her head, which is score points quickly and give myself time to think for later.
Hmm. Yeah. Would you have considered an exchange here, or do you think you should just keep the scoring pressure on? Because there are
I
still
would
two players on the team.
Yeah, I like the idea of IE. I think she needs to think about. I think a lot of the ways she comes back is by playing IE and then getting lucky with a bingo, and she may need the points of IE to make it closer. We're seeing an overdraw. I don't actually know what Betty drew, but she drew three tiles. Eric gave her LT, saw the other tile. We might never know what it is, though. Betty might actually be put in a similar situation next turn where her highest scoring play is QAT, keeping a pretty ugly leave.
Mhm.
But, Elise, do you think Eric will play hen and block that spot anyways?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. It scores 37 points, which is really nice. And yeah, I mean, the Q is kind of the only spot I'm seeing with a lot of scoring potential on this board, so you might want to block it. And I guess what back hooks does Aaron take? Because you might worry a little bit about opening up a lane here. But
Yeah, for sure. I do kind of like the idea of saying, hey, the Q is turning into one of the few ways for Betty to come back. Earn taking an S and an E is not ideal, though I believe at this score they wouldn't quite get Betty back into the game.
true, yeah. And what can Betty do now with these three eyes? This is kind of rough.
She has one very nice fit, which is the only real way to clean up her rack. It would open up a triple triple, which is good at this score. It is a disconnected 8 letter word through 2 letters on the board. We'll see if people in the chat have seen it yet. Very nice play. Something kind of vaguely related to Scrabble, I would say.
Oh, wow.
See if the chat can see it. That play would be literati through the R and the T in. I don't know what Betty is doing. This is not a word. E-tail.
Ooh.
Don't know if
Yeah,
she's.
not sure what she's thinking of here.
Yeah, I don't think this is a word. I don't know if Eric has held. Does not
Looks like
look
he
like
helped.
Betty's
I would
drawing. So
I would expect him to challenge this off. I think he knows his fives pretty well.
yeah, and it's also one of those spots where hey, it's 5 points. Maybe she kept something like II, and I can stick her with a ugly rack for the second straight turn.
Yeah, this is really not a turn you want to be phoning on, because yeah, you need all the time you can get to come back in this game.
Looks like Eric is challenged, so this play will come off the board.
We get to see the great wordjudge.me, thanks to Art Moore for developing this fun tool where we get to see our players' reactions.
You can see his lovely smiling face. He knows he's done something wonderful for us. E-tail
Mhm.
we've seen is not a word, so it will come off the board and Betty will lose her turn.
Yeah. Maybe she was thinking of H-Wall or something. Etoile. That's a word, but I don't know.
Eric with the unplayable cowbind. He has one interesting option of wind cheaters. This is not a word I know. This is something I got from being able to generate choices because I'm in the
Wind
booth.
cheaters. My goodness. What does that
Don't know
mean?
if it's correct or not or just fun. I would have a hard time passing it up if I knew it and I was ahead by this much. Might be a little bit of a fun thing to put down on stream.
Yeah, that would be very stylish. Apparently, a wind cheater is a windproof jacket. I had no idea.
Yes. The Brits like to add certain words to the lexicon that we find humorous in America. For instance, you can play the British term childminder, but not the American term babysitter in Scrabble.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
But Eric is playing row instead. I think it's hard to argue with this. It scores a lot more than wind cheaters would have.
Yeah, this looks like a great play. Just getting all your points that you can for that W and kind of gumming up the board a little bit more too.
Betty with the same rack as last time. I think she's trying to open up some space with Ale. Literati was still available. That would have been very nice. But Ale does give her a second spot. She's setting up the T for tail. She still has the E for earn.
Mm-hmm.
And Eric with cowbind again, this time with a blank. It is playable, however, because Ale also takes a front W or B.
Wow. Yeah, cowbind is an interesting one. I wonder if he knows it. I hadn't heard that word before. I guess it's a plant, I think.
I believe it is, yes. There is one high, maybe we would call it a mid-prob 8. If you know anything about Brett Smitheram, it's his favorite word because it is the word that put the world championship away for him. It is his favorite word of him. He has a board with the letters glued into it because he loves it so much, and that is Barakanid on the bottom through the R in cheaters.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah, these turns are always tough. With the blank, you kind of expect to have a lot of options, and with that open E and cheaters, but yeah, he actually needs to be really precise here if he's going to bingo. He only has 2. So I expect him to take quite a bit of time here just to make sure he's not missing anything.
Yeah, Betty has had some success in past tournaments, even though she's struggling in this game. As a shout out, she has won a couple of different tournaments. The Oregon Tile Early Bird in 2008 had some pretty strong players in the mix, like Carl Johnson and Cesar Del Solar. But she did win that. There's also Division Three Nationals in 2005, so she does have a history of some success. Let's not be too critical of the phony. She is pretty old and she has been around and accomplished quite a bit.
Yeah, she's played over 5,000 games, it looks like. That, comes with a lot of experience. You gain a lot from that, so definitely an impressive player.
As we see in the chat, e-tail is a term people are starting to use to talk about online retail. So that might be where she got confused. Eric with a couple of options. Cowbind. Would you play Cowbind with the blank W on top of Ale Elise? It does have the advantage of not setting up a triple triple, and Eric is in a pretty big lead.
Yeah, I think I would do that. You definitely just don't want to open up any opportunities for your opponent to come back if you can avoid it. So I would be trying to choose my most defensive option, and I wouldn't be that concerned about sacrificing some points to do so.
Yeah, Brackenid putting the S1 from the double word scorer. Not a bad choice, I think, because those plays with the double word scorer probably won't come back even if they score 100. So that's another good option. Yeah, I guess in honor of Ozzy Osbourne, we don't mind being a little bit paranoid here because of the score. sometimes paranoid doesn't actually mean wrong. It does just mean paranoid.
Mhm. I know there have been situations where I haven't been paranoid enough and I've gotten tripled on and lost a game because of it. So you're definitely always trying to avoid those worst case scenarios.
As we're seeing in the chat, Matthew Tunnicliffe won the NWL division here in 2015, but it was despite playing Betty Cornelissen, not because of it, because she beat him in the first round. So she said, "Over my dead body," and but Matthew Tunnicliffe won anyways.
Wow, go Betty.
Yeah, very nice. At least being trying to play spoiler. Eric is
Mhm.
struggling to find a bingo here. Luckily, I don't think it will be too big of a mistake if he misses. It'll be hard to lose here, and also the options being a little bit uninspiring in terms of bingos. We've got Brackenit opening up the double word score, and Cowbind probably forced to put the blank on top of Ale. So some of his options are a bit uninspiring. Eric is going to play Brio.
Yeah, I like this option if you're not going to bingo. It keeps things tight, gets rid of that B, which is maybe going to hinder you from some of the easier bingos to find. I'd maybe like to keep a vowel, but you have the blank, so that's going to save you if you have a consonant heavy draw in a lot of
Yes,
situations.
Betty with an interesting rack. She actually has one bingo, and it is a disconnected 9, but it is a common word. So I think we're going to have a chance to see something pretty cool if she can find it.
Wow. Oh, that's a very cool 9.
Yeah, think we're going to have a good chance of seeing it. It is iteration through the R and the T in Dinosaur and Cheaters iteration. The R and T providing us some excitement this game. We could have seen literati, and we could see iteration if Betty can see it, and I definitely think she's capable of it. It's more about acknowledging that that can be a bingo lane than it is about knowing the word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure if that would be the first spot that I'd be looking in on this turn, but I think once you look at the spot, it's definitely a findable play. Oh, but
Yeah,
she'll just play right there.
looks like she saw the spot. It can be tricky to even think about 9 letter words. They don't come up too often. Eric with one too many consonants, possibly an argument in favor of playing something, keeping a consonant, keeping a vowel. He's going to struggle here. No E for something like cottoned.
Yeah, what would you do here then if you don't really have any great options?
Yeah, I don't know what I would do here. I think I would probably try to look for a word like cot, C-O-T-T. Just try to get rid of some of the clunk. And Betty
Yeah.
has drawn a motion, which is spelled out. I think she's going to play it with mail if it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, so in that case, might be good for Eric to try to block that lane. Uh, that really
Yeah.
is one of the only lanes on the board besides the Aaron hook. So,
Yeah, there's probably 3 big ones. On top of Brio is one spot. Hooking Urn is one spot, and on top of Ale is one spot. Probably would like to see him try to um, obstruct one of them. However, he does have the blank, so there is an argument to just keep them open since he's the one who's probably likelier to bingo. Although, as we see, Betty with motion. Eric is playing Clit. Don't hate the idea. This is very unlikely to go sour since he has bingo tiles and the blank. So he definitely just wants to get a bingo down.
yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. And I think he has a pretty good chance of drawing into something next turn.
Yeah. And Betty's doing a motion here. Elise, what do you think about opening the triple triple? She's still quite a bit behind after this goes down.
Yeah, I would want to choose the more aggressive positioning. Although you do have to think, okay, Eric just played off 2 tiles. He might be fishing. And if he triples, you're really, really dead. So I guess I could see the justification for maybe being a little bit safer here.
Though I do wonder how often does Eric bingo, but he's forced to go elsewhere with his bingo, and then maybe Betty can get a triple down.
True, that's a good point.
Often it's good to just take any shot you can get with these things. Of course, Eric might choose not to bingo if he's that worried about a triple, and then it would kind of be for moot. Eric with a couple different spots to bingo. The best is probably hooking earn. He's got a few choices there, like erodent and entrolled. Elise, how do you get through the alphabet when you have the blank? Because he's going to have to do that to find one of the earn hooking words.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much time I have. I think he has a pretty comfortable amount of time, although he is lower than Betty. In that case, I would just be iterating through the alphabet. But if I don't have time to do that, I maybe just look for the vowels first or the most common consonants. I'd probably look at an S here, see if I have anything that starts with an S to hook earn. Yeah, it looks like he found erodent, which is good.
Yes, Betty, so close yet so far from. I know you like German, Pfennig, one of the coins in
Yes,
Germany, I believe. Fortunately, not quite.
it is. Yeah, a word for a penny too. Oh, he had something through the A of emotion too. I wonder if. Oh no, sorry, he didn't. I got my quackle wrong. Yes, I think
Yeah,
this is a great question.
you did ultimately choose the safer option. I believe this time it'll save her from a triple.
Yeah, he would have had tear down through that A, but
Yes, that would
he does
be
not.
a fortunate situation for Betty, even though it may have been the right call to kind of go for broke. As it stands, Betty not quite having a bingo. Maybe she will give up and play something like painting. Does score as well as she's gonna get here.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just want to think about spread and how can I kind of save myself from losing by over 100 points. So I think painting is a good option, just scoring 30.
That ship may have sailed as we had not accounted for the score of a rodent. Eric is up 180. Betty might be looking for a more open board if she wants to try to cut the spread. There is still a blank unseen, and as we know, Eric does not have it. Erodent, although it might not look like it, does take an S, so there is a lane for bingos ending in an S.
Oh, this is an interesting option. Just extending jest. What do you think about this, Matt?
I like the idea. It does take an S. I wonder if Betty is aware of that. It's just the act of jesting as opposed to just a present participle verb.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. That's nice then. It sets up another S hook.
Yeah, Eric is in a little bit of a weird spot. It might look like he has a nice X play. There's no supreme option though. The highest scoring X play is just simply XO, keeping not a great lead EE of EG GLI.
He also could pass up an X play here and just save it for next turn. He has plays like, I guess, Gleg or Leggy, if those go somewhere. Just getting rid
Yeah,
of
I
the.
wonder if we're going to see maybe some sort of attempt at just obstructing with a couple bingo lanes. They are kind of all next to each other in a way where a play in a specific spot could block most, if not all of them. Something like legit, it's only 8 points. It does turn the board a lot harder to work with. It partially obstructs maybe all three of the real bingo lanes, which is pluralizing erodent, pluralizing jesting, and going to the left of a rodent. Would you think about something like that, Elise?
I would. I think these kinds of turns are sort of fun because you don't have to think about scoring so much, so you can really think about how you want to shape the board. And I like the idea of playing in that quadrant and just trying to obstruct as much as possible in one go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to lose here for Eric, so a lot of it is about preserving spread. That said, 30 points is 30 points. Don't hate the idea of maybe waiting one turn to do something super defensive. 30 is a lot, and it'll be harder to open up the top left now for Betty. So I like this idea.
Mm-hmm. Betty is quickly going to put down flop. I don't know. What do you think about this, Matt?
I think it's hard to argue with going there. Another option would have been the word flob, but both of them accomplished the goal of scoring 36 without using a vowel.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do here. You don't want to be in a situation where you have all these consonants but no vowels. And yeah, this is a pretty easy way to score a bunch of points.
Yeah, now Eric with a rack, he's got the S, so now he can, if he knows jestings, he can play something like Vigs, which is really nice because it obstructs all three of the possible bingo lanes that are still there. I like the idea of just doing it. We know Eric has the S, but he is looking into a pretty scary pool, so don't hate the idea of being a little bit paranoid here and just trying to get to the end without Betty bingoing. There's still an S and a blank unseen.
Yeah, I guess he also could put the S onto arrogance if he's a little bit more confident of that hook. I know I wouldn't be 100% confident of jestings. And when you're ahead, you don't really want to just lose a turn because you played a phony. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, I like the idea of using the S and kind of trying to block some stuff here.
Yeah, Eric has spelled out gives. I'm curious which area he is planning on putting this in. We'll see if he's sure of jestings.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to play two things. So he does know the hook. It is a word. I wonder if we're going to see a challenge. Those ing words are pretty tough.
Yeah, I'd probably throw 5 points onto this one, especially in Betty's situation where you're just looking for chances anywhere you can get them.
It looks like no challenge. She's been around long enough to see some things like that. Betty in a tough spot with 6 consonants. I don't know if there's much to do other than go to the left of gives with something like bam.
Yeah, that's all I'm really seeing here. The options are not great. You're probably only going to be able to play 3 or 4 tiles, and you're going to have to use your A to do it. So
yeah, we'll see what Betty can come up with. She can't even exchange at this point. I believe there's only 5 tiles in the bag, so she does probably just have to struggle through some consonants. She's going to play Vav, one of Scrabble players' favorite Hebrew letters, because it is a way to really clog up the board. The V being the only letter in Scrabble that takes no hooks to form a 2-letter word, so playing with 2 of them is sure to be double trouble for your opponent.
absolutely.
And yeah, at this point, it is simply about preserving spread. One good way to do that is to draw the blank out of the bag at the end, which Betty has done. Eric with AAGILOW, not too many things to worry about, but he will try to preserve as much spread as he can, with this tournament being possibly based on spread.
If he wanted to go for style points, he has a really cool play extending the RE, going down all the way to the G in gives.
Yeah, regalia, a term for the attire of a royal. This might actually just be the best play. Anyways, it does obstruct the area where Betty is probably thinking about something like bum. and it leaves whoa on row 14. Sorry, the N column, whoa for 29. One of those things that's based on ordering. Maybe I want to block bum because I think it'll make it easy for Betty to go out with bum and something else. Maybe I want to block that first, and I'll go with regalia followed by whoa.
Yeah, that's a great point. In an endgame, you always want to be thinking about the order in which you play things. Do you play your long play first or your short play first? And yeah, I think there would have been some merit to long to start.
Eric playing Gaw, computer simulation confirming that this is the best way to try to get as much spread as possible. Very nice choice.
Yeah, nice one. And would you use your blank here if you were Betty to try to score some points, or would you save it for an outplay?
Yeah, this is always tough. The thing about these end games is that it's often about leaving an outplay for your next turn, and often it's easier to do that by saving the blank. On the other hand, oftentimes you need the blank to be a specific letter to maybe block something for your opponent. So I think you kind of have to think through both options and maybe do some counting. I see a play of bound through the O in plod. That might be the best way to ensure I have an outplay. Seemingly, it would be pretty tough to go out with 3 consonants in the blank because there might only be one spot. So, not sure if Betty wants to do something like bum here. Might only leave her with one spot to go out.
She also has something like be mud, which is a bit of a strange word. We saw be dung yesterday as a word. It's a similar thought. That could go next to jives, and that would leave her with NT, which I guess she could play out with tan, or I don't know if she would have a second out.
Yeah, one option I see is tub. Tub would play to the left of gives, and Tub would leave her with mound through the O in plod, or something like mand, M-A-N-D, underneath irate. So you can see there appears to be ways to go out and two that use the blank or don't use the blank, wait on the blank. Seems like she could probably go either way. One more option I see is Dunam to the right of gives, which blocks Eric's highest scoring choice of salvo. The Dunam being a biblical term, some sort of measurement of area. It is used in modern day Israel, but it means something slightly different. I believe it means 100 square kilometers as opposed to the biblical term to try to remain in line with modern measurements such as the kilometer.
Wow, very interesting.
So Dunam might be the move because it blocks a 24-point play of salvo. Seemingly, there's ways to go out in two with or without the blank. If Eric had a higher scoring play, say using his S in a triple lane, maybe that's an argument for starting with the blank play. Yeah, can probably go either way.
Mm-hmm. Another play that blocked salvo here was bent next to Ga, which was Makondo's preferred play when I ran the endgame solver. But she's going to go with bum. I think this makes some sense.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. I think maybe if there's an issue with this play, it's because it only leaves her with one outplay. I only see at the moment something like dint or dent or tinned to the underneath irate on the left of the board.
Yeah, and I think Eric is probably not going to waste too much time trying to block her outs. I think he might just want to grab as many points as he can for himself.
Yeah, he's probably also thinking that his only way to really block the outplays is something like LOS underneath, and that leaves a pretty poor leave. I think it might be worth it this time. but barely.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Betty is going to go out with, I guess, 10,
Yeah,
right?
that was available too. I messed up. So yeah, Betty did manage to give herself 2 outs, so her play was probably pretty comparable in quality to the computer preferred play of bunt. Betty with what I assume to be tend, because I don't think anything else forms a valid play. She will get 15 and 8 off of Eric's rack. So
Nice. Yeah, tough game for Betty. I mean, she found some great plays with the bingo of emotion and cheaters, but just couldn't really get something to materialize here. And Eric played very precisely.
yes, Eric did a good job. I really like to see something like Jest blocking the triple triple. You had to see one of relatively few choices with a rodent. Did a very good job. Our next game will be Alec Seaholm versus Austin Shin. But for now, I believe we're going to do a brief overhead cam sesh.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear what the players are discussing right now.
Do you know, is it an adjective? No, adjective. It does take it as, okay. The removal of the corporate officer from his office.
So it looks like they might just be submitting their scores now. I think they were discussing whether emotion took an S, which it does.
Yeah.
But let's cut back.
Yeah, we are going to do 3 more games in this morning session. I'm excited. We are going to switch back to Division 1. We have just started doing repeats in the Division 1 Collins. The matchups between the top players were getting stretchier and stretchier, so we've decided to do some repeats. We're going to see Alec Seaholm and Austin Shin. What do you know about these two, Elise?
Yeah, well, we saw a lot from Alec yesterday. I got to commentate on one of his games. He's pretty unparalleled in his word knowledge, is a really strong player, and Austin is known for his phrase, the scoring never stops. So he's a beast as well, just always slamming down high point plays. I'm really excited to see these two players face off.
Of note is the fact that for the first 13 games, Austin Shin was 0-3 on stream, but he was 10-3 in the tournament. So he was actually doing very well. The idea you may have had of him on stream was wrong. He was actually killing it, and we'll see if he can get his first win on stream this tournament. Both of those players established Collins players. Alec being a former champion of the NWL division here on the Scrabble Players Championship. And hey, we got a comment in the chat from someone named Michael Baker. Don't think that's the same person playing in Division 2 at this tournament in NWL, but he says dual stream is a great choice. I just want to give a shout out to Bob Lynn. Bob Lynn is a very big Scrabble donor. He donated the money to make up the difference to help run this stream. He also donated about 75 grand recently to a tournament called the Bob Lynn Superstars. Hey, if you donate that much money, you can put your name on it. Very generous man, helping a lot of people try out the international CSW Lexicon. Elise, I think you were one of the recipients of his donor money, and it cost you to play Collins.
Yeah, he's been doing great work to help get newer players like me into the CSW lexicon. And yeah, it's really just done great things for the Scrabble community and yeah, brought people to this really fun word list, in my opinion. I love CSW.
Yeah, I think we got 160 people in Albany at the recent Bob Lynn Superstars tournament, as opposed to maybe 100 people normally had he not donated the money. And that's with competing with these major tournaments. You know, St. Louis, we have this one here in Maryland. So despite all the competition that the summer in Scrabble brings, we managed to get 160 people. We had a $15,000 first prize that was won by Matthew Tunnicliffe. We had massive prizes. I got fourth place for $37.50. That is unheard of in North America at an event that is not major. I don't even think they're paying $37.50 for first in Collins here. So thank you so much to Bob Lynn. Very generous. We get to see all kinds of Collins action. We get to see NWL separately if that's your thing. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, and one more note before we cut to a break. If you haven't already liked this video, please do so. It helps us keep great Scrabble content coming to you. And subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. And also head over to the NASPA YouTube channel, take a look at the NWL stream if you like, and throw a like on that too. Getting as many clicks on Scrabble as we can will really help to grow the game.
Yes, thank you very much. We're going to take a brief break, but we'll be back in a few minutes. So don't leave, please.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We are going to do round 2 today, round 16 in the tournament. Elise, we've got Austin Shin facing Alex Seaholm. Are you excited?
Yeah, this should be an awesome matchup. Both are really strong players. They're both doing super well in this tournament. Yeah, maybe we can take a look at the preview and see what their records are here.
Yeah, I think we've got 11-4 facing 13-2, so we've got two rather likely people to see in the finals. I think we're going to give them the go-ahead.
Yeah, let's get right into it and see some amazing Scrabble.
Yeah, we've got a handshake. Austin is about to draw, so we are ready to go.
Yeah, and hopefully Austin can shake the stream curse. Like you'd mentioned, he's on a great record here, but I don't think he's managed to win a game on stream yet. So we'll see if he can shake it here.
I think he is 11-1 off stream and 0-3 on stream. Austin might be wishing he went second with things like a B giving him boat yard.
Ooh, that would be cool.
With this rack, we have the age-old short versus long debate. I think in this case, it is leaning towards long. The best short play might be something like YAD Yod, a pointer thingy for the Torah that has a finger on the end, but AORT is relatively uninspiring. I think I like something like Today or Toady.
I agree. Yeah, I think the leave isn't really good enough to justify a short play. So just getting that Y on the double letter score and getting, 26 or 28 points this turn would be nice.
Yeah, I totally don't fault Austin for playing Toady. I would do this myself. I like the idea. 26 points for Toady. I like the idea. Alec has SNEGOWK. He spelled Gauk out on his rack. Doesn't look like it goes anywhere for a great score. What else are we thinking, Elise?
Yeah, he could just play off the WOK with something like walk or cow. I think that fits, let's see, underneath Toady, just putting the W or the K under that O.
I think it's hard.
A good option.
I think it's hard to argue with something like walk. Maybe there's an argument in favor of woke, the word AE making it a little bit harder to work with underneath. That said, I would be a bit worried to get rid of my only vowel for only 3 points, the E being an eternally welcome sight on racks, especially with only one of them.
That's a good point, yeah. Macondo has walk and woke simming kind of neck and neck. Like you said, yeah, putting down that extra E kind of obstructs that double lane with the D and but the E is also just such a good tile to keep.
Yeah, sometimes tough to know exactly how much defense is too much. Seemingly in this point, it is pretty close. I like both options, and Alec is choosing walk.
And now here it looks like Austin has a double, which I expect him to find.
Yeah, one of those racks where maybe one vowel too many to think about bingoing, but this time he has the double of Gordita. Blocking the double at least partially was another one of those advantages for walk. We see a marginal spot where the more defensive option would have really worked out this time, but of course that is kind of just a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's impossible to know whether he's going to be able to hit that spot, but luckily he can. I think this is a great play.
Alec with one of those racks, maybe a little bit annoying. I would look for a bingo for quite a while. There isn't one. Alec probably wishing that I, in Gordita, was a little bit more exposed. It would give him his only 8-letter word of cerning. Elise, this is an annoying spot. What do you think of something like Con? It's probably the top equity play, but it scores 11 points and is very transparent with Alex's intentions.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, sometimes you just want to go with equity and hope for a bingo. It is, yeah, a little bit transparent as a fishing play. If you see your opponent playing con for 11, you're going to get a little bit scared, I think. But yeah, I don't see many other great options here. I guess he could play something longer like Conger, but that just puts the R right in a really dangerous spot, so I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, one of the other options might be something like Scent forming and Oak or Gent in that area. Scores a little bit more, but 4 consonants and 0 vowels is gonna go wrong easily, especially with it obstructing the A in Gordita. So I don't hate the idea of just con. It is kind of annoying, but maybe correct. Another option being something like Nong in that same spot. If you are a little bit worried about the imbalance, you get to play off one extra consonant.
Yeah, I think Nong is also a defensible option here, just offloading a few more consonants.
Looks a little bit hard to go wrong if you pick one of the more logical choices. A lot of plays are looking to be about equal in our computer simulation, maybe within 1% of each other. Austin with a not great rack. He had 2 eyes and told the genie he didn't want 2 eyes, so the monkey paw curled, and now he has 3.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit hard to work through. We'll see what he does. Okay,
Alec,
so Alec goes with con.
totally reasonable choice. Let's hope he doesn't get inundated with too many consonants. Even if he does, the A might act as a bailout. Unfortunately for him, the bingos through the A are one away from fitting, those being Frangers and Granfers.
Hmm. And it looks like con is going to give Austin a few plays back. He could make the word cone and play something like yipe here. He also has that underneath, I think. I guess
Yeah.
underneath. Yeah.
Cone is very uninspiring. Cone and Yipe. It is the top equity play. Another option I kind of like is Deity underneath the play of Walk. One of the things I like about Deity is that Con screams good leave with too many consonants. The A could easily act as a bailout with a 5 or 6 consonant rack from Alec. So kind of like the idea of Deity underneath Walk for that reason, but Austin is going with Payan.
Yeah, what do you think about this choice here?
Deity being the computer preferred play, I think even a little bit better with what we know about Khan. But Payan is another solid choice, DEII, the kind of thing that at least could turn into a bingo, though it also has the ability to go wrong. But Payan is a solid choice.
Yeah, and Alec is going to slam down what looks to be his top equity play here of Reft underneath Walk. This is a nice find.
I think it's hard to argue with Raft. It does set the board up in a nice way where it is pretty S dependent, but Alec having an S. So great idea. And he's going to have something like Gunter's or something like Sergeant and Tort. So yeah, Alec
Yes.
managing to draw well. He can play Gurnets or Gunters with 2 nice overlaps, Tor or Tort and Okas.
Very nice. So he finally hits his bingo here. Yeah, which bingo would you prefer here? You have a lot of options. I think he has over 5 different placements of Gurnets or Gunters or Sergeant.
Yeah, for sure. I think you have to acknowledge that 78 is going to be hard to pass up when the other ones score at most 70. And after that, I think it's just about getting something down. Don't want to waste too much time here when they are nearly identical in what they do to the board. So I like just putting something down. Alec has chosen Gurnitz. I think it's totally logical.
Yeah, that looks nice to me. And Austin has evicted lined up on his rack, but I don't think it goes anywhere. Actually, I don't think he'll have a playable bingo on this turn.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything is going to play. Austin in a bit of a pickle here. He's down a little bit and he has to decide, should I play something like Veet, shutting down the board a little bit, VITE underneath Gurnitz. Veet sets himself up very nicely, but it is also likely to set up Alec nicely. But he is still close enough that he can think about maybe not focusing too much on bingos. Another option being Dict, which opens up the triple but scores as well as he can. 33 points, Elise. What is on your mind?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Veet does set up a Veet, which would be nice, but there's still a lot of E's left, so I would be worried about Alec having one and taking that hook for himself. I don't hate Dict just, taking 33 points, keeping the scoring pressure up, bringing the game kind of to a tie. I think that could be a nice option.
Another interesting option might be Vedute. It obstructs the only lanes for eights on the board, really, and it stops some of the harder hitting parallel plays that go underneath Gurnitz. Something like Zaire, if Alec had drawn the Z, would not be playable after a play like Vedute. I am wondering if that is a good option. I think this might be one of those spots where it's hard to go terribly wrong as long as you pick one of the more logical choices. They're all pretty identical in value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vedute is an interesting option as well.
One option we didn't discuss is Vi to the right of Geed. It has advantages because it puts the V next to the top right triple word score, making it unusable, and it sets up the D on Austin's rack with a Peed. So that might give Austin some shots at bingos, which would really help him since he is a bit behind now.
Yeah, I like that option, and Macondo also likes it too. It puts Vi and Veet kind of neck and neck here.
Yeah. So we will see what Austin does. Vi is what I like thinking about it now. Veet actually doing pretty well in the sim. Enough E's are on the board that the E setup probably helps Austin, but it is very risky. We know that Alec does not have an E, but Austin doesn't know that. And in fact, if Austin does play Veet, Alec would have a pretty nice Fa underneath for 40 plus points.
Ah, true. Yeah, that does give back some underlaps. Or I guess that'd be an overlap.
I think it would be an underlap.
Underlap, yeah.
It's underneath GI and UT. Austin has Vi spelled out. I like this choice.
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah, Alec with FHIOTGA spelled out on his rack. You're going to have a couple different choices. Pi takes a back T. Don't think there's anything too great to do with that, though, but it is probably something in the back of his mind.
Yeah, he also has a really cool hook. So Oaks takes a front J for jokes, and he could just plop his J down there and play jar for 47 points. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a great choice. There's also gigot, which is a French word for a ham leg.
Yeah, would you prefer to play longer here or shorter?
I like the idea of jokes and jar. Hard to argue with those that many points, and I think he does have some shots at hitting a very nice play with Pietz.
True, yeah. He still has that useful hook here.
Yeah, Austin with a couple of 7-letter words, cestoid and co-tized. Don't think, and co-edits. Don't think he can get any of those on the triple because they all start with a C.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. This rack looks so good, but I don't know if he has any bingos that actually fit here.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot where you think you have to have something, but you don't.
Oh wow, and it looks like Alec just drew into frothier.
Yeah, we will see if that stays open. I'm not sure which direction Austin will go in. I could definitely see something like Coate underneath Gurnitz, which might block it.
Yeah, I like that option. He also has Dicots down at 03, which scores 37 points but gets rid of his S. What do you think about that?
I like the
So that-
idea, especially Pi taking a lot of hooks. This might be one of those situations where you kind of accept the fact that the setup didn't work out quite as planned for you, and maybe I'm going to kill it before Alec can use it. Pi taking a D, an R, an S, and a T. Pretty volatile spot.
Yeah, I think I would be seriously considering that option.
It is important to note that Austin is starting this turn at a bit of a deficit. Something like Dicots is pretty uninspiring because he is at the score where he is thinking of bingoing. I think I might prefer Coit a little bit for that reason. It does keep the D and the S. Great bingo tiles and things that perform very well on this board with the Pi lane sitting there. Also, things that go well underneath it.
Yeah, and the Macondo sim agrees with you. It puts Coit pretty far ahead of Dicots. So
And
yeah, I
I
think there
was
is something to be said for kind of holding out and hoping
I
to
was
maybe hit that Pi hook next turn.
I was wrong. Coit actually doesn't block Frothier. I didn't quite put it together. Frothier will still be available on top, but
True.
Austin appears to be about to put Coit down. Like the idea here.
And now we have that C in that triple lane, so this should get interesting, depending
Yeah,
on what Austin draws.
Alec will not be using the triple lane because he has a bingo of Frothier. So we will see if Austin can access the C for value. Doesn't look like he has anything great, but we will see what he comes up with after Frothier. One thing I see jumping out to me on Austin's rack if Alec plays Frothier is the 6-letter word of Sadhu. A bit uninspiring to have to give up your S like that, but it does slot the S in the triple in a volatile way, which is a really nice thing when you're behind because often your opponent will have to choose between using that spot for not a great scorer or ignoring it and leaving an S like that as a possible comeback for you.
Yeah, that would be a really excellent find. It's kind of hard to see that you have a word there that doesn't end in H, but extends and puts the U after that. But I expect him to know this word and maybe put it down.
Alec drawing paywall underneath Coit. That would be a really nice find.
Wow, that's really nice.
The only 7 in that rack. There's no creative spellings of wallop available. In fact, a walls being the only 8-letter word, Alec being the strong player that he is, has already spelled it out. I am sure he is excited. Unfortunately, if Austin settles on something like Udall underneath Coit, might struggle to get it down.
Yeah, it is dependent on that GI staying open. So we'll see what Austin does, if he ends up making a play that blocks the bingo or not.
Yeah, I like the idea of Sadhu here. It is a tricky word to see. I think it does a lot of what Austin is hoping for. Unfortunately, this time it will set up paywalls for a big score.
Wow, Macondo has another suggestion here of playing Dude next to Frothier, just opening things up even more. What do you think
That's
about that?
really interesting choice. It's going to be hard to get rid of all the triple triples at once, which is a nice thing when you are starting at a deficit. I definitely like that idea, and Austin has it spelled out.
Yeah, that would be exciting to see. I love to see these just wide open boards with so many things possible. But we still have that pie hook, the C in Coit, the H in Frothier. We're going to see maybe a lot of high scoring plays in the future.
Yeah, Austin in another tough spot on stream, but if he plays Dude, there will at least be some shots at a triple triple that could help him come back, especially with, from his perspective, 2 blanks unseen, although we know it is only 1 because Alec has a blank, but he has no way of knowing that.
Yeah, and when you're behind, you kind of hold out hope that maybe both of those blanks are in the bag. You're always kind of hoping for the best case scenario.
Yeah, it's important to remember that there is only one game to lose, and something desperate that sometimes comes back. The only thing you can lose is a spread. It often makes sense to go for broke in a spot like this. So I like the idea of a choice like Dude, which is exactly what Austin has decided to do.
Yeah, I think this is a really cool idea.
Unfortunately for him, Alec, with paywall spelled out on his rack, he is probably very happy it stayed open.
Yeah, I expect that to come down pretty quickly.
Austin with the X, usually a welcome sight, and it does play for 52 on this board, but I wonder how badly he wanted a triple triple. He is going to be pretty far behind after paywall.
Yeah, I mean, the X has so much scoring potential, but it really is slowing him down from his main goal here, which is, I think, to bingo. So it's not the most welcome sight.
Luckily for Austin, there is 2 open triple triples. There will still be 2 open triple triples after he probably plays either X or Sex. There will probably be at least 1 after Alec makes his next turn. So Austin will still probably have a shot at a triple triple.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, which of those 2 options would you prefer between X and Sex? Would you want to hold on to your S here, or just take the extra points when you can?
Normally, I love holding on to the S. I think it is justified here. You do have to wonder how much the S is acting as an excess consonant here, with a sex being 7 extra points. That said, I think something like X is totally justifiable. Computer simulation actually preferring locks for 26 points, going for broke with a triple triple. I like that idea too. Something like baldness, bladiest, going to be pretty easy to draw if Austin can get the right combo. And at this score, it is about going for broke.
Yeah, that's really educational. I would never think to sacrifice 30 points and play off an L, but yeah, those double L's are really going to hold you back from triple triple options. And that's, yeah, your kind of only hope in this game. So locks would have been a cool play.
These games with a large point deficit can lead themselves to situations where a very big sacrifice ends up suddenly making sense. Alec with AEEEIOS, the best equity options are appearing to block the C. Elise, do you think there's any argument in favor of blocking the D? I think it might be a little bit easier to triple triple through there, and at this score line, I think it's worth considering.
Yeah, I would consider that too. I'm not seeing many great options that do it though. I'm not sure if you saw some words that fit there. It's really hard with all those vowels.
Yeah, something like EIDE is pretty uninspiring at 5 points, but that's the kind of play I would at least keep at the back of my head. Maybe something like docile.
Yeah, I like that. I think the difference between 18 points and 5 points here or whatever is not so much. It's really more about blocking the threats. So you definitely do want to consider playing through the D, even if you're going to be sacrificing a bit to do so.
Computer simulation preferring chow, but finding Ide and docile way up there due to the fact that they block the more likely triple at the expense of either points or leave. I could see going either way there. I like chow.
Wow, and he's going to make a ballsy play of opening another triple here. What do you think about this?
I think there's not a lot of good choices, and I like the idea. Austin correctly acknowledging that he needs a triple to come back, and now he's got two choices. Also, going to be lucky in the sense that Alex's blocking options are not great. Some of the blocking options are things like Sabe keeping EEOS and Obese keeping AES but only scoring 7 points.
Yeah, do you play something like Obia instead to the H, just taking 30, or do you think it's really important to block that S here?
I think another option, which is pretty volatile but does somewhat block the S, that I might do is B Lee for 26 points. Not ideal to block it only partially, and not ideal to set up an S and D hook in the triple lane. But we are at the score where it is going to be hard for Austin to come back if he just has a triple bingo for 100. So also think B Lee is totally justifiable.
Yeah, I think that's a really good kind of intermediate option. It's sort of partially blocking, but it also scores a good amount. And yeah, like you said, these open triple lanes, if you set up an S hook or, considering the hook on pi, Austin could score a lot there, but it's not going to be quite enough to come back. So I think obstructing
Yeah,
it at least partially is good.
definitely. Austin with another one of those almost not quite bingo racks. It's gonna wish that a G or an O somehow appearing in space for things like mornings and Norimones. Unfortunately for him, we know that is not going to happen. I think Alec is spelling out abode, another reasonable choice because it blocks one of the triples while scoring better than the ones that block the S. I like this idea.
Yeah, I like this too. And yeah, I'm sure Austin is kind of frustrated with this draw.
Elise, would you have considered abodes? The pool is pretty consonant heavy, and the S is kind of acting as a consonant here. I think that's another interesting choice.
Yeah, I like that choice too. I mean, keeping the S, it does give you options with the pi hook, but here, yeah, we see that he drew quite a few consonants. So you could
Yeah.
get into some trouble if you hold on to too many.
Yeah, and Austin with not great options. His highest scoring choice, maybe his best choice, is toadyism, but that also leaves him with the clunky leave of NNOR. I think it's going to be very tough to come back because I think Alec is always blocking the S now.
Yeah, this is really challenging. I mean, toadyism is certainly stylish, but yeah, you're getting rid of your S, you're keeping two N's. It's just not doing what you really want to be doing at this point.
Yeah, another tough game for Austin on stream. But as we can see from his record, he's a good player. He is winning almost every time he's not on stream. And I don't think I have too much to quibble with the way he has been playing. I think the only thing I would do differently in his shoes is play deity instead of a pie-in.
Yeah, I agree. I think Austin has been doing a great job of making chances for himself here. And that can be really hard to know how to do. It's just a sign of a really top level player that you never give up and you're always trying to create opportunities to come back. But
Yeah, for
unfortunately,
sure.
yeah, worked out for him so well.
We saw Coit once his deficit hit one bingo. We saw Balls once his deficit hit two bingos. He's doing the right things. It's just a very tough spot to be in.
Yeah, and the computer simulation here just, I guess, wants you to cut your losses and play something like minors to the S in balls. I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah, I may have generated a few more choices than you. I'm seeing a couple of different suggestions. My suggestions are things like in urns for 28 points, going through the U and dude. Another one of those plays where you're just cutting spread and kind of accepting your fate here. Think maybe occasionally you get Alec to make a low scoring play with the S and you get something with maybe the second S and pies, maybe the T and Piet, and you don't have a great chance, but you at least get some sort of shot there. Also likes in earn, same idea, you just keep the S for pies at the expense of 2 points.
yeah, I kind of like that option of inner and holding on to the S and yeah, just hoping that you can hit something high scoring from that pie hook.
Yeah, I think it's hard to quibble with any kind of logical choice here. They all have their own issues, and no matter what he does, it'll be pretty hard to come back. So maybe the best thing Austin can do at this point is just regroup and get ready for round 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in a tournament, there are always going to be games like this, and you just have to figure out how to move on and not let it affect your future play.
For sure, and we are gonna see MINS. Don't know where that goes. Minus, yeah, Austin is probably going for as many points as he can while leaving the R for Pier.
Yeah, this makes a ton of sense. And Makondo likes this play too. Puts it
Alec
up in the top. Sorry.
is far enough. No worries, no worries. Alec is far enough ahead. He can probably play something like Helve and risk the setting up the bingo lanes that score about 100. He can afford that, and he can set up his Z for a potential jackpot.
Yeah, that's a really cool option. I like that.
If he doesn't want to do that, he can play something like Zed, but that does leave the triple triple open. So I think we are definitely going to see something from Alec that obstructs the triple triple. Maybe if Alec is worried about all forms of bingos, we might see something like Veals through the L in balls, a little bit safer. I think maybe the upside is quite a bit lower, though.
Okay, so he's gonna play evens and yeah, set up that Z spot for himself.
Yeah, was going to be hard to lose here. I think evens blocking Austin's only bingos of Enamor and Neuromas. Austin's highest scoring play is Melano, which is a very dark example of an animal, someone with a lot of melanin. It plays through the L in balls and scores 40 points. It would be a form of giving up, as Austin would be emptying the bag and getting less than 7 tiles in the bag. I wonder, with all those goodies unseen, is Austin coming up with some sort of crazy sequence that involves praying that something like ZES blank is in the bag and he can hit an unblockable something with Pier?
Yeah, that's what I would be doing at this point. Unfortunately, he only has around 3 minutes, so it's gonna be hard, you know. Those kinds of sequences take a lot of time to cook up. Although I know
Yeah,
Austin is a very quick player. He's super sharp and um, plays a lot of blitz, so we'll
for
see
sure.
what he can.
The thing that jumps out to me, which is very desperate, but maybe the best he can do, is to fish for squirms. Very much
Mm.
an example of going for broke, but that does at least seem like it might score enough to win. Gonna be tough though because Alec often has a Z play forming ZE with the E in evens.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, you see the Z out there, and you do probably want to block that spot. So he just plays
Alec probably in a bit of a spot where he's gonna look for possible disasters. Austin has drawn Nortena, does not quite play. Alec has one way to score very well with the hook for pies. He can score 69. Keeping the Q, still a nice option though. I'm going to let the chat look for it. It's a type of wine. I believe it is from Iran.
That's very nice.
A very nice word, very tasty beverage. Might be hard to get rid of the Q afterwards, though. He might be down to one spot. Although, as we know, the U is in the bag, which would certainly help.
Yeah, I wonder then if he should play something like Toady-ish, extending Toady and then making a Q spot for himself, where he can just block it.
Yeah, the thing I worry about with Toady-ish is, does he always get the Q and the Z off? Is he going to get one of them stuck on his rack? So Alec is also thinking about Squiz. I think the idea with Squiz is that it gets rid of both. He does not ever have to worry about getting stuck with either of them.
That's a great point. Yeah, you don't want that Z on your rack at the end. That would be 20 points to your opponent.
And it is just about spread at this point. We can see what the best idea is for spread, and it is actually to play QI for 11.
Oh, wow. I would never consider that, but that I guess makes sense. Just maybe holding out for a big play the next turn after.
Yeah, I think there might be some outside shots at bingos. Squiz, not a bad choice too. Gonna make it easy to go out and hard for Austin to do anything.
Yeah, and Nortena still doesn't go anywhere, unfortunately.
Alec with the word erhu on his rack now. It's important to note that Squiz actually played for more points, but that would have given Austin Nortena. It would not have been enough, but this is showing Squiz being a better choice for spread, making it a little harder for Austin to work with anything.
Yeah, it would have given back Nortena for 91 points, so definitely would have sacrificed a bit of spread if he had put it in the higher scoring spot.
Alec with, I believe, two words on his rack. I don't think either of them actually play on this board, so Austin going to have a chance to get some sort of out in two if he can find a good one that doesn't set anything up. I'm looking at A, B, taking a front, taking a back A. Maybe he wants to play something like Nano. I don't think that sets up Erhu, actually. Maybe not do that. I would look for words ending in H. I'm not sure if Neath sets up a 5-letter word. I don't think it does. Austin playing North. This is actually his best choice. If both players play correctly, he will lose by 130, which is the best he can do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks solid.
Alec with no outplays, maybe less options than he thinks he has. The best choice being he to the right of Chow for 21. Probably a bit of a disappointment with the H. I know I'm looking for things with a double, triple letter score for 28. Does not exist this time.
Yeah, that's too bad, but oh, okay. Oh no, he made Utah as a joke, I think.
Yeah. Austin with only an 11-point outplay possible, that being Ain underneath North. Disappointing choice, but Austin once again finding the right end game in time pressure. We saw him play a very nice end game against Rashid with very few seconds on his clock. He found a very crazy insertion play of GEAL in between a lot of letters and cut the deficit to 8, despite maybe looking like he would lose by 20 or so. But in time pressure, he found a very nice sequence and cut the deficit to 8. Alec playing he, accepting that that is the best he will be able to do. So it looks like we will get the right sequence. There's actually a second choice for 21, and that is het, forming Hawks and et.
Yeah. Okay, and so Austin's going to go out with neat, right in the nick of time.
Right in the nick of time, yes. Alec with 4 points on his rack, and assuming they scored correctly, we've got a final score of 488 to 358 in favor of Austin. Sorry, in favor of Alec. Alec is now 14-2. Very good spot to make the finals. Unfortunately, even if he makes a runaway, he will be in equal footing with second place going into the finals. I think we might do a little bit of mic stuff, open mic. Let's hear from the players.
Really good job of opening the board.
Yeah, I tried. I think I had 4 bingo right. Kind of like
Close.
this was a deep semifinal. Yeah, because I thought that you would have. So that was like planning on that. Right
Okay, it sounds like we can't hear too much from players. I did hear Alec commending Austin on how well he opened the board. And I think they were checking to see if there were any missed bingos, which there weren't. But yeah, why don't we cut back?
Yeah, I think Austin got himself in a tough spot. Not really his fault. Alec just got down the combination of Gurnitz and Frothier pretty quickly. Always sucks to see that happen. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break as we try to decide who plays round 17 on stream. But I wanted to thank somebody named Cheryl Kagan. Cheryl Kagan is a state senator from the state of Maryland. That's the state that this tournament is taking place in. Cheryl is very connected with government officials in Maryland, as she's been in office for a while, and she was able to pull some strings and get this event set up here in the great state of Maryland at an affordable price. These tournaments are expensive to run. It's hard to get a ballroom. So to make it so that these tournaments can be financially solvent, balancing the books at the end. We want to thank Cheryl Kagan. Also, please like and subscribe. We are trying to get some exposure for Scrabble. It always helps to like and subscribe. Please spam the comment section with comments. YouTube loves to see engagement.
And we love to hear your thoughts too. But I think we're going to cut to a quick break. We'll see you all very soon with another exciting game.
Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Please continue to spam the comment section. It is not spam, it is engagement. YouTube loves that. YouTube will promote us if you keep spamming the comments.
Thanks. So you did the vowels. Good enough.
It is Heller and Rosen. It's Rosen. Heller and Rosen. So, Sam, have you played on this before?
I mean, I like not your setup. I don't think so. Yeah, I would love
so
that.
I'll just walk
That'd
you
be
through.
great.
So number one, this just turns. It's just a little heavier. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
give it a spin. The biggest adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to try to avoid impacting the camera if you can, but it's not a big deal. The camera's my responsibility. For you, it's the wrap. The wrap's fixed. It's short. That's where we are. I'm hoping to make it a little longer on the next iteration of this, but whatever. It's
Cool.
about
Hey, it's
what we can see.
got it. Cool. Is it tape down?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
We used to do it. It would be a long rack, but I had a routine on the other end.
It's good. Yeah, I get it. I mean, cool. I'm glad to know. Oh,
So I don't know.
I love that blank. Oh yeah. Every week at club.
This thing here, it's only on green.
Got it. Cool.
And otherwise, there's a camera looking at you.
Well, yeah. Of course.
I think you
Okay.
probably see.
Oh, it's more dressed up. Yeah, I should have dressed up.
And one other thing. You can't see the top of these tiles. Technically illegal. I am watching our tiles on both sides, and we sort of informally say you can ask each other.
Got it. Like you have 7, you have 5 in that game or something. Like, yeah, because you're supposed to rate. Like I can ask him if he has 5 tiles or something.
Yeah, even if it's his like,
Yeah.
there's a little allowance for that. Not if there's 15 seconds left, but if there's 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, usually it should be. I assume if there was some issue, like if he had 8 tiles, like you would alert
We
me.
can, and we can always stop it. Yeah, so I'm watching for that, but we can always stop it. If there's any question about the table, like we can stop the clock, and I'm right here.
Great. Thanks for the walkthrough. Commentary is remote, right? Nits And the annotated, that's for NWL.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. We are about to do round 17. It's going to be a pretty exciting, pretty new to the stream matchup. We are going to have Sam Rosen's first game on stream, Jason Keller's second game on stream. I think we had him once on day one with that exciting game against Ben, where Ben bingoed near the end and it wasn't quite enough. Elise, what do you know about these two?
Yeah, well, I think these two players have a bit of a history. Apparently, they're longtime friends. They both lived in New Jersey and played together at club there. So we love to see that. I think this will be a really cordial and fun matchup. Yeah, what else do you know about these players? Have you played either of them before, Matt?
I have, yeah. I don't have the greatest record against Jason. I am on a pretty good run recently, although I did lose in Albany a couple of weeks ago. I think 20 years ago, it was a common sight to see Jason Keller driving a very young child version of Sam Rosen around to Scrabble tournaments. I think they also had Rob Robinski in the car sometimes. 3 people still in it, much closer to the top now with age and experience. I think we're gonna do a brief look at the standing spread. I think he is still in 7th place. Jason Keller is in 9th place. Both very much in the tournament, although they are going to have to make something happen to make the final. I think we're going to see 19 and 9 maybe is the minimum record to make the finals. Maybe 18 and 10 with how small this division is, but that would require a lot of spread and the right people to lose. For instance, maybe 18 and 10 is enough, but only if Alec runs away with it and beats all the people beneath him.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, this could be a pretty important match. We see the same record here, and which one of them takes this, that might determine who makes a run to the top.
Yeah, for sure. Both of these people still very much in it, but kind of on the fringes of being in contention. They're both really going to want to win here to kind of keep their shot at the dream of winning this tournament alive. This tournament being the Scrabble Players Championship, an event with quite a bit of history. The first event with sort of part of the recognized history being the 1978 National Scrabble Championship. And then throughout the years, we've been known as a couple of different names. There was National Scrabble Championship, U.S. Open Players Championship, not to be confused with the Scrabble Players Championship, and then for a few years, North American Scrabble Championship. But since 2022, we have called this event the Scrabble Players Championship, but an event with some sort of lineal history and an event with a lot of it.
And yeah, the Collins version of this tournament is maybe a little bit newer in North America, but also has an equally interesting history. So it's great to see that continuing here.
Yeah, the Collins tournament having a little bit less of a history. It started with 2012. I think Brian Bowman pulling that one out. I don't remember, but we've also had a lot of events. We've had lots of big names winning the event, such as John O'Loughlin, Adam Logan, who I believe is the only person to win the TWL or NWL and Collins events at this tournament, Peter Armstrong, David Eldar, lots of great players. I think we're going to switch to the players now. We're about to get ready.
Yeah, wow. Looks like Jason had a 500-point game of 498, some really high-scoring ones up here. And Sam is no slouch himself. Yeah, he's on a streak of 3 wins. So this should be great. And I think we're ready to start.
Yeah, I believe Jason Keller is just mixing it up. We've been putting the second player on the right side of the stream, probably because we read left to right or something. Sam with the first move. He's pulling his tiles. We're getting ready for a round 17 here in Hanover, Maryland, just outside of Baltimore near the BWI airport. Very convenient venue. near a Southwest hub. Everybody loves Southwest, even though the bag checking is no longer free. Sam with a blank on his first rack, probably a very welcome sight.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he has any bingos, but I think he's going to be able to score pretty decently and hold on to that blank for a later turn.
Yeah, this is one of those tricky, I don't know if this is a word or not. I see dowing immediately, Dhowing, and a dow is a type of boat with those public transportation things. I never know if it means to take that mode of transportation. If you watched me on stream in Albany, I played tramming, and that is a word which means to take the tram.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I would definitely be tempted to try it. But he could just play Dow without the ing, and that looks like a pretty solid option here. He also has in Dow, extending the W to that double letter. That looks like another good choice. Or he could play something shorter.
This is one of those interesting spots where maybe the blank is going to bail out any possible leave Sam keeps. So don't hate the idea of playing something like in Dow and saying, hey, I'll figure something out with H blank.
And it looks like he might have downish lined up, or just down maybe. Hopefully he doesn't try that.
Yeah, downish is not a word. And unfortunately, with Jason's rack, Jason would open with a bingo redrive. And although it looks nice, it will not give Sam any eights. Sam would need one of the following letters to make an 8. GKLNOSTUY. So lots of options for 8s, but none of them would actually work with redrive as Sam puts down Dow. I like this choice. I might have liked in Dow a little bit better because of my aforementioned rant about the blank bailing you out.
Yeah, I think this is a nice choice. Unfortunately, Jason's going to be able to hit back pretty hard with this nice bingo of override.
Yeah, Sam with one playable 7 of Whitney's. A very nice word. I think it's probably high enough props. Sam will be able to come up with it. If he doesn't, there's one option for an 8. Well, there's 2, but it's one word in 2 different spots. Maybe a little bit weird spot where you think there has to be more than that, but there's actually only 2 bingo choices here.
Yeah, I would be hoping that there's maybe something through this R in override that gets you a double-double, but it's hard with so many consonants on your rack to be playing something through a consonant.
Michael Baker in the chat pointing out rivered. He is pointing out the definition I think about the most. That is actually not the definition we use in Scrabble. Rivered is an adjective meaning containing a river. Does not form rivering, which you would think would be the present participle of river, but it is not, because river is not a verb. That said, rivered, a valid word, did not play this time, as Sam puts down Whitney's his best option.
Yeah, this is excellent, and he didn't waste too much time on this either. He was able to find it quickly and slap it down, getting 82 points.
Jason with not the greatest post bingo draw, not fun to draw 6 vowels. I don't think it is desperate enough to exchange. Something like emu to the left of Whitney's is going to score pretty well. Maybe a little bit too volatile to justify doing in game, although it does set up his own A. Elise, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I think I would play through this. Emu looks like a great option. He also has something like Meave underneath Dow's through that V, scoring a little bit more, keeping the U, but getting rid of 2 of those E's. So I would be looking for kind of higher scoring vowel dump here.
Meave maybe being a little bit safer. We see Sam drawing a 7-letter word. Cubital, don't think that goes anywhere. He's instead going to have to find the 8-letter word baculite in order to bingo here. Jason looking like he wants to play Emu. I don't know if Meave is maybe a little bit safer here, but Emu keeps a much better leave. Very good choice as well.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
yeah, you
Sam
can't fault him for this.
here's a spot where we're going to see maybe Sam bingo, but Jason keeping his A, which ends up being a boon for him on the triple. The E fitting in front of EW quite nicely as well. So Jason setting himself up really nicely despite the 6 vowels.
Absolutely. And yeah, we'll see if Sam finds baculite here. It is a fossil.
Jason with a blank. He will get down some form of bingo. I know if I were Jason, I would be looking for a double-double. I only see Arrieros and Arrowier. I don't think either of those quite work as a double-double, unfortunately, but we know he will be able to come up with something as he is a strong player.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's going to have a lot of options, at least maybe through one of the Ds on the board. Yeah, this is a great rack with a lot of flexibility.
Shout out to Alexi in the comments. If you don't know Alexi, he is one of the strongest Carcassonne players on Earth. Carcassonne being arguably the most similar game to Scrabble. Despite not being a word game, Carcassonne is about pulling tiles out of the bag and placing them on the board, which means it has a lot of similarities to Scrabble. Alexi decided to use that as a reason to get into Scrabble. Welcome. Thank you for watching.
That's great. Yeah, Scrabble brings together a lot of people from a lot of different gaming communities. We have chess players, backgammon players, bridge players.
Yes.
It's really fun to hear from people about all of the nuances of their different games that they play.
And I believe Alexi is about 1,700 skilled, despite the fact that he has never met a tournament Scrabble player. He is from Latvia, a place with not a lot of Scrabble players or English speakers. So very impressive to do that despite not having a club to go to.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Sam didn't find baculite, but that's understandable. It's a pretty tough one to spot. And Blatt looks like a great alternative if you're not going to spot the bingo, scoring 36 points.
Yeah, Jason, with not the greatest bingo options here, Elise, do you think there's any argument in favor of waiting a turn to bingo? Something like or to the left of Blatt doesn't look terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always hard on these turns to know whether you should wait. He does have one option that scores around 70 points, which I think is maybe a little bit too much to pass up. He can play a droider from the D.
Yeah, for sure. A droider not take. Although it opens up the triple on the bottom right, I don't think that is the worst way of doing it. I don't think I would be too worried. Of course, there is a chance for a disaster, but it does look somewhat safe, and it does interfere with 3 floaters contained within override. So I think I like that choice the best.
Yeah, he also has Arrowier, as you mentioned. Would you be in favor of playing a bingo like Arrowier instead of maybe just playing OR? Or yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think ultimately the options that are not bingos are not quite good enough to justify, but I think you always have to be thinking about things like that. They absolutely can be correct. There are often ways to score 30 plus while leaving something like IER blank. Often that is better than a sad 60 some point bingo. Although with 70 here, it's going to be hard to say no as Jason puts a droider on the board, Elise. Sam with not the greatest rack, 5 vowels. What are you thinking about here?
Yeah, well, there's still that double-double lane open. And I think Sam does have something through there. So That by far would be the best option if he can utilize that spot. Otherwise, I'd maybe be thinking about fishing, but you want to make sure that you're still scoring enough if you're doing that. So playing off your Q, C, U, and E somewhere where you can score at least somewhat decently might be a good option too.
For sure, you always have to look through the R for double doubles, even if they're not bingos. This one's scoring 36 and kind of bailing Sam out of trouble with vowels. So I really like this choice of Ukrate.
Yeah, that's a great find.
This might be bailing out Jason a little bit. Actually, I think QAT was already there, so the U doesn't help Jason.
Yeah, he has that nice hot spot for the Q.
Do you think there is any argument in favor of playing something like Quap? I think he might be a little bit likelier to bingo immediately if he does something like that. I think it's at least justifiable. We know that Quap would stop Sam from playing the X, which is another advantage of it. Jason does not know that. I think Quap is a solid choice.
Yeah, it's hard. You just see that juicy spot and you want to put your Q there, but I think maybe taking a little bit more time and considering Quap would have been a good idea.
Yeah, Sam with maybe an interesting choice. Ox is kind of my gut, but the leave is actually not that great. It almost makes me want to put my S down as well. If you look, there's not really any good word with IJSSY. It's highly dependent on drawing an A for J's or an O for Joy's. Elise, would you slap the S on in order to score one extra point and get another shot at an A or an O?
I think I would here. Yeah, those two S's, it's hard because an S is such a good tile and you want to hold on to as many as you can, but they really work against each other sometimes, especially with that J. So I think I would be willing to part with the S here.
Yeah, I think this is one of those spots where, we tell people the S is great. Every tile you have to be careful with. It is possible to be too willing to keep any tile, including the blank. I think this is a spot where you could absolutely argue in favor of socks. Another option we didn't consider was 60 with Ukrites, a very defensive option and one that wins the sim, even though it scores a little bit less. So that would have been another great choice. That said, don't think you can quibble too much with Ox for 52 whenever it is available.
Mm-hmm. And he's hesitating here, so maybe he's considering slapping that S on.
I think that would be a great choice. I hope Sam can find 60 because I think that might be what I would do, but blindness is tough, definitely possible. He had trouble seeing it through the blank, and we see Sam confirming, probably trying to set up his X himself.
True, yeah. Holding it back and making a spot for socks next turn could work out well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is next turn or several plays into the future, but maybe a few turns later, Sam is more bingo-y and still has one of his S's, and that would be a great time to have that spot open, especially as Sam is not on turn and down 1 point. He is still quite an underdog. Jason with a couple of options. I see Opine on top of a Droider. That might be fun.
Ooh. Yeah, that could be fun. He also has some nice overlaps next to Whitney's. He can play knife with Amin, going vertically.
I don't think Jason has a
points.
Oh, that's an F. I'm so sorry. It is being cut off. I saw it as a third E. That is a much better choice. Dan Blake in the chat saying keeping FP is rough. Yeah. Not possible to keep FP and draw into EEE. INOP. I got the rack wrong. Yeah, Opine, one of the better choices. NEIF, another excellent option. I like the idea of getting rid of the F here. Also might be a little bit reckless opening up a triple like that with Opine when you're ahead and you don't have a hook.
Mm-hmm. It looks like he has Fen off to the side. Do you think he's considering playing that somewhere, Matt?
Well, he might be. I'm not sure exactly where that would go for a good score. It does go underneath. I don't think that is worth sacrificing much for. Not the easiest triple to use with the letters that would play there.
Yeah, and maybe he's gonna play Fee.
Fee, another version of that. Don't love this choice. I think this triple isn't quite volatile enough to be worth dealing with. I would have liked to see NEIF or maybe Opine.
Yeah, I agree. This feels maybe a little bit overly defensive at a point when you want to be scoring a bit more.
I think there were a lot of. I think there's a lot of argument in favor of the idea of ignoring that spot. Not quite the most volatile triple. Not like there is, say, an E1 tile to the right of a droider, which would take a lot more things in a higher scoring way. I do think that triple relatively inert as much as a triple can be. Elise, Sam with an interesting rack. One play that's hard to justify in game because it uses both S's is Hissy. That said, Sam doesn't have a ton of great choices. I actually kind of like it. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it too. I mean, you're putting that H sort of near a triple word, but I don't think there are that many ways that Jason could hit back too hard. And yeah, I just don't see many other options. I mean, another option is to play jigs and Ukrites, but yeah, you hate to put the J near that triple. You're just guaranteeing that your opponent's going to get like 30 or 40 points.
Yeah, one thing I might do is Jig and Gox. It does not feel great to block the area, but as Sam is a bit imbalanced, he might actually be the underdog to hit that area. Ox also taking a D and an L, both letters that like to end words. So I like this choice. I don't mind being defensive here, even with the deficit.
Yeah, and this choice crushes the sim too, so the engine agrees.
Sam was in good position to redraw Hissy or something like Hussy. Both of those were still going to be there for 39. Unfortunately, he drew some more consonants.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jason with Cape and Eyes, if an E was out in space, unfortunately it is not. He's going to have to decide, do I want to use the Z now? Do I want to wait one turn, Elise? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not seeing many great plays that use the Z here. I think he has a Zoic or Epizoan, which is kind of a hard extension to find. So Epizoan goes from the E and override. And I think Azoic goes, I guess, underneath Ukrite, extending that C into the triple lane. But
Yeah.
I'd consider something like Panic too in that same
Yeah,
spot,
Panic.
kind of saving the C.
Panic might be a little bit tricky to spot, playing with the blank, needing some overlaps. I think Epizoan is a little bit reckless. It takes an S. That is going to be very tricky when you lack an S. And as we see, if Jason does that, Sam would have the very nice bailout of Gills, one of the legendary ISC bots. Some of those ISC bots were named vowel-free words. I'm sure we remember Gills, Murs, all of the berries. But yeah, Jason spelling out Azoic, a little bit safer. I like Panic keeping the Z the best.
Yeah, me too, but I think this is a good alternative option.
Yeah, he is blocking Gills and Ukrites, which would likely have been Sam's best option. A little bit of a bailout with his consonant-heavy rack.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Sam has a really cool play through me here. I wonder if he'll spot that, or if anyone in the chat sees it. It is an adverb, to give you a little bit of help here.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to go. I think, are you talking about a 14-point play?
Yeah, Gamely, which
Yeah,
surprisingly has good equity according to my computer here, but I guess just
yeah.
keeping the S has that
This is one
value.
of those spots where 14 is not fun, but with 7 consonants or kind of consonants, there's not going to be a lot of choices. I might actually play Sly for 27. Does probably take away the best scoring spot, as we see Jason would love for that to stay open because he is drawn into Pronk.
Oh, wow. There's also the option through the C of just playing LYCH.
So is this the time to go for broke and play Shtetl? I don't think it actually is, but that would be very fun to watch on stream.
Yeah, that would be stylish for sure.
I don't think the thing it sets up scores enough to justify doing something like that, but it would be a lot of fun to see on stream.
Mhm.
But we see Sly. I think it's very hard to argue with a play like Sly.
Yeah, that looks nice to me.
Sam finally drawing some vowels and blocking Jason's best option of Pronk. He's in a much better shape than he was a couple of turns ago.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a pretty close game here.
Jason is left with Cop. That is not a bad choice. Probably would have preferred the extra points with Pronk, but it's good to have this as a bit of a bailout.
Yeah, this score is 41, so it still really keeps the point pressure on here.
Sam is approaching the point where it is going to be a tough call between keeping up with 30-point plays and seeing if he can get back in, and maybe going a little bit more for broke with a bingo. The options here aren't great. Maybe one of the best choices would be Hyla. Bit of a tough spot. It forms the word teth from tet, and it sets up his S nicely as long as he can draw a vowel to play something like bags.
Yeah, you hate to keep BGS though. It's kind of a clunky leave. Another option that maybe leaves slightly better is to play BAGHS, bags, and OES to the left, but that has its own drawbacks too.
For sure. I think, given Sam's deficit, I think the 2-turn sequence of something like Hyla and then hope you draw a vowel and then something like bags is a great way to try to come back. Hyla will be 33 points. Bags afterwards, if he can draw it, will be 36 points. So it's a nice 69-point 2-turn sequence. Definitely a way to get back into the game. And as we see Jason with a couple of clunky consonants, he kept PORN on his rack and drew 3 more of them. He's definitely going to struggle to do anything here. Sam correctly accepting the risk that Jason has on S, making it hard for him to win, but he is doing the risk. Love this choice. I think we're going to see Sam be able to make a comeback here.
Yeah, and well spotted too with that blank. We talk a lot about blank blindness. It's not always easy to see these overlapping plays when you have to remember that the blank is an E here. So this was a really nice find from Sam.
Yeah, Jason is now in a brutally tough spot. His best scoring plays are in the neighborhood of 15. I would be thinking that Teth and Hyla is a strong chance. Sam has an S, but what do you even do here? I don't think there's really any way to block it. There might literally be no legal moves.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that really addresses that spot very well.
So now I am wondering, what does Jason even do here? I'm wondering if does he want to play off more or less tiles? Playing off more gives him some shots at vowels, but what do you even do here? Would you do something like pour in through the I in Azoic? That's at least a few points. That might give you a comeback if you assume Sam is going to play something like Begs. I don't hate that idea.
I don't either. The sim also likes just plunking down your N and your M for something like nim, making the word mo. I guess just hoping that you draw into something nice with prong.
Yeah, that's
Surprisingly, yeah, even exchanging here is not simming so badly, but I don't think it
yeah.
matters.
I think those are some good choices. Exchanging gives Jason a decent shot at an S, although we know Sam has both of them at this point. Jason can probably suspect one S on Sam's rack, as Hyla would be pretty courageous without it, but I don't know if Jason can assume Sam has both of them. I am wondering if maybe Jason's best play is something like Pour In, which at least sets up Mong for all the times that Sam does not go there.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, just sort of guaranteeing yourself a good number of points on your next turn.
Yeah, one of those spots where you can iterate it out and say, hey, I'll play Pour In, he'll play Begs, I'll play Mong at the least, and then I will still be ahead. Though I wonder if Sam has both S's, is he going to play something like Bog saying, wait a minute, I can wait on this. I can take out the triple because I have both S's.
Yeah, because there aren't any S's left and there are no blanks. So it's going to be pretty hard to take that TETH spot without that. He can kind of
Yeah,
guarantee that he's always going to have it.
Jason going with the slightly safer option of Proin. I don't think I have too much to quibble with this one. He is giving himself some shots at a triple. He just needs to draw a vowel to get something like Graham.
Yeah, this seems like a solid option here.
Sam with, I would say, a tricky rack where he has to correctly chicken out on bingos. I have studied enough words to know Becas, Becasse, and Bagas, Bagasse. I would think about B-gas or whatever that would be pronounced. It is not a word, which means Sam's best play will actually probably be Begs, forming teths. But what about Brag, Elise? Do you think Sam should play Brag and wait for Tets? He does have both S's unseen. This might be a bit of a missed opportunity with that triple being a bailout for Jason, who has Frug, but an ugly rack otherwise.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think maybe some patience here would have been good. You know that that spot's always going to be there, and you're not really in a rush. So I like the idea of Bragg as well.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a missed opportunity here. Another option is grab if you're worried about ING bingos, but we're going to see Jason with a pretty ugly rack now having a bailout of either Grum or Frug, depending on what he wants to do. Sam taking the points maybe a little bit prematurely.
Yeah, and Sam's rack looks pretty good. Do you think he has anything here?
Don't think there is one. Maybe if that M were in a different spot, we could see oatmeals. Jason is playing Bump. He's deciding to take the top. Not sure what you think about that. I think there's also a good argument for something like Frug, scoring a little bit more, keeping the slightly more flexible M, but this is also a solid choice.
Yeah, I think it's kind of close. Yeah, Frog would be another good option, but I don't hate this either.
Yeah, Sam is in a very tough spot. What do you think of something like a row for 4 points, Elise? It pretty aggressive. It's actually, I think it is perfectly safe in the sense that it takes an S and a W as hooks, and Sam has the only S left, and the W's are on the board. So I might like something like a row for 4. I think if Sam doesn't play a row, he might be in one of those spots where he never quite comes back. A row is not easy to completely kill either. Jason would have to play on top of the O somehow. And as we see, he actually doesn't have any real way of doing it.
Yeah, I really like that option. I mean, it looks super dangerous, but like you said, he's holding on to the last S, which is the only back hook to that, and he needs to come back. I mean, he's 20 points behind. So I think this could be a really great option.
Yeah,
But he's going to go with a little bit of a more passive play with Avo.
Sam is going to go with Avo. I don't love this choice. I think it's going to be tough to pull anything off if Jason just plays Grav. I think all of his openings can be blocked. So I think it might be a little bit tough to come back from here after something like Grav. Aro was a really nice option, was going to be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. I think this makes Sam's job harder now.
Jason Keller probably going to play Grav. Don't know if there's any argument in favor of something else. I think it's a solid choice. Don't know what else there is. 30 points on this board is an excellent score. I think it's hard to argue in favor of anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam, with a pull of his life, he actually managed to draw Eastland. So that is probably one of the arguments in favor of Avo, going to be closer after Eastland.
Yeah, and he finds it right away. Wow.
Down.
Amazing.
And I think it will be enough to do it with Jason's relatively clunky rack.
Yeah, what a pull. That really bailed him out, but he needed to find it, and he did. Incredible.
Yeah, very nice pull by Sam. Very nice play.
And yeah, does Jason have anything to make up these 30 points here? I'm having a hard time seeing much.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to quite pull it out. And yeah, Avo, strong argument for that. I can see why it's going to be a lot harder to come back in these situations after the bingo for Jason with the extra points. So yeah, strong argument in favor of Avo, actually. I like that play in hindsight.
I guess Jason does have some options to this newly opened E. He could play something like Undate, and that scores 24, and then maybe he hopes to go out next turn.
Yeah, for sure. I think he has a lot of options that bring the game pretty close. I wonder if anything is going to be quite enough. And I think, did we get a challenge from Jason?
Oh, did we?
Did we get a challenge from Jason? I forget. Did I see them?
I don't think so. I think
we
he
did.
accepted it.
I'm sorry. So yeah, Jason with Undate. It's going to bring it close. I don't think it's going to quite be enough. Sam will have some nice options to come back with, including Oidia underneath Undate.
Oh, wow. I'm amazed that that still fits after Undate. That would be
really
nice.
And Jason's only outplay is the pretty disappointing Nan for 3 points. So, yeah, Jason's post-bingo draw will be a little too clunky to be able to pull anything off this time, maybe with more vowels or less N's. maybe would have been able to see Eastland not quite do it. Overall, I would say this was a pretty high quality game. Love to see it on board one.
Yeah, not much to quibble with here. I think both players found most of their top plays. We saw some great bingos come down. This was a really nice game.
Yeah, I think Beggs is maybe the most instructive moment for the audience. I think Beggs was a little premature given that Sam had both S's. It's a tricky spot, and it shows the audience that we are all human. We can make mistakes, and something like brag or grab would have been a great choice. Harder for Jason to work with the board after that, and maybe a little bit easier to come back, but we got to see a lot of good stuff. We got to see Ukraine as a double-double. That was fun. We got to see Sam pull a bingo when it seemed pretty hopeless. That's always fun to see. Scrabble being full of surprises. Yeah, I'm not sure about that Aro versus Avo turn. One of those plays where you will quickly see the game resolve one way or another, and you will be kicking yourself if it goes wrong. Sam luckily drawing a bingo afterwards.
Yeah, it's wild how just a difference of one letter can really change the shape of a game. But as Scrabble players, yeah, we're always agonizing over these small distinctions. Do I play Avo? Do I play Arrow? And yeah, they matter. It's a lot to think about.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Jason doing his due diligence here, looking for a win. Gonna be tough with his clunky rack. Does not exist this time, but the game is close enough that it certainly could. I think we'll see him retrack and then give up. Undate at least being there to cut the spread a little bit.
Yeah, it's always good to retrack if you're not sure of your tracking and you have 5 minutes left. You just want to make sure you can, block any high scoring outs. And with a game this close, I wouldn't be 100% certain that I'm totally out of it. So I think this is smart on Jason's part.
Yeah, Sam will probably be relieved to get another W in the W column. He is struggling to kind of keep hope alive with his 9-7 record. Probably only going to be able to lose 2 more games and still make the finals. Jason dropping to 9-8. Gonna be tough, although not all hope is lost. He probably can still come back if he goes on a run after this with 11 rounds to go. It is still quite a few people's game, not quite anybody.
Yeah, anything can happen in these tournaments. You could have an 11-game winning streak or an 11-game losing streak. It really is up to the tiles and your opponents, and never count out that you have an opportunity to come back. I think you always have to have some hope.
For sure. I think with a tournament full of players as strong as these, it is anybody's game in one game, which means never discount some sort of comeback. Josh Castellano is on a 5-game winning streak. He was 5-7. He is now 10-7. It is starting to look a bit more likely that he can defend his title. It was looking tough, but he is now only 2 games out of second place, starting to look more realistic that we can see a repeat champion here at the Collins division of the Scrabble Players Championship.
Wow, that's very exciting. Yeah, I hope we get to see more from him. And Jason's going to go with Undate, which seems to be his best play.
Yeah, going to be hard to argue with the 24-point play that leaves an outplay.
I guess we'll see if Sam spots Oidia in that kind of strange spot. It looks like he has it lined up.
Yeah, I think he's just going to do some due diligence to make sure he's not missing an outplay. That said, Oidia is probably better than some of the outplays, with NN on Jason's rack only playing for 3. As long as Oidia is 24, it will be better than any outplay Sam could have that scores less than 13. So Oidia might even be better.
Yeah, and what outplays does Sam have here? I'm not sure I'm seeing.
He does not have any outplays. That was
okay.
Yeah, that was mostly meant in the hypothetical. If
The hypothetical, I see.
something like diorite existed, it would have to score 13 to be better than an outplay.
Yeah, that makes
Be
sense.
better as an outplay, yeah. Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of thinking. I think Sam will eventually settle on Oidia. Kind of hard for something to be better. Doesn't actually exist here. Something like Royd is going to score 2 less. Sam can play Moiter through the M and bump. That would be equally good. It would score 2 less, but it would get rid of 1 more tile. That tile would not appear on Sam's rack.
Yeah, it's good to see him taking his time here. If you have 5 minutes and you want to guarantee that you're going to win, it's always worth it to, use as much time as you can.
Yeah, I like his decision. Every spread point could count. I think there's a very good chance we see several players at 19 and 9, with only the person with the best spread actually being able to make the finals. So every spread point could easily end up counting here.
Yeah, it's easy to forget about that, but I've played in tournaments where spread can really make the difference between winning a bunch of money and going home with nothing. So it's always something to consider.
Yes, I believe at the recent Bob Lynn Superstars, you managed to cash, but you only finished 15 spread points ahead of Kaya, who did not cash.
Yeah, so that is a concrete example of why spread is important.
For sure. Yeah, spread can make a huge difference. What are we going to see Sam do? I think he's probably close to concluding that nothing else can exist.
I think so too.
Next round, we have a couple of good choices. I think we are going to go with Josh Castellano versus Joel Wapnick. Not confirmed yet. We are going to see who has already started their games, who is available, and what other matchups seem good. We're going to see some pretty exciting matchups. Alex Seaholm playing Dennis Ikakarigor for the second time, 2 of the people near the top of the standings. Sammy Okasaga versus Austin Shin for the second time. And then Sam will be playing Ben Schonbrunn. So a lot of good choices for the stream. I believe we're going with Josh Castellano versus Joel Wapnick, but it hasn't been finalized. Sam putting down Oidia. I imagine with all that time to think, Jason realizes that his only outplay is Nan. We see that go down fairly quickly. Sam will be winning this game 461 to 439 with the fortunate pull of Eastland at the right time.
Yeah, what a nice game from both players. This was really down to the wire. Great find by Sam at the end to pull it out.
I left PORN when I put this. Okay. And I drew MNG and just never drew anything reasonable again. And that's why, I did a good job. I just needed to, not have that come down, you know, or even an I was looking. Well, that's the thing actually here. Like I had Caponize actually minus, so I was like, this is a good score, and I liked what it did. But I was like, you know, if I had the Monazite or something like that over here, which I was looking for a little bit, that's why I stopped. But like, yeah, I mean, it was definitely. It was a game. Yeah, no, I needed the eye so I can extend to inundate. I don't know. I'm probably still not winning. Yeah.
And I drew 2 eyes at the end, right? My last draw. So that would have been real close.
It would have been close. It would have been close.
Very tight, yeah.
Well, no, I mean the thing was though, then I would have only had 1 tile. So
also, and then also maybe I have a better rack because now I only have 1 eye, so maybe I can do something.
Yeah, well, you have one of my other ends or something.
Like on your last pull, I mean, I guess you played.
I played grab. I kept.
Grab.
I played a grab. I had. Well, that's the thing. Like with bump, I was deciding between bump and frug because I had frug for 36 and it was MV.
Oh.
That was the problem. I'm like, maybe I can draw something with VNGT.
Plus, then I could hit an ING possibly.
Right, and well, no, oh yeah, right.
I didn't have eyes, but like, if I could, they were out there, and I had an N and the good letters, obviously. It was,
man, like, especially I was like. I was also like, why don't I have with this? Why don't I have an N or a G for RNG?
Oh yeah. I played that. I played that with a blank earlier.
Yeah.
Was that this? Maybe that was at club. Anyway.
But yeah.
No, that was at club, I guess. And I had a different rack. I had a door with a blank. But that was last week, though.
Yeah. No. I was gonna say
Rory and a blank.
Yeah, and date's a word.
Okay. I think I'll check. I had something I was pretty sure was a bingo when I played like Blatt. But I didn't play it, so it would have scored to the triple word. So I don't know. I'm saying it. Well, I guess I'll either sound smarter or dumber now.
What
on the stream? If they're still listening, I either sound smarter for recognizing it or dumber for
what
making
did you have with the LAT?
Baculite? Is that like baculine, but baculite? No. Okay, good. I had cubital. That was my 7 letters. Cubital.
Oh, cubital.
Yeah, but it didn't go anywhere, of course. And my first rack, I might have had a bingo. I had the blank already, but
you had Dow and what else?
I and blank. So I don't know. I didn't
like. I was gonna. It's who done it minus.
Yeah. Also,
it's who done it minus. Yeah.
That would have been sweet. Yeah, I should have passed. And then you played Rivet or whatever. So you had 7s. I didn't even realize.
Yeah. I had. I had redrive.
Yeah, you had lots of things. Yeah. That was a tough game. That was just, I kept slate when I played Evo. I mean, all the S's. That was kind of key because I needed to score enough, right?
Right.
So I was able to use up all of these, and then I kept drawing more and more.
Yeah, like the thing. Well, and the thing, especially because there, that was huge because I actually had Pronk. I had Pronk for huge.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and that would have been
That would have been nice. Yeah, that was like my only play that I saw.
Yeah, and I was like, but I was also like, I'm okay. I played KOP. I left porn. Like that's not a bad. And then just
there were enough vowels that it's unlikely that you were going to draw.
What I drew.
Oh, I checked it out. Well, it didn't even go anywhere. GHYLL. I wasn't sure if that was valid.
Yeah,
I had that with 2 S's when I played Sly. So I had nothing I had very few plays, Yeah. So I kind of, I don't even think Gil went anywhere, honestly. But so yeah, that was timely. There were a bunch of timely things, honestly. Jig, So
well, I mean, my side too.
That's true. And I drew the X. So,
yeah, right. And you drew the X, and I was like, oh well, Because I was looking, I'm like, maybe I need to deal with the X, and I'm like, I guess I don't need to deal with the X.
I kind of bingoed. I mean, it was really like that one draw, honestly, because if I didn't bingo right then,
I'm gonna
block it.
Well, it was very hard for me to block because my rack was my rack. You saw what.
Oh yeah, how are you gonna? I don't know.
Yeah,
or something. I don't know. Well, that wouldn't even block it. That would have been hard to block. That's true.
Yeah. Although I could have done something like
something here, like dub. Then you kind of block.
Yeah, I'd have had to. Because I was thinking about playing Dud as well. I don't know if that isn't it, like I was thinking dud.
That would work.
That would probably work
Usually.
because I mean it usually works with especially except there were a bunch of ends.
Oh, there were a lot of ends.
Although actually I had all of them except one. So
yeah, geez.
maybe though I should have said, I'm gonna draw the third one. I can block you with that. Like
yeah.
All right, one thing. I just wanna
Yeah. I'm sorry about the whole thing with the.
No, you're reasonable.
Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm thinking I'm missing bingo.
Yeah,
I couldn't hear the words or anything.
Yeah,
and then I was
but
if I leaned in, maybe I could I'm like.
All right. Did we submit?
Okay, that was some really interesting post-game analysis there. It sounds like Sam saw a baculite, but maybe chickened out of it.
Yeah. Baculite being a tough one. Those mid-prob words, you want to think that they're ingrained in your head and learn more words. Unfortunately, this time it ended up costing Sam. Luckily, he still managed to pull this one out. We want to thank NASPA Games for putting on this event, formerly known as North American Scrabble Players Association. NASPA Games puts on events such as this. I think this is the only event directly run by them, but some other directors run things under their auspices. We're going to see a $10,000 prize given out in NWL in a few days, the second highest prize given out at an event this summer. Great to see such high prizes.
Absolutely, yeah. Big thanks to NASPA for making this event possible. Also want to do a quick shout out to Seth Lipkin and Ulu. Seth is a player. He's playing in the NWL division, and he's responsible for this wonderful app that you can use to look up words. And we also use it because it has a great Scrabble clock feature. So those clocks that you see on your screen, those are thanks to Seth.
Yeah, Seth also writing a website called Cross Tables. Cross Tables has become the mecca for North Americans looking to list their upcoming tournament, check who's going, check people's ratings, all sorts of things like that. You can also post annotated games. So us North Americans love Cross Tables to have as a resource.
Absolutely. I love scrolling through all the games on Cross Tables and learning from my friends, seeing what they're up to. And yeah, you can also find the standings for this tournament on there.
We have received word. We have received word that the upcoming matchup will be Alex Seaholm versus Dennis Ikikirigor. I think maybe the other game already started, but we have an exciting matchup between the current leader of the event, Alex Seaholm, and Dennis is in second place despite losing his last round. So should be a fun one.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to take a quick break right before that. So we'll see you all in a moment.
Welcome back. We are about to get into round 18. We are going to see a repeat matchup. Don't think repeat on stream, but a repeat in the tournament. Alex Seaholm, Dennis Kikiragor. No introduction needed. We've seen them before, and we are a little bit behind, so we are going to get right into it. Alec in first, Dennis in second. Players that are not Dennis but are near the top are actually rooting for Alec here. It might be easier for them to sneak into second place with a runaway from Alec.
That's a great point, yeah, and I'm very excited how the tournament progresses going forward. It looks like Alec, the players are ready.
Yes, Alec probably in the best spot to make the finals right now. Still could go wrong. Dennis in second place. Every win counts. He has a lot of people on his tail. Dennis being one of the best Scrabble players from Nigeria, but he has recently moved to the United States. Alec Seaholm from the Seattle area, a little bit north in a town called Linwood. Alex Seaholm's dad, Chris, an organizer in the Scrabble community, likes to run Scrabble tournaments at the church that they attend in Linwood. Very nice guy.
Wow, and we didn't see a rack on this one, but Alec is coming down very quickly with quota here.
I don't see Alec's rack. Where did did he put the other two tiles on the table or something? Alec has put quota down.
Maybe. I mean, this looks like a great play to me. Not sure what he left, but you score 48 points.
Yeah, it's hard to quibble with this unless he kept an H or something, but I doubt Alec would miss something like quotha, so we will just assume quota is a word. Dennis with Hebe. A hebe is a type of a shrub that belongs to a specific genus. I believe it's hard to quibble with this one as well.
Yeah, this looks like his best equity play.
I guess the only thing to discuss is over or under, and instead of talking about numbers, we're talking about over or under quota.
That's a great point. Yeah, do you see any merits to maybe putting this on top instead of below? Is one option maybe more defensive than the other?
I don't think it makes a huge difference this time. Ho and O both taking front and back, S's and M's. I think it's a bit of a wash. I think it's best to just get one of them down. Alec is going to have a couple of interesting choices. He can actually play woohoo.
Oh, that's fun. Not the easiest to spot. You don't usually think of OH being something you can play through like that, but I like that choice.
OWO is another option. Not sure where that's going to go. Maybe he's thinking about playing it with OHO. I worry that that's not quite enough points. We've received confirmation that Alec had OW with quota. It seems like quota would be an obvious choice there. Another option I like actually is Woon. Woon plays underneath Hebe for, I think, 20 points. Do you like Woon, Elise?
Yeah, I think Woon also plays with Hebe taking the back N. So that's another kind of fun option. I wasn't sure of that hook, but you could play it vertically. Yeah, getting rid of the W and the two O's.
One of the tricky things about interjections in Scrabble, or at least things that we think are interjections, is that a lot of them are nouns, meaning a cry of it, and a lot of them are even verbs, such as a te hoa. They can mean a verb meaning basically to say it. Woohoo is a true interjection in the sense that it doesn't take an S, but it's hard to keep those in order. Alec playing woo to prioritize a slightly more of a core nucleus.
Yeah, I think this makes a good bit of sense.
Dennis struggling a little bit inundated with A's.
He's going to waste no time putting down cod to get rid of most of them, keeping AS, which I like. Dennis, we've seen, is just such a fast player. He really doesn't waste any time and is really great at spotting things quickly.
Yeah, I believe there's a school of thought in Nigeria that the faster you go, the more your opponents will struggle to find something. I think a lot of the top Nigerian players get taught that when they are young, and they kind of stick with that idea throughout their Scrabble career, and it's worked out pretty well. We're going to see Alec maybe get into a little bit of time trouble.
Mm-hmm. Except Alec is coming back with Wex, which scores 59 points. It's really great to get that X doubled twice. I think this is an excellent option.
Definitely, Alec is probably relieved to have a pretty easy choice with how fast Dennis is playing. Dennis has one of those not quite bingo racks. Elise, do you like something like Odia and Wex? There's just not quite a lot of choices for scoring here.
Yeah, that looks pretty solid to me. Yeah. He's deciding to hook Wex the other way, putting the E on the end. I'm not sure. I think maybe playing this vertically would be a little bit better. You pick up a few more points, but he's getting rid of the tiles that you want to get rid of in this case.
Yeah, I think Dennis is trying to set up the D with Wex. I like the idea. I wonder, are there too many hooks that Alec could have? We see Alec with a D and an S if he wants to go there. But it's hard to argue with the idea. He does get another bingo lane in case Alec uses the hooks with Hebe for Heben or Hebes.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Alec is going to be able to use that hook. He's got a really nice play for 46 points, which he has lined up here, that goes right underneath Wex.
Alec in one of those spots where maybe he's got two divergent paths. He can prioritize scoring with Sodic. He could also prioritize keeping a bingo lead with something like Cud and Wex. I think there's a lot of arguments in favor of both. What do you think, Elise?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you see 46 points on the table and you just want to take it, but IONS as a leave is really pretty good, and this board does have a lot of S hooks and a lot of space. So I would definitely be agonizing over which way I want this game to go.
Yeah, it would be hard for me to pass up 28 points with Cud, especially when I'm keeping two of the hooks that appear the two best hooks on this board, but 46 is so many points. Also very hard to argue with this. I think as long as you do one of these two, you're in good shape.
Yeah, and the engine agrees. Those two plays sim within a point of each other. So it really is just maybe a question of style more than anything.
Yeah, I'm sure if we drilled deep into it, there would be a favorite, but that is beyond us as humans. Alec, putting down Sodic, probably most important to just make up your mind, especially against such a fast player.
Yeah, and Dennis drew into a bingo here. He has quite a few options. How would you be deciding between your different choices here, Matt? He's got Snailed and Denials. They play in a lot of spots.
Yeah, I like the idea of Snailed probably. I look for the highest scoring option first, and then I play it unless there's something glaringly wrong with it. Snailed making it pretty difficult to get a 7-letter word down, the S only taking I, O, and T. Dennis might be worried because he will still be behind after the bingo. He's doing Denials to give himself a little bit more of a bingo lane for next turn as he needs something to come back.
Yeah, that makes sense. I do like the way that this shapes the board if you're coming from behind.
Alec with one standout option, a bit of a tricky thing to spot and maybe a little bit of a tricky word to know. I wonder if the 3 letters on the left of his rack are him spelling it out. Dennis might be changing his mind to snailed. I think this is really nice. Scores a few more points. You have to assume the board will somehow open some way, so I kind of like taking the points here.
Yeah, me too. It scores, I think, 4 more points than denials. But he's going to go back and...
He's going. And yeah, in case you haven't found it in the chat, Alex's standout option is non-quota. We will see that in a second, but he is challenging probably Heben. It is a word. I believe it is a type of wood. It's a type of ebony, so a darker colored.
An alternate spelling of, ebony.
It does take an S. Elise, as a lover of German, are you scared to put an S on things that end in EN, thinking that they are German plurals?
Oh, yeah, and Haben is a German word, too. So there would be extra confusion here.
Is Haben a plural of something like Habe?
No, it's a verb. But it could, I think, take an S in German, too. So there's an extra layer of complication here.
Germans love to put an S on words like baby, even though they end in consonant Y.
Mm-hmm. And he does find non-quota. This is excellent. What a cool extension.
Yeah, let's see. He is drawing tiles. It looks like Dennis knows the word and is not holding. A nice way to preserve 5 spread points.
Yeah, good board knowledge on Dennis's part.
Dennis with the word I see first is Beza or Baze. I don't know if they play in amazing spots, but playing with the D in denials might be the only choice.
Yeah, he also has a cool word through the L. I don't think it's the best play, but he could play albizia, which is a type of tropical tree. So that might be cool to see.
Albizia might be a nice choice at this score because it opens things up. Dennis is a bit behind. He's doing Baze despite the fact that it opens the triple. This is a very courageous play. I don't hate the idea of kind of going for broke here. We're going to see Alec actually maybe not have the best options alongside it.
Yeah, it's gutsy, but I like it at this score. And yeah, you just kind of have to hope that your opponent isn't going to have the ammo to come back. And in this case, Alec is stuck with 2 U's and some clunky stuff.
Yeah, I don't think Alec is going to have incredible options. Are you thinking something like Zerf, setting up your S on the triple, or are you thinking something more defensive like Surfed? I think there's an argument in favor of both.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would maybe go for the more defensive option here. Just not letting yourself, get hit. But I see the justification for playing Zerf too. I mean, you have the S. It's a nice setup.
Yeah, for sure. Surfed is a very logical choice here, using up the obvious scoring spot and doing so in a way that doesn't even take an S. That said, Zerf with the Z and Baze does function as an S setup for Alec. I think that might make the difference for me, and I would be okay with maybe being a little bit more volatile since I have the S myself.
Mm-hmm. See, do you think he has something else lined up here? He's got FRID on the front of his rack. I'm trying to see if maybe he's thinking about fired.
Spelling out fried, trying to keep the S. Not sure if this is the right idea because while it keeps the S, it scores a little bit less and it keeps the dreaded UU. but it is probably a similar option to something like surfed.
Yeah, and Macondo actually puts it up ahead of surfed a little bit, so maybe keeping the S is more valuable than, worrying about unduplicating your vowels.
For sure. I do think Zerf might be a bit of a standout option here. The S setup bringing it over the top, but it is hard to quibble. Fried does follow a lot of the rules that make something a good play. It scores well, it keeps the S, and it blocks the biggest spot. Very logical choice.
And Dennis is going to put down ZD, which is a little bit aggressive, but is a nice way to get rid of those two I's.
I think it is hard to quibble with this. Sometimes setting up the S you don't have is the best you can do at a score like this. I think that is Dennis's idea. It's also the only realistic way to undouble the I's while scoring.
Absolutely. And while Alec has the S, he doesn't have a lot of great options that hook that onto ZDs, or at least not that I'm seeing immediately.
Yeah, the only way to maybe get the triple used is something pretty not fun, like ASP. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like Pulus and ZDs just to kind of cover that spot.
Yeah, he also could play a really nice play of Lapful from the LA, which maybe partially obstructs the spot, but also opens some potential to play vertically through that L. Seems like we have a hold going on. I wonder what's going on here.
Yeah, I feel like ZD is a pretty normal word, but we all have those brain farts. We know the videos where people are challenging things like asteroid because they pronounce it as a steroid. It can happen to the rest of us.
I've definitely had moments in a Scrabble game where something looks completely weird on the board and then it's actually just a completely normal word. I'm just kind of reading it incorrectly in my head.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure which direction I would be going with. I'm definitely worried with two unseen blanks about leaving ZDs open. That might be an argument in favor of something like Hulu's. That said, it does use up my S and it doesn't score great. Sim likes something like FUD, giving myself a shot at a future nicer play with ZD.
Wow, that's a hard play to pull the trigger on, though. It seems so modest. I don't know. But I think I can see why it would crush the sim here.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to talk about relative leave value. ALPSU may be a little bit uninspiring, but with the state of this board, it goes up a lot in value because the times you draw bingo, for instance, it plays with ZDs. The time you draw the H, you can get something like push and ZDs, so ends up with a lot of great options.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You always want to be thinking about leave, but leave on your specific board that you're playing on. More generalized leave values aren't always going to be the most accurate.
Yeah, they really should only be used as a starting point. There's a lot more that goes into how good tiles are than just the leave value. Alec now putting a FAP on the board. I think this is the highest scoring play that maintains an S. I would be a little bit worried about the two U's, however.
Yeah, I agree.
Perhaps he could also play flap to score a little bit better and maybe give himself a better shot at some sort of bailout.
True. But he's going to put FAP down and yeah, just keep the scoring pressure on.
Yeah, UULS still waits for this to go right. Don't think he's drawn anything phenomenal here. He might be stuck playing something like Ulu's next turn if he is scared of the ZD's spot, and I would be myself with 2 blanks unseen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dennis, looking like his options are pretty uninspiring. I can't see a lot of great choices. What do you see, Elise?
Yeah, I mean, I see something like Guy in the bottom left, just taking that triple, but that feels very uninspiring. I mean, it keeps VAUO.
Yeah,
So maybe something, yeah, like Viga or Vagi, just trying to offload a little bit more of the clunk.
yeah, Guy, super uninspiring, keeping AOVU. It might be hard to tell. It is his highest scoring play, and other than Ahi, it is his highest scoring play by a pretty significant margin. Dennis going with an interesting choice of hoving. The idea here is to set up another S hook, thinking that the ZD's one is going to disappear soon. I like this idea. What do you think, Elise?
Yeah, this is really creative. I really like this too. You definitely want to have 2 S hooks open, especially if you don't have the S right now and you might draw into it a turn later. So this is just a great way to, yeah, make more chances here.
Yeah, I like the idea here. Now, if you were Alec, what would you think about something like Ulus and ZDs? I think it is pretty clearly the most defensive option if you are worried about a big bingo from Dennis, but there's also ways to just play Ulu and keep your S for the future.
Yeah, I'd maybe want to keep my S this turn. I mean, Dennis is going to draw 5 tiles here, so he might be, you know, drawing deep into the bag and getting one of the blanks, but at the same time, I don't know, using your S just to play Ulus for not that many points feels very sad.
It is. It does feel very sad, and I think there's always a strong argument in favor of something like this. But Ulu is a really nice choice because it leaves the S hook for Alec in a way that won't be quite enough for Dennis to come back, but it will still be enough for Alec to get a nice score. We could see something like Rusk, if nothing else, on his next turn, for instance.
Yeah, and wow, well, this
Oh
play
my
looks like
God,
it kind of blocked the
Gluteus.
spot. He actually, yeah, has something that still hits ZDs.
Yeah, Alec managing to actually set up Dennis's bingo instead of blocking it. That is a pretty bad beat when you slot a U like that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, what are the odds? I mean, you don't expect that to happen, but wow.
This is going to be clearly the best play. The second highest scoring bingo is only 69, which, although nice, is not the 90 points that Gluteus is going to score. Alec with Yonkers, which is not just a town in New York, a city actually. It is a playable bingo with Hebens.
Oh, yeah, it fits there. That's very nice. I guess, does Alec have anything if Dennis plays something like Tegule, parallel to Denials?
I am not sure. I don't think so. I think Yonkers, which is another spelling of younger, I believe, is not quite going to fit. So Dennis with a nice play, gonna be better off this time, but still a pretty big opportunity with Gluteus that was not realized.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating that maybe by making a slight mistake here and playing your lower scoring bingo, you're actually blocking Alec from playing his bingo. So it's going to work out for him.
Yeah, this one's going to work out really nicely for Dennis. If I'm in Alex's shoes, I see words like YOK quickly because they leave a good leave, and this time it is going to play. Though Dennis has not committed it yet. Now he has.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so YOK just in the the bottom left, are you thinking?
I think it's hard to quibble with that. It is 38 points, which is a lot, and it is ENRS as your leave with a nice S hook sitting there. I would be pretty satisfied with something like that.
Yeah, that looks good to me too. I think you're pretty likely to hit something with ERNS, especially now that the board is pretty open with a lot of floaters.
For sure. There are the floaters. There is a lane if you can get something ending in ES, and there is a front S hook on hoving. So there's a lot of life in the ENRS leave. I like this idea. Dennis drawing the J. Probably a welcome sight, as there is a pretty good way to use it on this board.
Yeah, if you can spot the sometimes tricky two-letter word, at least for me, of HM, he can play jimp parallel to hoving, and that scores 41 points.
Yeah, that is going to be a nice way to use the J. Always a welcome sight. It might block Alec's best bingo of Stonern, although Alec will surely find something with his rack.
Yeah, does he have anything through that U? It's kind of a hard spot to hit.
I don't know, but what he has spelled out is sterning. I like this idea. Stern is also a verb. It has to do with the stern of a ship. It does not just mean kind of staring at someone menacingly. All of Alec's best options score 68 points, so it's going to be more about keeping the board tighter after the bingo. Elise, do you think there's an argument in favor of trying to obstruct Abba's?
Ooh, yeah, there could be. I mean, he's going to be, taking a lead after this bingo, and so ideally you'd want to choose the bingo that kind of gums up the board a little bit more and maybe blocks the most dangerous lane.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where, hey, if I'm looking at the lead I'm about to take, I'm starting to think, hey, how is Dennis going to come back after this? With one unseen S, it does kind of feel like going to the right of FAP, forming something like FE and ABBAs is one of the more realistic ways to do it. That said, not sure if one actually exists with Alec's rack. I don't think he can actually get anything good through the U, so it might not be possible.
Yeah, I'm looking and I'm not really seeing anything here.
Dennis will be in a pretty tough spot after this. He will be behind, and he will have to kind of go for broke on a board whose spots are going to be disappearing kind of rapidly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for him after Alec puts down his bingo.
Yeah, Alec with a lot of time left, I would say, for this stage in the game. He's done a good job at trying to keep some time for the end game, despite how fast Dennis is. He's given himself the ability to think a little bit here, which is important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want that precious time in the end game.
Another interesting choice is something like tenoners or centeners through the E in Tegule. It has the advantage of obstructing the T, which is a sneaky place that is a pretty big threat.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I might have preferred something there. That said, Sterning, another solid choice, 68 points, hard to disagree with.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, what do you do now as Dennis? Do you want to play longer here? Play shorter? How are you thinking about pacing going into this end game?
It's going to be really tough. I would look for high-scoring plays. Amazingly, I don't know if there are any. There's no good place to put something like Meave or E-move down. if there was a higher scoring option, we can see that Dennis may actually have a bailout if Alec has 7 consonants. Not that unlikely with the pool. We see Alec with 6 consonants and a pretty unworkable set. I might not hate something like even, hoping I draw Muse later. That said, I don't know if that is quite enough. Dennis probably thinking about bingos first and foremost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think even is a good option here. I guess E move to FAP would be his highest scoring option, but I'm not sure if I like that.
Yeah, another thing here is the board could be dying quickly. Is it easier to obstruct the area created by Eve, or is it easier to leave it alone? If Dennis had ignored that spot, Alec's only blocking play may have actually been EEN for 4. That may have been the only way to block bingos, so another thing to think about. But I like the idea of Eve here.
Yeah, this looks nice.
Alec might be in a spot where there are no good ways to completely block it. And he's facing a pretty tough pool. Elise, what do you think about something like ERN with the E in Tegule? It might obstruct the board just enough to kind of get up in his biz and make it hard to really get something down. Maybe it's ERR because that doesn't take an E. Do you like something like ERR? It's only 4 points.
That's a really clever idea. Yeah, I think I like that option. It's not something I would spot immediately because you're sort of blocking from the top of the lane rather than addressing the lane directly. But yeah, if I were Alec, I mean, his lead is maybe big enough to be considering starting to do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not quite airtight. We can see something like Mastery might still be able to go down, but it does seem pretty tight. I'm not sure exactly what the idea is that blocks everything. We are going to run a simulation here to see if there is one.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
I would definitely be thinking of things like ERR. It does seem it blocks the T quite a bit too. It blocks the lane created by Eve, and it seems pretty hard to work with. Computer analysis confirming that ERR or ERN are the best choices for Alec. They score just enough that Dennis will not be able to come back without a bingo. We will see if Dennis has a bingo soon once he flips his tiles over.
Yeah, he's leaving us in suspense here. I want to know what he has.
I believe if Dennis has drawn ARS, if Dennis has drawn something like that, he will have a chance. Because I believe Sorry, that's the wrong. Is it? Yeah, I believe there's something on the board if Dennis draws something like ARS. I'm not sure what it is.
Because Elmoners doesn't fit through the N. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alec is going with GRR. I don't love this choice. I think it does leave too many bingos open through that T. I think ERR would have been just enough points to hang on. So I think I would have liked to see something a little bit more defensive. I don't know if Dennis can bingo. I don't think Motley's quite fits. Could be also a way for Dennis to come back by using the triples.
Yeah, he actually has something through that U again, making ZDs if he spots it. He has a play that scores 47 points.
Yeah, maybe I would have liked to see Alec be a little bit tighter. It seems like he has just enough points to pull it out. In most cases, something like ERR, probably a better choice there.
Yeah, but that's so hard to find. I mean, can't fault Alec too much. I would really, really struggle to
And
see that that's going to be enough.
For those of you in the chat, the reason why I pointed out that Dennis could have won after ERR by drawing ARS is because of the 10-letter word ransomable. With the letters in the bag, Dennis drawing ARS would have been the only way to beat ERR. He would not have been able to draw any sevens. The only sevens that fit were things like mastery that could not have been possible from Dennis's actual real pulls. So ransomable ERR would be with the blank E in Tegule. It would gunk up as much of the board as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to play ERR from Eve because that's just giving an easy spot for Dennis to bingo through.
Yeah. Ultimately, I believe even with the triple, Dennis will not quite be able to come back.
Yeah, but we'll see if he spots Mousy here through that U. That would be really, really nice.
Yeah, he has a couple of nice triples to work with. There is also the one formed by ER. Maybe that's a bit higher priority because Alec can use that one.
True, yeah, that's a much easier one to hit, so maybe you want to take it out. Yeah, I guess what plays does he have there, Matt? What would you be thinking about doing?
Yeah, there's nothing good. It's just something that would be on my mind. I actually don't think he should block it. It just becomes something that's in my head when I'm thinking about these positions.
Mm-hmm. I guess he could play and Moyle, Moyl. That scores 42. And
Yeah,
little triple.
that is an interesting choice. It scores as well as you can with that triple. Another interesting option is Muse, at least threatening the follow-up of Jolty.
Oh, that's very interesting. I like that setup. That's super cool.
Yeah. Ultimately the best way for Dennis to proceed here is looking like Mel forming This is because it leaves a follow-up play of Story, I believe, somewhere.
I guess through the R in Sterning.
Yeah, I think there might be a different one. But yeah. Oh, it's actually what is it? Stony. It's actually Stony through the N.
Oh, yeah.
Might be the
I guess
best way. Wondering if there's a way to at least threaten something and force Alec to play very accurately. I don't think it's quite close enough to pull off.
Yeah, this would be hard. I guess if he plays Mousy for 47, is there any way that Alec could mess up this endgame and not win?
I'm not sure. Maybe the only option he has is to hope Alec plays a phony. In that case, I think almost anything wins.
Yeah.
So we will see what Dennis can come up with. Tough spot here. Almost feels like you can score enough not quite going to be there. We see if both players play correctly, the final score will have Alec winning by 23. So Dennis able to make up a lot of the deficit, but not enough of it to win this game.
Mm-hmm. And I guess, yeah, what are Alec's out sequences here?
Well, I don't think Alec will be the one going out. I think Alec is going to play something like Tan on top of non-quota, forming Toho and 8 and Nab. It's going to score 20 points, which is as best as Alec is going to be able to do. That said, if Dennis comes up with Mel, might be a little bit better for Alec to block Yatost and leave Dennis with only Stony.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Yatost.
Yatost would play with the T in Tegule, so that might be another option.
Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, tripling the Y. I would never think to put the Y there and then extend the word out, but Collins has so many of these wonderful past tense words.
Yes. Y being a kind of an archaic way of forming a past tense in Old English, you would stick a Y in front of what we consider a normal past tense word like tossed, but only some of them have survived into being in the Scrabble dictionary.
Yeah, it's hard to remember which ones, but we'll see if that comes into play.
A lot of words to learn here. Dennis is in the tank. This is definitely a spot where I almost feel like there should be something with maybe 2 40-point plays, especially with the triples open. Unfortunately for him, don't think one actually exists. Going to be in the tank for this one. He's coming up with Moyle. I like the idea. Wonder if he thinks Sternings is a word. I don't think it'll be enough to win, even if it is a word. I think something like Tan would outrun it, but that might be on the back of his mind.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that, but when you're in the end game and you know you're going to lose, it might be something to try.
I think he is putting down Moy. Now, I think if Alec just plays Tan, then Let's would tie the game. This could be an interesting sequence. Maybe it'll be a little bit sneaky.
Oh, yeah, Let's and Sternings.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Alec has to challenge so that'll
Does get a little tricky if it is a tie, though.
True. Yeah, I guess that changes whether you want to, throw 5 points at your opponent, possibly.
For sure. We will see. Yeah, we're going to see Moy. In this case, if Alec plays something like Tan on top of non-quota, believe it.
Oh. And now he's putting the L down.
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't enough either way. Dennis playing Moyle, not a bad idea. I get why. And yeah, Alec, his highest scoring choice, I believe, is Tan on top. We will see if he comes up with that.
Yeah, I think his other options probably use the J to make ya, something like rat or nat.
Yeah, not a bad choice.
I guess, do those plays do it if he doesn't spot Tan? I think they're probably enough.
I think it's enough. I think maybe it is better. I think Dennis is thinking about playing sight with shoving. So maybe Alec is better off playing something like tan or ran on top, forming a JA.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. I didn't even remember that the shoving hook was still there, but yeah, he can score quite a bit going out there with sight.
Yeah, that appears to be Dennis's best attempt at a close game in the end game. It won't quite be enough, but he does preserve spread. Alec is about to be 15-3, I believe. Going to be tough to dislodge him from the top two.
Yeah, he's making a run for it. It's really impressive to see.
For sure. And just to update the people, we see some different results coming in. Samson Okosaga, a 518-492 barn burner win over Austin Shin. Nice game, very high scoring. David Whitley with a squeaker, a 2-point win over Winter. And Ben Schonbrun with a 472-417 win over Sam Rosen. So some people that are maybe contenders if they can pull together some wins near the end. It's getting wide open. Dennis about to lose will be 12-6. Could get very close.
Yeah, this is super, super tight. A lot of people, riding in the middle of the pack who could overtake each other, and we're just going to have to see what happens.
Alec is playing intra. I think he is worried that Sterning takes an S. Not sure if we have the scores correctly here. If we do, I believe this wins by 1 point.
Ooh. Oh, but he's taking it back.
I do think that if he thinks Sternings is a word, that tan might be a little bit safer. It does score enough points to win, I believe.
Yeah, and we see EST lined up, so it looks like Dennis is going to try it.
Yeah. I think he has to try it. I think intra wins by 1 point, even if Sternings is a word.
Wow.
That might be the safest choice. Yeah. So an interesting sequence may have been just Moy. I believe if he plays just Moy, then Alec has to play intra, or else it will be a tie if Sternings is a word. And Alec might be scared to challenge that. Alec is back to Rat. Rat would be to the right of Jimp. This is the actual best play. Not sure if it pulls it out if Sternings is a word. Sternings would be 27. Yeah. RAB is not a word. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wait. Oh my God.
Oh my God. RAB is not a word. Oh my God.
I think Dennis sees it. Oh, wait, but he's counting. Oh, is he going to notice?
Oh, Dennis is challenging RAB.
Oh, and it comes right off.
Oh my God. Everything I just said about the standings is wrong. Dennis is the one winning this game.
But we'll see if Dennis tries the phony. Okay.
No, he knows he can
he's
win.
He's going to play
tight. Oh my God. Wow. Crazy finish right before lunch. Dennis pulling this one out with Alec phonying at the end. This is a crazy one.
Heartbreaking for Alec. Wow. Oh, I've been there too.
Alec is in good enough spirits to self-deprecate and put an L on his forehead, referring to himself. It's good to see a little bit of self-deprecating humor.
I think these players are such good sports.
Even if this is good, I win by 1.
What's that? Let's see. You are leading by 14. So intra is what? Intra is
intra is 13.
13, right?
Yeah.
13 plus 14, 27. How many ties you have left?
I would have this.
Oh, you win by 1.
Yeah.
So if you play 10, you think that will win? No, let's see. 2, 3, 4,
It would
5,
outrun
6, 7, 8,
that
9,
even if
10,
it's
11,
good.
12, 24, 25, 26, 27. If this 10 is good, you've lost. Oh, you blocked it with intra. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check 10.
I'm going to check it now. Stern.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Wow.
Ah,
take. Okay.
Wow.
So yeah, just play 10.
10 is
But
only
like or
4, 5,
play
6,
no,
10,
just play
11,
rat.
12, 13,
Just play
14,
rat. Yeah.
15, 16, 20. 20 plus. You won.
I blew a 1 game.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No, I blew a 1 game. I was very stupid. I played this.
So you have me 434?
4-3-4 to 4-12.
Yep. You won? Who did you play? Unknown name. Oh, Jason Keller. That's a tough match.
Yeah. Like if I'm not sure of this, I'm just supposed to play tan or intra and win by 1. I played R.
I didn't
Put
even
the
see
R
it.
there.
It was when I was counting, I saw it. I didn't see it. I was going to play. I didn't see this, but I saw this. I said I'm going to play this.
You could have played anything in your one.
No, it has to be like specifically intra, or if I play rat and he tries this, I have to challenge it off.
Are you sure you're
Or
going
I
to
play tan here.
You're not going to challenge it because you still have 1.
I think any of those 3 could win, although I'm not so sure about tan because I don't go out afterward.
Man, you're making things interesting now.
I was very stupid and played that phony 3
Oh, I'm sorry.
when I should have played this valid 3
gave me the
or
game.
just intra here. Rat here.
No, you
I'm
blocked,
sorry,
you
man.
blocked
That
me.
sucks.
Yeah, I blocked Motley's.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I'm kind of like
It was time pressure.
raging now.
Time pressure.
I think time pressure isn't the problem actually, because like I'd seen all these possibilities. I just
Yeah, that being a tough situation, maybe don't want to focus on it too much. Alex still in first place, though, something to be proud of. Dennis is in second place with that win. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to have an afternoon session with Elise, and Charles Reinke will be replacing me as the anchor.
Yeah, I'm excited to come back for some more. This was a really incredible game, really well played by both players and just shows the complexity of Scrabble. I mean, Alec had to calculate all these different options, had to consider whether this ing word took an S, and that added another level of uncertainty. So, we can't really fault him, and he's still doing great in this tournament. So I'm excited to see how things continue to develop.
Yeah, so we're going to take a lunch break, come back at 2:30. If you want to see 3 more games of CSW here, it will be Charles as anchor. Elise will still be the analyst. So, yeah, that will be exciting.
Yeah, have a great lunch, everyone, and we'll see you soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to day 3 of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, coming at you live from Baltimore, Maryland. My name is Charles Reinke. We've had a little bit of a late commentator adjustment here. I am joined once again this afternoon by Elise Bickford.
Hi, Charles. Yeah, I'm happy to get a chance to do some more commentary this afternoon.
So first things first, me and the production crew have been looking at the like numbers on this video. We're not happy with what we're seeing. We need that to be at least 100 by the end of the stream. So everybody out there who has not clicked that button, it's a thumbs up icon. It's universally recognized as something being good. Of course, this con stream is not just good, it's awesome. Make sure you click that like, make sure you subscribe, do all of the above, because I think this stream is worth supporting. And with that being said, I think we're going to take a quick look at the standings here. We've got a pretty tight field here. Even this screen doesn't do it complete justice. We have 30 players in this field. 20 of them are at 9-9 or above. So that's about 2/3 of the field that I would say is still definitely in contention for at least some prize money, if not a chance at the finals. We see Alex Seaholm 1 game ahead of Dennis Akekavigor, who is 1 game ahead of Sammy Okasaga and a few others. So it looks like Alex pulling away a little bit with this one, but there's still at least a day and a half of Scrabble left to go before the finals start. So anybody in that list that you just saw could make the move. Looks like we're going to be seeing Rashid Baligan versus Sam Rosen for our upcoming game. Both these players kind of on the cusp of being in the prize money if the tournament were to end right now. Of course, there's still plenty of games left. We can switch over to the preview and see how those two players are doing up to this point. We see Rashid currently sitting at 10-8 in 11th place. Sam maybe missing a result of a previous game, sitting at 10-7 in 10th place. We'll see if we can get an actual number for that. Sam's been doing well lately. Rashid maybe a little bit of a struggle here, but this should be a good game.
Absolutely, yeah. Both of these players are top-notch. We just saw Sam take down Jason Keller earlier this morning. We haven't seen Rashid yet on stream, so I'm really excited to see what kind of performance he puts up right now. And I think the players are almost ready, so we can get started.
Yeah, it looks like Rashid just needs to put away his phone. Of course, he can't use that during the game. It looks like he'll be going first crack at the good tiles in the bag. It's always fun to point out that I think there's about a 55 to 45% winning percentage advantage for the person going first. So Rashid does have a little bit of an advantage in this game, but that's not going to stop Sam from trying his best to take this one.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, we see 2 W's and a B coming out for Rashid early. That's going to be a couple turns worth of cleanup before he's close to a bingo. Luckily, he does have the S. He also has one, I would say, standout play here using the B, the W, and the G. That would be B-Wig. I feel like he can't really do anything else other than that one.
Yeah, I think B-Wig is the only option here. He could play EWW, but that leaves so much clunk behind. So, instead he plays a little shorter here. What do you think about this, Charles?
Yeah, this feels like a miss. I feel like he didn't take enough time. This is sacrificing a full 14 points while keeping the B, which is not a good tile to keep with the W. It is true, it's a little bit more defensive. It's not an opening up double words or double letters for your opponent to speak of, but I don't think you can leave that many points on the table. So maybe just needed to spend a little bit more time on that turn to find the superior B-Wig. Meanwhile, it looks like Sam is sitting pretty here. He's probably going to bingo.
Yeah, he has his choice of bingos here. Darters, starred. I think he'll play one of those. And then it's just a question of how do you want to set your bingo up? How do you want to shape this board?
Yeah, we see Sam going for retards. That opens up fewer floaters for 8-letter bingos in response. So he's just taking the slightly more defensive route. There's still plenty of lines for 7s after this. EW takes an E, so that spot's still wide open, plus overlap plays on top of the RE of retards. So it's mostly just minimizing the amount of floaters that he's giving Rashid for 8s, especially because a play like Wig does feel a little bit like Rashid is closer to bingo than we know he actually is. So I don't know. Rashid's drawn a C to go with his B and a W. He's kind of saddled with some gross consonants. Elise, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, he can offload, I guess, some of the consonants with a play like grew or crew. I think that fits under ew, hooking the second W on there. But he's going to cash in his S instead and play cruise. I don't hate this. I mean, he has 2, and this gets rid of a lot of the clunk. I wonder about the difference here between bruise and cruise, though. I think I'd maybe want to get rid of the B instead of the C here.
Yeah, definitely the C, a better bingo tile. I think Rashid's probably looking to bingo as soon as possible, given that Sam already bingoed. He is kind of setting up screws with this, so there is another S hook. So it maybe is a little bit of a wash here. I would have probably liked something like crew or brew making EWW just to score a few more points than this. This also kind of blocks bingo lines through the D of retards, for example. So again, a turn where I feel like Rashid could have spent a little bit more time, but still a good idea from him to set up an S hook. Meanwhile, going back to Sam, he has drawn the first blank. He does have bingos available, some relatively high scoring. He does have an 80-point overdue, making UR and EEW if he wants to slot an O in a triple line, but he does have some other options here.
Yeah, and he has a very cool bingo through the C in cruise. I'm not sure if people in the chat want to try to find it. It's a kind of an obscure word, but that might be another option, although it does end up slotting the D in the triple lane, which is also a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, we'll let Chad, we'll let Chad puzzle that one out. It is kind of a weird word. You don't expect to bingo very often involving a V, a U, and a C all at the same time. But Sam does have something there. He actually does have another play down from the D of retards that involves making the blank a C. So a surprisingly fruitful rack here, even with the VU combination. Sam's certainly going to see at least one, if not many, of his available bingos and just has to decide what he wants to do with the board. The play down from the D of retards would be D curved, which is nice because it does not open any triples for Rashid to hit back on. He could also play something like D curve under wig, but that sets up hooks. I'm assuming D curve takes a D. I'm going to do a quick, yeah, of course it does, because I just said it. D curve takes a D in addition to an S, so probably not the wisest idea here. I kind of like D curved here, Elise, if you can find it.
I do too. I am wondering though if it will give Rashid some bingos back. It looks like he has some 8s through a few different floaters.
Oh, it looks like a crucial thing here might be if Sam is able to block the double-double Bedsonia that Rashid has ready to go. That's going to be a huge amount of points if it stays open. If Sam goes for his higher scoring bingos, which would be like overdue or Veracund through the Sea of Cruise, that's just going to leave Bedsonia open, and it's going to be pretty close to an even game after that. Sam doesn't know that double-double is lurking there. He probably recognizes the general danger of that spot. Even if you don't have a bingo double-double in that spot, it's very easy that Rashid could have a play using 6 tiles that scores like 50 or 60 points in that spot. So it feels a little bit more dangerous, especially on this board that doesn't otherwise have a lot of openings. So for all those reasons, I feel like Sam should be leaning towards something through the D of retards if he can find it.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of a sneaky threat. You think it would be a little bit difficult to hit a double-double there, especially given that the E and W and Cruise kind of restrict what options you have. But it's a real threat, and yeah, I hope he does something to address it.
He also has the easier to find Devoured there if he doesn't land on D-curved, which is a little bit obscure. Devoured is the same score. It's a much more normal word, probably considerably easier to spot. That would be 74 points. Looks like he is going for a bingo that will block Bedsonia, so he dodges a bullet here. We actually didn't talk about this option just because it scored a little bit less, but I think this is a really good idea to not open up anything new for Rashid. He's going for unreeved. We assume that the blank is an N. We've got a challenge coming up here, so we'll see it come back good, assuming that Sam has designated the blank correctly.
And a shout out to Art Moore for creating wordjudge.me, which lets us see the players' reactions to the challenges here.
Yeah, the combination of laptop webcam and wordjudge.me lets us see all the pain and all the exultation that players feel when they step up to a challenge computer. Although I wasn't paying close attention there, so I actually didn't see if either player made much of an expression.
Yeah, they stayed pretty calm and collected, so that is impressive to me.
So we can understand why Rashid would challenge that word, even if he's 95%. Honestly, even if he's 99% on that word, the play of Bedsonia was far and away better than anything else he could play currently on this board. The engine is suggesting that he cash in his S hook now for screws, something like Bezoin or Bosey would be options there. Those are decent. Scores some points, stays in this game a little bit. He's now been out bingoed 2-0, so he's facing a pretty big deficit. If he can do something like Bosey and then hit something on the triple using the A hook on the B, that could be one way back into this game. We see him go for something totally different, though, just going for Cobb. This is a pretty blatant S setup, I would say. I think Sam's going to sniff this one out.
Yeah, and interestingly, Macondo suggested a similar play that's also aggressive of just wob from the W and cruise. But yeah, I think that telegraphs pretty clearly that he might have an S here. So I'll be interested to see how Sam responds.
Yeah, I think wob is quite probably considerably better just because it's so much harder to block. It's like Sam would have to probably play through the C to partially block it, but it's going to be really hard to deal with bingos starting with an S going down from wob, whereas something like Cobb, if Sam has the right vowels, he can play on top of it and block it that way. So this is maybe, and also the downside is if Sam blocks in that manner, screws also goes away. So I think a good idea from Rashid to go for bingo very quickly here. Unfortunately, I think a slight inaccuracy in terms of how he approaches it. Meanwhile, Sam does not have anything that goes on top of the B of Cobb. If he wants to block it, he's going to have to get creative because it's pretty hard for him to do that. In fact, I'm struggling to see a play that he would want to make in that area that doesn't just make things worse for him.
Yeah, I really struggled to see any sort of blocking play. I mean, something like YE kind of addresses the spot, but it leaves so badly and doesn't score anything. So I'd maybe just be thinking to score on this turn. He has a few options that get around 30 points, one of them being rhyme on the other side of the board over unreefed. Yeah, what do you think about that, Charles?
Yeah, I think here he's probably just going to have to move on from that spot that Rashid made. If he does something like YE, it blocks sevens, but it also opens them up for eights, possibly triples. That would be setting him back quite a ways. He's got a big lead, so even if Rashid hits that spot for like 80 points, Sam's still in decent shape in this game. So he can probably afford to just ignore that spot for the time being, play something like rhyme with a really good score, keeping basically about as good as he can hope for, and just continue to try outscoring Rashid. It's kind of interesting to note that if Sam's E was an A instead, he would have the low probability hymnary, which I don't think would play, but it's always fun to see players get very close to these low probability words.
Ooh, yeah, hymnary would be very cool.
So we see Sam, I think, with rhyme set up. He's probably determined at this point that he can't really do too much about Cobb at the moment. Yeah, we see him a little bit of a shrug of the shoulders, probably shrugging at the prospect that that big S hook that is transparently exposed as setup is just going to have to stay open.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we see him go for rhyme. I think we agree this is a good play. There's still that S hook. There's also the spots underneath wig that are kind of unaddressed at this point. But Sam's got a pretty big margin at this point, and we do see that Rashid's draw didn't result in anything over on the Cobb side of the board. It does result in a bingo down from the D if he's paying attention. We'll see if he spots it.
Yeah, that would be great if he could find this. Sometimes bingos with two eyes are a little bit hard to spot. It looks like he sees sanitize, but there isn't a T to play that. I guess if he doesn't spot his bingo, he does have another option that scores about 54 points. That being, yeah, the play of Nazi above rhyme.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty nice spot. We weren't really thinking about the Z when Sam put down rhyme. It's kind of unfortunate that he happened to set up the Z for Rashid. One could even argue that this isn't too much worse than the bingo of diazines from the D, just because it scores 50 points and keeps the S for Cobbs. So there is a lot of upside here. Rashid didn't give any indication that he had seen diazines, but he doesn't necessarily need to give us an indication. He could have seen it and passed it up for this reason. So still a good play from Rashid, maybe taking the tactic of scoring 50 points and then bingoing next turn. That always seems like a good idea.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Sam's rack is a little bit tough here. I'm not seeing too many standout options.
Yeah, he's got.
Yeah.
The only vowel is the U. Doesn't play nice with the Y. He doesn't have a ton of spots to score anymore. He probably would be looking at plays through the R of rhyme. Again, the Cobb spot is sort of weighing on his mind, but it's another turn where he didn't draw the A or the O he needed to play on top. And he doesn't really have good plays through the B of Cobb either. So it's looking like another turn where he probably leaves that spot alone. If he really was desperate to block there, he could play YU. That's a bit safer than YE in that spot, but it's probably not worth the point sacrifice. And I think this is his highest scoring play by a couple points, and unfortunately keeps duplicate ends, but probably the best he can do on this turn. And Rashid is probably coming back with a bingo. We don't expect him to miss this one. Pretty easy to spot if you've studied your high probability words. He's going to go for Stooley here.
Yeah, this is a nice one, and yeah, pretty high probability word. So I am happy to see him slap it down super quickly.
And Sam, meanwhile, has drawn the second blank. So despite Rashid's bingo, which leaves him down by about 20, Sam's going to probably retake a pretty big lead once he's able to groom his rack a little bit better. Unfortunately, too many consonants are kind of saddling him on this turn, and he doesn't have a real good way to play off those consonants without also playing off his vowel. So he's probably looking at another turn where he keeps 2 or 3 consonants with the blank and hopes that the big bails him out, so to speak. Before I say any more about his rack, I just want to point out Rashid's drawn 4 eyes. So Sam has a little bit of leeway here. I don't know if Rashid's going to be doing too much damage in the near future.
Yeah, that's definitely going to slow him down here. What a rough draw.
We see Sam setting up Fawn. I think he's planning that on top of Nazi, making a couple of fancy Collins words, Oni and Namu. Downside of Fawn would be just giving back easy 4-tile plays to that triple. If Rashid has a right balance of scoring consonants, those could be like 35-point plays on a board where Rashid might otherwise not be doing too much scoring. So that's a major downside for Fawn. Unfortunately for Sam, I don't see too many other options that seem reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to unduplicate those ends if he wants to bingo. So this looks like his highest scoring option that accomplishes that goal.
Yeah, and he definitely also wants to keep the area around Stooley open for 7-letter words. He's also still got the spot underneath Wig for 7-letter words. He wants to make sure all those bingo spots stay open so that it maximizes his chances of bingoing soon. Meanwhile, Rashid doing Iwi, I feel like he could have done Dixit here. X doesn't seem like it has tons of upside at this point. Maybe he'll get something like Taxi on top of Fawn. Actually, maybe he is just going for Taxi in that spot and waiting one turn to play the X.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. He also could have just played TT, getting rid of those double T's in that same spot. But yeah, Iwi's not a terrible option. You are unduplicating. Well, your eyes are still duplicated, but you're getting rid of 2 of them here, so that's good.
Yeah, not a ton of 3-eye words in the lexicon, so when you've got 4 eyes on your rack, it's very hard to make a play and leave yourself with only 1. It's a rare feat. It's a rare feat to draw 4 of them, and it's also a rare feat to play 3 of them at the same time. Iwi does help a lot in terms of playing 2 off at the same time. Meanwhile, Sam still has the blank, unfortunately has drawn the J, which is going to make it really hard for him to bingo. It's also somewhat unfortunate for him that he does not have a 4-letter word on top of Fawn that he can play. If he had something there, I think that would be pretty obviously the play to make, but he can't really do anything there unless he wants to burn the blank.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting option. Would you play Julep using the blank as a P for 48, or do you think that's not really enough for your blank here?
That's really close. I think with the amount of bingo lines open, I wouldn't want to play off my blank for just 48. If the board were in a slightly different state and there were no other ways to get rid of my J, I would definitely be thinking about it. I think Sam would have really liked to just plunk the J next to Stooley. The side effect of Rashid's Iwi is that J spot goes away. Now, Sam would, if you want to play off the J, maybe his best option here would be Jube through the B of Cobbs. Does put the J next to the triple word score, but the most likely outcome of that is just somebody putting the A or the O there for 27 points. I think Sam might have been setting up Mule, possibly on top of Fawn, keeping the J for another turn, but the J doesn't have a ton of upside here, and it's just going to prevent him from bingoing. So I think playing the J here feels really important.
I agree. Yeah, I think you want to get it off your rack and hope to get down a bingo on one of those open lanes next turn. But yeah, he decides to go with Mule. And this does win my sim, so there is some merit to it, I bet. Maybe with the blank, you have some options of getting a higher scoring J play, I guess, depending on what Rashid opens up.
Yeah, we see Rashid not opening up too much. I think this was a candidate for him last turn. It makes a lot of sense this turn, just getting a lot with ticks. It doesn't create any new lanes for 8s, but it does open up a very large, kind of scary lane for 7-letter bingos just right on top. So that we might see that come into play. We see actually Rashid's drawn Baptize, which will play very nicely right on top of ticks, assuming Sam doesn't touch the spot. So that could be kind of a swing here. Sam does have one playable bingo. It's underneath Wig. We'll see if he finds it, and it is not ninja'd.
Ninja'd would be a cool word, but unfortunately it's not valid. Instead, yeah, this word is a little bit strange, but I imagine he should be able to find it if he goes through the alphabet.
Yeah, the word he has is Jannied. I think Janny is a dance that they do in Canada. I'm going to look that up real quick.
Yeah, to Janny is to act as a disguised merrymaker at Christmas.
Okay, that probably involves dancing in some capacity, but Sam probably doesn't care too much about what he means. He just cares that it's worth 77 points. So nicely spotted by Sam, and just in time because Rashid's going to get Baptized for a boatload, assuming he finds the spot. He actually has multiple high-scoring spots for it. He also can play it next to Stooley, tripling the P. There's an embarrassment of riches here for Rashid.
Yeah, but this option is going to come down for 99 points. So that's a huge swing in this game.
And that leaves Sam up by just a little bit. He's only up by 3 after this 99-point baptized. The other placement was a mere 90 while also setting up the D, so clearly inferior. Nicely spotted by Rashid. Unlike some of his previous turns where I feel like he could have spent a little bit more time, this one felt pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Sam's going to be slowed down a bit by this draw. Not the best.
Yeah, the V, the G, and the U together, not great. He's already dealt with one VU rack already this game, but it worked out for him because he played unreaved. I don't think there's no bingo forthcoming out of these letters, nothing even close to a bingo. And looking at his available options, Elise, there's just nothing he can really do to get rid of all of this at once. I'm not even sure how he's going to approach this rack.
Yeah, I mean, he has a play like plug through the L and truly. That gets rid of the P and the G and the U. It only scores 13 points, which isn't great, but some of the plays that score a little bit more, I think, just leave too badly. He could play up, just plunking down the U and the P under mule, but I don't like that at all. Leaving D, E, G, T, V.
Yeah, the available options here all have their downsides. Most of them involve keeping two letters together that you don't want to keep together. Keeping the V and the G together is always painful. Keeping the V and the U together, similarly, quite painful. Something like up does score some decent points, but you're going to be struggling for future turns. I would be very tempted here by an exchange. The only downside there is there's no blanks unseen, so you're not really exchanging into a pool that's going to yield a ton of bingos. We do see from the unseen tiles there's more vowels than consonants. So something like plug through the L of truly does keep D, E, T, V, but if you draw multiple vowels, there's still some upside that you can bingo either to the left of Stooley, possibly through one of the N's in Janied. It's maybe slightly more upside than any of the other plays have, but Sam's going to have to think about this one. The other thing to note here is Rashid's been playing very quickly, for better or for worse. Sam only was 6.5 minutes on his clock, and there's roughly a third of this game or more still to be played, so he might be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I certainly would be at this time differential. And yeah, do you think there's any merit to holding on to the U here, knowing that the Q might still be out there? Or do you think there are enough spots on this board to dump the Q that wouldn't be worth it?
Yeah, there's the Eye of Stooley where you could just do a Q dump, but other than if that gets blocked, then the Q kind of becomes a problem. So maybe there is a little bit of merit here to keeping the U as Q insurance, but sometimes it's better just to hope that you don't draw the Q and keep playing like it doesn't exist. We see Sam eventually going for plug, which we kind of begrudgingly thought might be his best option, but certainly one that doesn't feel all that great. Rashid's drawn a ton of the O's and A's that were sort of lurking in the bag. We see him going for loaf here. I might be tempted just by oaf to keep a consonant with those three vowels, especially with the bag the way that it is. But I think either of those plays is pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I think I maybe would have taken some more time and considered keeping the L here, just given the ratio of the pool. But yeah, I think this is one of his better options here.
Yeah, it does score nicely. Puts him in a pretty nice lead, 17 points. Maybe that's being too generous to say it's a pretty nice lead, but it is nice to be in the lead after the slow start for Rashid. Sam has, I guess we must have jinxed him, Elise. We were talking about the danger of the Q, possibly needing to retain the U. We see that the Q, in fact, has been picked. And the only way for Sam to get rid of that is to play QI. I feel like that's a pretty big point sacrifice at this point. So maybe not what he should do, but then what else he could exchange. He does have a high scoring play under loaf, but it sort of saddles him with bad letters. Yeah, we see him going for just chi here.
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, you hate to do it, but my simulation actually is putting this on top next to an exchange.
Yeah, I think that just the Q always has pretty bad value, but on this board specifically, and with the bag containing no U's, it's exceptionally bad letter, like way worse than usual. And it's very possible that it becomes unplayable at a certain point. So a wise idea from Sam to just play it now. And I guess he was probably thinking he could draw one of the 3 unseen E's for devotes, making stoolies. We see that draw didn't work out, but it could have very easily worked out for him. So it was a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's worth it to keep that hope alive and maybe go for that play. But
Rashid with 3 A's and some other stuff to go along with it. The board is looking pretty closed up at this point with the spot to the left of Stooley gone. You would kind of need an S to bingo. I don't think Rashid's really thinking about bingoing at this point. If he had an open P, he could play Agraphia, but that's not going to happen for him. I think probably his best play is kind of a tricky spot here on top of unreeved. He can unload an H and 2 A's with the, I feel like that's another Dutch word, har, H-A-A-R, making avid. That seems pretty strong here.
yeah, I like that option a lot. I think it's a Dutch word, and it's also Old Norse for a cold sea mist. That's what my dictionary says. But, yeah.
Sounds very Viking.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be a nice little play there. Rashid does have Arg set up on his rack. I actually don't see that goes anywhere. It almost fits under loaf, but not quite. If that L wasn't sort of strangling that spot, he would have a nice score there. It's kind of a fun word to think about. There's a lot of alternate spellings of it. In fact, I'm not always sure which ones are good and which ones are bad. But that one, it's not going to go down on this board.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I bet he's saying arg to himself in frustration at not being able to play that. But
yeah, I think he's trying to communicate with the audience by spelling out his emotions with his letters, which it's convenient when your tiles cooperate in that way. We see him going for Ra. This is a decent scoring option, but I feel like keeps too many vowels, doesn't really set him up for anything. It also doesn't really block anything that Sam was planning to do. I guess maybe Rashid was just zeroing in on that spot generically as just the most likely spot where Sam would score points. So from that perspective, it's probably a good idea to play anything there just to make sure that Sam doesn't play anything there.
mm-hmm. And yeah, people in the audience might want to note too that NOH doesn't take an S. It looks like it might. So you are really kind of cutting off underlaps there.
So Sam, if he was fishing with Chi, which I think was part of his plan, it didn't quite work out. He drew an O instead of the E he needed. This board is just getting more and more restricted as each play is made. Ra basically took out the last feasible spot for any amount of points to be scored here. And there's not really a way for Sam to even cash in his S if he wanted to keep up the scoring. It's just hard to do much of anything on this board. I'm thinking maybe something like Devots, D-E-V-O-T-S, making stoolies just to get some points on the board. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, you'd love to cash in your S for more than 20 or 19 points, but it looks like he doesn't have too many options. Yeah, Macondo here is saying that maybe he could just play A1 move with 2 O's, just working through some tiles. I'm not sure if that lets him hit anything with his S later. I'd have to take a closer look at the pool, but yeah, do you see any other options, Charles?
Yeah, I think the upside of move is that the bag is very vowel heavy, so he is keeping DTS there, but it is somewhat likely to result in bingos either with stoolies or with like Tide or Tids. Oh, sorry, Tid. Let's see. Yeah, Tid does take an S. So there's a little bit of upside there in terms of maybe trying to get a bingo. It's possible that a bingo, even at this relatively small deficit, Sam's only down by 20 points. It's possible that even at this deficit, the most likely way for Sam to win this game is actually to bingo. Or move scores just enough where if he draws a high scoring play involving stoolies, like maybe with the K possibly, he could just outrun that way. He is running out of time to make a decision, though. He's got a minute and a half. He's thinking roved, which opens up a lot of space on the bottom left. And, oh no, not roved, but moved.
Okay, so similar to MOOVE, but maybe a little bit worse just given the pool.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, I have to bingo here, and so he's keeping OTS. Rashid not sitting on very good letters at all, and actually Sam has drawn the C and the K out of the bag, which might enable him to outscore in this game, just because Rashid doesn't have any scoring tiles of his own. It's getting more and more complicated here. Luckily, Rashid has left himself plenty of time for this pre-endgame situation. We see the remaining tiles are actually now very balanced between vowels and consonants and could very easily result in a bingo for Sam. So Rashid is probably thinking, what's the easiest way to obstruct those bingo lines and try to score a little bit with a 9-point lead? He could do something like Guy, G-I-E, making Chi, that makes it a lot harder to bingo on this board and scores decently in the process.
Yeah, I kind of like this option that he found too of Eng, just taking out that S hook and kind of restricting what can hit stoolies. This seems pretty defensive.
Yeah, this is definitely quite defensive play. There was one kind of interesting option for him on this turn, which did something different. It kind of blocked, but in a different way. It was playing videoing off of vid. That is a tough spot. That's certainly not a place I would naturally be looking to make a play from. That would have scored a little bit more, given him a little bit more of a cushion in this end game where it's possible that Sam will just need to be outscoring rather than trying to bingo. And so we see the bag is empty. Unfortunately, Sam only with 50 seconds left to calculate out this end game.
Ooh, that's tough. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to come up with enough points here to take this one back.
He does have Uke, Y-U-K, up in the top left corner. That's actually 32 points, and feels like he would go out after that with something like Coates or Ascot. Yeah, he would have Ascot and Engs sort of as threatening an out, whereas Rashid does not feel very close to going out at all. But Sam, with very little time to calculate this out, he's just going for a rock. That sets up a pretty straightforward out play of just playing seat somewhere. He's got multiple places to go out now. We'll see I think Rashid's best play after this is something like Konya. I wonder if he wins after that. It looks like, I think Sam does win after that, thanks to the 5 points he got off of unreeved. Because Sam's best outplay after that is just something like Seat or Seta making rocks.
Yeah, he also has Assini in that same spot, which I think also lets him win by 1, Makondo is saying. So that's another winning path here.
But Rashid does have plenty of time in the end game to figure this out. He's got Aya set up, but that doesn't seem to go anywhere for a lot of points. If he mistracks here and doesn't realize Sam's going out in multiple spots, you could see some kind of mistake happening here. that's the reason you track, is so that when you end up in situations like this, you know what's going on. I've also sort of done myself a disfavor, Elise. I've run my Quackle without the 5 points from unreeved, which is making it slightly harder to do the analysis, and I don't feel like going back and fixing it.
I just did the same thing, I realized, in the condo. So I guess he would, I don't know, win by...
Yeah, it looks like...
With Assini then? Let's see.
I think Konya or Assini actually loses by 4. It would win by 1 without the 5 points, but with the 5 points accounted for, unfortunately, would result in a loss. And I think Sam might have had other paths to victory that weren't as close, because Rashid does not really have a good play at all on this board, other than maybe Oni making Chi. The C is giving him some options that he didn't have before. So, but a good play by Sam to sort of give himself multiple high scoring spots to go out, knowing that Rashid doesn't have much to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. Under that time pressure, that was a great find. And we'll see if Sam can finish within 12 seconds, because otherwise he's going to lose 10 points with the time penalty. And then that might bring things back over to Rashid and let him take it.
Yeah, if I were him, I'd be like wiping my hands on my pants to make sure my fingers aren't sweaty, that I'm not going to accidentally like grab a tile and lose it on the floor or something while my clock is ticking. I'm going to make sure that my fingers are ready to grab the tiles and put them exactly in the squares, not risk misplaying this turn. You see players like sort of turn their letters upside down so that they can be ready to play instantly without rotating the board. With 12 seconds left, I think he has just enough time to rotate the board, but not a whole much more than that.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with these tactics as a slow player myself. I've been in a lot of tight end games where I've got to hold the tiles in one hand and get ready to press the clock with the other one. And yeah, you don't want to be in that situation, but you got to be ready.
Yeah, ready for anything. We've got a player at our local club who's notorious for running out of time. So I think he's one of the world's fastest players at getting a play down quickly. But other than that, he's certainly not one of the world's fastest players. That's why he's constantly finding himself in that situation. But Rashid, I think maybe it was intentional. You see this with Nigerian players sometimes, just time rushing their opponent, trying to induce errors. Certainly, Sam could have been pressured into some suboptimal plays just by the fact that he was running a little bit low of time in a complicated end game. But I think it's going to work out for Sam.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, time rushing can be a good strategy, but it also can backfire.
Yeah, I think there were a couple turns where Rashid sort of had these slight inaccuracies that were kind of maybe added up over the course of the game. But he did, if all those inaccuracies results in your opponent going over by a few seconds and losing 10 points and losing the game, then one could argue that all of that was worth it. Starting with Wig versus B-Wig, for example, like that was probably a miss, but Rashid managed to force Sam down way under a minute on his clock, which definitely counts for something.
Yeah, absolutely.
So while Rashid's definitely doing his due diligence here, while we wait for him to make his play, we're going to do another plug here for the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. We're going for 100 likes before this day is over. That means 2 games after this, we need to get those thumbs up, as many of them as we can. Subscribe, become a Scrabble super fan if you want to see more of this and want to contribute financially to the cause. And do all those things. Make sure that this stream is successful, not just for this event, but for all the events we plan to do in the future.
Yeah, we're getting so close to 100 likes, so you should help us cross over the finish line here. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't already.
And we promise not to harp on it too much once we reach 100. You'll only hear like 3 or 4 more pleas for likes. Whereas if we don't make 100, it'll be nonstop until we reach that number.
for sure. And it looks like Rashid put down Konya and then picked it back up again.
And it looks like they're confirming scores here, which is a really good thing to do when you're in a tight end game. It looks like they're saying a lot of numbers, so they've gone back in time a little bit to try to correct a discrepancy. Oh, they're going all the way back to Nazi to recount. I think Rashid might actually be recounting the entire game, possibly, just to make sure that he knows where he stands.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. You just want to be certain of what the score is so you know how much you have to make up. And yeah.
And honestly, even for experts, plays like Nazi can be really hard to count. We see there's some animation going on here, really maybe disagreeing on what Nazi actually scored. Moving away from that a little bit, thank you, Penumbra, in the chat for some gift memberships. Very generous. We appreciate you and your positivity in all these streams. So thanks for doing that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Penumbra. We love to have your support, and yeah, those memberships really help us out a lot.
It looks like there's still a score disagreement going on here. I mean, I fully agree it's important to get the scores right. So whatever it takes to agree on a score is what the players should do. Our producer's asking if we want to hear the overhead mic. I honestly, we probably don't gain a lot from hearing score disputes, but we can kind of see that a dispute is happening.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that happens at all levels. Yesterday, we saw a D2 game where one player missed a 50-point play and they're counting, and even the experts, can do the same thing and miscount or kind of mistrack what play scored what. So no one is immune to these kinds of mistakes.
Yep, I actually won a game at a recent large tournament because my opponent was distracted and forgot to add the score of my play to my total. So he entered the end game thinking I had 26 points fewer than I did, made a suboptimal play that he thought was going to win easily. But then on my next turn, I confirmed the score with him, and he was just shocked that I had as many points as I did. So it happens to everybody. We see they just got to the point where they agree on a score. And assuming that they've counted everything correctly, we're looking at 388 for Rashid, 386 for Sam, with Rashid just scoring 14 points with Konya. Sam's going to score 16 going out, get 4 from Rashid's rack, and end up winning by 4. Did I do that math right? He's going to end up winning anyway.
Yeah, I think he'll win by 4. Oh, but he goes with Oni instead.
I think this is the same outcome. This is 2 more points, keeping 1 letter back on his rack.
Yeah, and Sam is just gonna slam down seat in the nick of time.
And yeah, this phone clock can be hard to neutralize. So that's another thing to take into account when playing on stream, is leave enough time to neutralize the clock. Sam neutralizes with just 3 seconds left, and it looks like he has just barely pulled this one out.
Wow, what a close game. It really, came down, I guess, to the challenge that Rashid made. That would have brought things even closer, but good job on Sam's part for, staying cool and finding his best outplay to take this.
Yeah, let's switch to overhead mic here. Ooh, we might actually be doing a recount here. If there is any little bit of post-mortem.
I stopped your clock. It was your turn, but anyway, yeah.
You can't stop my clock. We are reconciling now. You can't use time.
No, I meant before. I just meant.
I
hope you didn't mind
that's
before.
Fine.
Yeah, during the game.
No, that's fine. 4, 5, 6, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20. 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it's pretty common for players to recount if the scores are within 10 points of each other.
Yeah, I think we're going to cut away from the recount that is kind of a notorious time sink Luckily, both players have pretty good bookkeeping as far as I know, so they at least won't disagree on the order of the plays or anything like that. The worst thing that can happen is two players not writing down their plays, trying to do a recount. That can really take the time that you don't really have in a tournament like this, where you're trying to do one game every hour. But all that being said, congratulations to Sam on a very well-played game. Very tight, a lot of strategic nuance. So yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, very exciting. We love to see a close game like that.
So I think we'll probably have to take a break here while those players finish up the recount on the stream board, and then more players are grabbed to be on stream. Our next game is going to be first versus second, as far as we know. Alex Zeholm versus Sammy Okasaga. We've already seen them both on stream. We're going to see them again. Each game after this point is just becoming more and more high stakes as we get closer to the end of this tournament. Alec is positioning himself for a very solid run at the finals. He'll definitely want to win this one. Before we go to the break, one more plug for the likes and subscribes. We're doing pretty well on the likes, not as good as me and Elise and Josh want to see. So keep spamming that like button. I think if you click it twice, you unlike the video. So don't actually spam the like button, but mentally give the like button your energy. And we'll be taking a break here, but don't go anywhere. We've got 2 more games of Scrabble left here tonight. And yeah, stick around. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us on that little bit of a break. We are coming back on day 3 of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, organized by NASPA, coming at you live from Baltimore, Maryland. Once again, I'm Charles Reinke, joined by Elise Bickford.
Hi, Charles.
So we've got a little bit of a fun thing we're going to do with you all in chat here. We know this is the Collins Lexicon, Collins attracting players from all over the world, not just North America. If you want to put in the chat where you're watching from, maybe what time of the day it is there, because I don't understand time zones. We want to know if you're sacrificing your personal health, your professional health, your family life to be watching this at 4 a.m. We want to know about it. So in the chat, put where you're from. If it's somewhere weird, all the better. Meanwhile, we've got a great game coming up for you here. We've got first place Alex Holm versus second place Sammy Okasaga. This should be a great game.
Yeah, both of these players have been putting up really great performances. You know, they've been at the top of the pack pretty much the whole tournament, and now they're going head to head. So I really can't wait to see what happens here.
So we see Alec actually losing his last 3 games, but still in first place at 14-5. We know he lost kind of a heartbreaker on stream to Dennis Akekarigor, but he also lost his last game to Waseem Khatri. Meanwhile, Sammy, looking at 5 straight wins, maybe even more than that, goes off the screen, at least looking to make it 6. We're going to get ready to start here. We're going to get scores reset. This is going to be a great game.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what unfolds.
We always appreciate Alec for his very diligent tile drawing, making sure that he's not doing anything improper. I think that is the perfect way to draw tiles. First tile out of the bag, or at least pretty close to the first tile out of the bag for him, being the blank. It's going to be slowed down by the rest of these consonants, but it's honestly, at least, it's a real breath of relief to draw a blank so early in this game.
Yeah, I love to see a blank on an opening rack. It just gives you a little bit of security. So I think he's probably going to play something like Vox pretty quickly, just offloading his X and his V and keeping things moving.
Yep, this seems like a pretty standard play. If he wanted to get a little bit weird, he could have played Klaxon using the blank, but since that actually doesn't double the X, it's only 42 points. So 42 points is nice, but not worth it here. When you're a player like Alec, who's got very, very deep bingo knowledge, the blank with the K at the same time, it actually feels like his outcomes with the blank and the K together are better than if you just had an assortment of 1-point consonants. So I like this idea. Meanwhile, Sammy, he's drawn the F and the V together. That's never fun. He's going to have to try to figure out how to get out from this. Something like 5 under Vox seems like a pretty reasonable idea.
Yeah, another option that's simming well is just fib under. It keeps 2 E's, but it gets rid of that B with the F, which is not an excellent tile. I think both of those are good choices here.
Yeah, it does do something different to the board. Fib versus 5. 5 opens up the triple somewhat recklessly for 5-letter plays, whereas Fib keeps things nice and tight. And it's only down by 2 points after that, so basically an even game on a really an exceptionally tight board. If you don't have an S or a T, it's really hard to hook things for bingos. In certain situations, Alex's best play might just be something down from the B, depending on how bad his letters are. So this is a kind of a nice board control play. Sammy's sort of waiting to see how this game develops.
Yeah, I like this little bit of defense from Sammy here.
And we do see that Alec does not have playable bingos despite his blank. The H and the K and the 2 A's, it honestly feels like there could be anywhere between 0 and 50 Maori words, native New Zealander words. But those are very hard to keep track of. And it does turn out that Alec doesn't have any of them on this turn.
No, and he actually doesn't have any 8s with this rack either. So as you know, promising as it might look, there isn't that much here. So he's going to have to find something else. Yeah, what would you be looking to do here, Charles?
Something under the B of fib feels called for here. He can't really do anything through the X to score points. So if he did something like oak, O-A-K, forks the board a little bit, sets up oaks, also sets up bingo spots under B-O. Downside is it really opens a juicy double-double spot, opens up an easy spot for Sammy to score points. So yeah, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, this feels considerably safer. Still could get hit a little bit on that double word score, but not as bad as oak or oka. So I like this idea from Alec, forking the board while being about as safe about it as he can be.
Yeah, I like this choice.
It's not going to work out, though. We've got a double-double coming back for Sammy, and it's going to be a ton of points.
Yeah, I guess that's the downside of Ankh. You do open that dangerous double-double spot. You need something specific to hit it, but yeah, we see Sammy got exactly that.
Yeah, so I think Alec's play did have a lot of defensive merit. It just didn't happen to work out this time. Whereas a play that was a little bit more reckless, like Oka, actually would have prevented this specific situation from happening. That's kind of a trap some players fall into, where they think if a play didn't work out in this specific situation, it was the wrong play. I think Ankh was probably more correct than Oka. It just happened not to work out in this situation. Also, what hasn't worked out in this situation is Alec's draw. He was drawing into OA blank and unfortunately drew 3 more vowels to go with that and the sort of unwieldy G.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know. Do you play something longer like Togue down to the triple, just opening space? Or would you keep things a little bit tighter just with a smaller fishing play here?
Yeah, the downside of a smaller fishing play is you're always going to be keeping sort of an unwieldy set of letters. Like if you're trying to play off GOU or something like that, it's just not going to be a good leave. Togue does a lot of things right. It keeps bingo spots open. He's drawing back into OA blank, which didn't work the first time, but will maybe work the second time. And he's scoring about as decently as he can hope for here. So I think a good idea by Alec to just go for Togue. Sammy has drawn the Q. There is a newly minted U on the board that might save him here. It will also, if he ends up going for quad, he kind of inadvertently starts playing a little bit of defense in all those new bingo lines as well. So this actually works out very well for Sammy, despite scoring only 18 points.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to get more with your Q, but there aren't really options on this board. I think this is the best that he can do. And like you said, yeah, it's going to work out, I think, given that it blocks some of these floaters that Alec would love to play through.
Yeah, I actually don't see immediately if he had something through that E that was going to be a real heavy hitter. Looks like didn't really have anything. He had bingos through the E, but nothing that was going to hit a triple. The good news for Alec is that the spot of mortars making onks was usually going to stay open. It has stayed open here, and that is actually his only bingo. So he's probably thinking, can I still bingo through that E, maybe starting with an E, underlapping quad. He's again, one of those players who does very well on the Aerolith blank bingo quizzes. I am constantly in awe of his scores, approaching 80 to 90% most days. So he doesn't struggle with blanks. I think he's quickly realizes that this is one of his few and actually his only playable bingo.
Yeah, nicely spotted by Alec here. And Sammy has a great draw here. Looks like he's going to have his choice of bingos to strike back.
Yeah, this rack actually makes a ton of 7-letter words. He's going to have to do some thinking to make sure he knows which ones play alongside mortars. In fact, none of them fit quite right on mortars. So he's going to have to move on from that specific spot. His highest scoring bingo will be through the O of mortars. That would be geraniol. But I would expect a little bit of time being taken on this turn by Sammy, just to double check the 2-letter overlaps for all the 7 different 7-letter words that are in these letters.
Yeah, I would definitely be iterating through each of those possibilities here, because you would just love to get a nice bingo that is able to make some plays parallel to mortar. But yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing there.
We actually see Sammy going for Geraniol relatively quickly. I guess his decision making for figuring out 7-letter words is made a little bit easier just by the fact that the R of mortar means that the E has to go in that position. So once he figures that out, there's not as many permutations as there would be otherwise. So a nice high probability find by Sammy. Definitely expect the players on the stream game to find those. It's not a guarantee, but this one's a pretty easy find for Sammy. And we're moving back over to Alec, who is now faced with, again, a bingo-sized deficit. That's kind of what usually happens when your opponent bingos on you, is you have a bingo-sized deficit. He's drawn 1-point tiles, but they're all duplicated, and they don't do a whole lot here. So Alec's probably going to be looking to play a few of these off.
Yeah, and would you be thinking about playing something like Trial next to Mortars, going to that L?
Yeah, that feels very strong here. It scores about as well as you can hope for with these 1-pointers. It gets rid of the duplicate A, the R, and the T all at once. And it keeps ART, which plays very nicely with all the E's that still remain in the bag. Plus, I guess, all the I's that remain in the bag. We could easily see Alec getting a high probability bingo with his leave of ART. One small downside, I suppose, is that if he does draw a 7-letter word, it's not especially likely to fit on this board. Maybe the most likely thing for him after Trial would be bingos to the R of Trial. Otherwise, he'd have to be looking at getting his vowels in the right spot to go under or on top of Geraniol.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you're kind of hoping for a bingo, you want to make sure that it's going to be fitting on this board.
But I think that Trial is good enough. Trial or Trail, it's, I think, basically a wash. I don't see any extensions for either of those that would, differentiate them. I think he just has to go for good letters now, and then if he does have an exceptionally bingo-prone rack, just worry about opening something up maybe the next turn. So I think a good idea by Alec here. And we see Sammy with the second blank, but also 2 W's. It feels like a very strong position for Sammy here with the second blank and already sitting on a 50-point lead. It's just a very, very nice place to be.
He spots his bingo immediately, which is not an easy one. You don't usually think you're going to bingo with 2 W's, but...
Yeah, not to mention 2 W's and a Y. He is making the blank a Y in this situation. He has windway set up. There's a lot of strange way words in the dictionary. It can be hard to keep them all straight. A windway is apparently a passage for air. I guess we could have inferred that from the component words, but Sammy is going for it. We assume that the blank is a Y, and Alec's going to give it 5 extra points, I think, very reasonably.
Absolutely, I would definitely throw the nickel on this one.
So we do see, again, Challenge Computer running wordjudge.me, created by NSC organizer Art Moore. So thank you, Art, for doing that, and thank you, Josh Greenway, for setting up that challenge cam. We do see that play coming up good. So unlike last game where I neglected to give that the 5 extra points in my engine, I'm going to make sure I click the +5 button here, make sure I have the score correct, and we're back over to Alec.
I will do the same.
So Alec, I think, drew relatively decently. He's probably wishing that an E had been floated out in space for areolate. Unfortunately, there's no E. That's going to bail him out here. The play of quad earlier really restricted that E on the bottom. So a really tough decision for Alec, where he's definitely needing to draw. He's going to need to bingo soon and then bingo again after that. But he can't I think bingoing has to be his option here just because he's not going to score a lot of points on this turn otherwise. So probably looking at a fish here. Elise, do you see anything that you'd be looking to do?
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to get really aggressive, he could play something like a low to the W in Windway, just throwing that A out into space. Might be a little bit too desperate at this point. Maybe a slightly safer option could be something like or to the R in trail. So OAR, just opening another lane on top.
Yeah. That is
Sorry.
a good idea. I think opening up new spots should be a priority for Alec here. I think Aloe might be a little bit aggro here, although the score is pretty bad at this point. He's down by 140. He's probably down by 2 or almost 3 bingos at this point. So maybe a little bit of recklessness is called for here, but again, that feels a little bit maybe too reckless. So maybe something a little bit calmer would be justified here. I think it's totally okay for him to block the W of Windway. That's not really a good bingo spot, but blocking the N of Windway with like a possible fishing play feels a little bit. It feels like these letters have good synergy with the N, so maybe you'd want to leave that open. But as I say that, I did just notice there's another N of Duranial, so maybe you don't mind too much if you end up blocking an N here.
Wow, and he goes with Tau, which after I generated more plays, this actually wins my simulation here.
Yeah, I think this is considerably safer than a low, which opens you up to huge counterplays involving a consonant hitting that double letter score. It's a little bit harder for Sammy to really punish this spot unless he has specific letters. We see he does have the H, which is one of the letters that could be used for the aforementioned punishment. Although it turns out here that Sammy just has a 60-point Z play. He might be looking to, I think this is wise. He's waiting a turn on the Z to get 47 points and block the triple. This is a really good idea, I think.
Yeah, I really like this play. Just biding your time, and you're still scoring a lot. You're getting 47 with the promise of scoring even more next turn with that Z.
Yeah, there's so many E's in the bag that Z next turn is almost guaranteed. It's extremely unlikely that Alec plays in that spot. So Sammy can basically wait as long as he wants to hit that Z. Sammy is giving up an easy triple on the top here with this play, but that's way easier to stomach than that looming triple with the T of Tau. So a slight downside there, but again, Alec is going to need multiple bingos at this point to come back in this one. I think we saw Alec briefly set up his own name, but that might have been accidental.
Oh yeah, unfortunate that he can't really play that here.
He is setting up Relace, which plays nicely on top. Unfortunately, also kind of sets him back in terms of bingoing. We see the pool looking a little bit vowel heavy with a lot of U's and I's in it. So it feels like a 6-tile draw into this pool could very quickly go south for him. Then again, he is scoring 38 points here, which he needs to keep scoring if he wants his multiple bingos to have any hope of keeping him in this game. So I see where he's coming from here.
Yeah, and if he didn't play there, Sammy probably would have hit back with a pretty big Z play up there. So you do kind of want to take out that spot. But yeah, it's hard when you would hope that you could get a bingo up there and not just a play that's only going to score you like 40, which is less than what you need.
Yeah, I think if Alec had not played there, Sammy would have something like phased for 92 starting at above the E of Phenom, which is even better than his ZA play that we're probably going to see here. So I think a wise decision by Alec to just take that spot for points because he knows Sammy's going to be looking to hammer it as soon as next turn.
Yeah, I agree.
So a nice play by Sammy here. Pretty straightforward, but a nice play nonetheless. And this game is very out of hand for Alec at this point. He's down by almost 200 points. He has drawn, again, stuff that looks like a bingo. His post, it wasn't a post bingo draw, but he did play 6 letters. His post 6 draw was actually very nice. He drew another set of bingo letters out of a pool that was more likely to hurt him than help him, but sadly does not have a playable bingo on this turn.
Yeah, this is so tough. I mean, it just looks like you should have something with these great tiles, but this board is pretty exhausted, and yeah, I'm not seeing ways to really claw back.
Yeah, I guess the saving grace is here he still has that AG spot under Windway where he can put an S or an E, or a bingo ending in ES making yes. Still has the T of Tau to work with. I feel like he would need to hit that spot, the AG spot, and the N of Geraniol sort of in sequence to pull this one out. And there's probably just not enough tiles left in the bag to do that. And certainly the tiles that are left in the bag probably also won't let him do that. So this one is, at this point, probably slipped away from Alec, and he's going to start thinking about damage control.
Yeah, and what would you do as damage control here? Are you trying to just use up that spot with Tau, the T? Is there anything that could extend to the triple? Do you want to play through the A and mortars? Or do you still want to kind of fish and maybe hope to hit a bingo next turn?
Yeah, I would probably be looking to fish here, maybe next to mortars, just to prevent Sammy from getting a big J play there or something like that. That spot's been open for a long time, like 5 turns, 6 turns. Feels like it's time to close that one down, unless Alec thinks maybe he can get a J play of his own in that spot, in which case he'd want to leave it open. I guess if I was in Alec's shoes, I would be very paranoid that I was missing a bingo. This rack feels very likely to yield a bingo through an N. It in fact doesn't, but it really looks like it does. I would be so paranoid, especially playing on stream, that I was missing something here. I would probably spend a lot of time verifying that I wasn't missing anything.
Yeah, me too. It just looks so promising, but I think he correctly is going to fish here and play AE.
Yeah, this actually does bingo with a lot of stuff in the bag. It bingos, if you draw an I, you get Laertes. If you draw a U, you get Situle. So it works out fairly often. It actually is going to work out here because he drew the Y for Talias. Not sure exactly how to pronounce that one, but it is going to bingo. So that is a little bit of a relief for Alec to finally get a bingo out of these letters. But in the meantime, Sammy has scored very nice with Finder. It actually looks like he missed a 10-letter word on that turn. Maybe we'll just let chat think about that for a bit. If you see it, chat, you can shout it out. But with his rack of Findies, FDEFIINS, he had a playable 10-letter word.
That is absolutely stunning.
So we see Alex sitting on, he drew a Y after his fish. In the North American Lexicon, this wouldn't have worked out for him, but in Collins it does. He can play it in 2 spots, but they're right next to each other under Windway. He's just grabbing the Y, though, which makes me a little bit concerned that he's not spotted this and is just going to immediately go to fish the Y. I hope he spends a little bit of time here, or he's just trying to trick us with his mannerisms.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, this is a pretty high probability word, so I would hope that he can find it. But, you know, these players know so many words and so many obscure words that I think sometimes the ones that at least I would consider easy can slip away.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that. Like you start learning some weird ones and the easy ones slip out. And I think paradoxically, the ones with weird letters are a lot easier to remember. Stuff like Talias just doesn't stick in mind as easily. I think Alec just saw it and he's kind of exhaling heavily, meaning he feels like he just almost made a huge error.
Yeah, he has it lined up now, so I expect it to come down.
Yeah, so that probably he probably was feeling a little bit down that Tailies, or that he didn't have a bingo, but now he sees that it does in fact play. So some good composure from Alex to stick with it and make sure that he finds the bingo. It's not going to help him win this game, but spread does matter in this tournament. We see Sammy actually ahead by a fair amount on spread over Alec. So finding the bingos even in a loss game is very important.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Ooh, Sammy with a very nice little play. You don't see this word as a sixth very often. You see it more often as an 8 in the plural form. Sammy going for Osiri, which is a bed of osiers, which I think is a plant of some sort. So a nice word here. I guess he's getting this game over with a lot quicker. The chances of Alec getting multiple bingos down at this point are pretty low, especially with the pool the way it was, with 3 U's unseen in addition to the J. It was very unlikely that Alec would be able to do much of anything, but Sammy's trying to get this one over with, so he makes a nice, long, high-scoring word.
Yeah, great find by Sammy.
So I think Alec, he's looking, there's one tile unseen. He could see maybe if there's something he could draw here, like if he plays off a letter and draws the E, which is the best bingo tile left in the bag, but it would have to involve the T or the A of Tailies in some way, and it feels a little bit hopeless at this point. So I kind of expect a longer play with designs of going out in 2 turns. I think he's setting one up here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's much that you can fish for here. You'd love to like have a 1 tile fish and then draw into an out bingo, but I'm having a hard time really seeing anything. So a play like build looks like it would be nice.
Yeah, that score is pretty decent. I guess if he wanted to give himself a little bit of upside with the S, he could do something like Z to set up Zs, which is kind of difficult for Sammy to deal with. That results in a slightly more successful endgame some of the time. Maybe it results in a better endgame if your opponent doesn't know what you're setting up. But I think here I would probably prefer just playing off 5 tiles, hoping that you draw something that lets you go out. Alec is probably just iterating through the tiles in the bag and seeing what happens with his Leave of CS with each one that he draws. And I think that would be how I wanted to end this game, just because I was probably tired of losing the whole time.
Yeah. And are there any spots for big J plays on this board? Like, is that something that you would be thinking about at this moment?
Yeah, the J spot that I see would be like on top of Geraniol. If you had an A or an O, you could hit there for a decent score. There's no A's or O's unseen. So the J actually isn't doing a whole lot. That could also be part of Alex's consideration here. I mean, he's probably thinking, what happens if I draw the J? Do I get J stuck? That would be a huge spread killer, to be stuck with an unplayable J while your opponent nickels and dimes you. But he's also thinking, should he be trying to stop Sammy from doing anything in specific with the J? I actually don't see anything too dangerous that Sammy could be threatening.
Yeah, me neither. But it's definitely something to consider, especially if you have 6 minutes. You want to make sure that you're not, losing spread points in any way.
Yeah, we do see Sammy only using about 8 minutes on his clock. So sort of like Rashid last game, who played the first 3/4 of the game extremely quickly and got his opponent into time trouble. Sammy kind of did the same thing here. The only difference is Alec didn't actually get into time trouble. Alec had enough sort of straightforward plays. They weren't winning plays in that they didn't lead him to the win, but he had some relatively easy decisions. So he's not really in time trouble at this point. So we see Alec drawing the P. That will at least let him go out with like caps through the A of Geraniol. I actually haven't figured out if he has anywhere else to go. We'll see if Sammy has anything to do with the J here. I guess he does have to figure out where Alec's going on. Then probably his first priority is just blocking Alec's outs if he only has one. Ooh, actually, I just noticed something, Elise. There's actually a really good J play here that I had totally overlooked just because it's impossible for me to see this word.
Ah, yes, I see it now. Yeah, GJU. That's a really tough 3 to spot. It just is not that similar to many other English words, but that goes over quad, doubling the J twice.
Yeah, I think he has to play that. He can't wait to, like if Pax is indeed Alex only out. Sammy can't wait. He can't like block Alex out because Alec will just then play op, probably blocking Gaju. So I think probably better for Sammy to just take the points now and just let Alec go out for his piddly score. I'm just going to do a quick look. Yeah, those are the only outs Alec has. So you could try to draw it out and make a fun end game puzzle out of it. But I feel like Sammy might just take the points here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess he could play Gauge. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce that, but Gauje through that A in Geraniol. That's another way to get rid of the J here.
Yeah, that would be probably his best way to block Alex out. Alec does have something like Zeps in response, although maybe he gets C stuck after that. The C is a little bit of a problem on this board, so it gets a little bit complicated.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
And as we mentioned earlier, spread is a consideration here, so it is worth it for Sammy to spend some time trying to figure out his optimal end game. I guess I would caution Sammy specifically that it will be very hard for these two commentators to come up with anything to talk about for the next 14 minutes, if that's how long you take making your end game play.
So interestingly, if Sammy plays Gauge and then, let's see, Alec can't go out, but if he plays Zeps, Sammy actually has an out with his U, T, and I. He can play Untin in between Finder and Geraniol.
Ooh, yeah, that would be a nice little sequence here. We see Sammy going for something totally different. He's not blocking the out, and he's also not playing Jew, which is a very hard place to look on this board. So slightly suboptimal endgame for Sammy, but just results in a little difference of spread here. As Alec goes out and gets a few points from Sammy, the final score is going to be 335 for Alec, 497 for Sammy, almost a 500-point game. So a very big win for Sammy, much needed here. He's going to be probably in first place after this win.
Yeah, wow, what a game. I mean, Sammy found some excellent plays, but Alec did a great job too, just trying to make chances and come back.
So let's see if they've got any post-mortem for us. Silence.
We started to play Artal at first here. And if I had played Artal and drawn the same things, I would have had Retailer. Retailer away. Here. Okay. So when you played Trail was how many? 19?
It was 23.
Trail was 23 at that point. I had. That's when I played ZA.
I played Trail, then you played Windway.
Okay.
And I played Dao and.
I had the Z when I played this though.
An unkept Z?
Yeah. Because I saw this spot. And I knew that spot was there. I mean, if you didn't play, I was going to play Z as ZEDAS.
Yikes.
I almost missed tail use.
Yeah, I could block that. I just wanted to play Finder in the game. I could just play DIF. Yeah. But
I
then
figure a play here would block both
Yeah,
this
just-
and the end.
yeah, but I do stuff like this if you just bingo right here. So I'm just taking my points. You never know. We're done with this?
So I think that'll put you in first.
Yeah, I'm gonna spread.
All right, so we got a little bit one there. Sammy with some creative thinking involving the Z. In fact, he was going to hit Zetas for a bajillion points if Alec hadn't made his play of Relace. So nicely done by Sammy, puts him in first place at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, put on by NASPA, National North American Scrabble Players Association. If anybody out there watching is in the North American area and wants to get involved with tournament Scrabble, NASPA is a great place to do that. Running tournaments all across the country, making sure that we all have many chances to play the game that we love.
Yeah, and we're lucky to have 2 separate streams this tournament. So NASPA is also putting on an NWL stream in the North American Lexicon. So be sure to check that out as well. Everyone gets to be happy and gets to watch the dictionary that they like. So it's really wonderful.
Yep, everybody go check out the NASPA Scrabble channel on YouTube. They are currently live. I've heard rumors that they sometimes show Nigel Richards on that stream, which nobody can resist that. I think we're going to take a quick look at the standings here to see how things are shaking out. We do see with the updated win totals, Sammy Okasaga now in first place with a 14-6 record, holding a 500-point spread advantage over the second place Alex Seaholm with the same amount of wins. Dennis Akeka-Rigor and Austin Shin sitting at 13-6. And I think our next game is actually going to be Dennis Akeka-Rigor versus Waseem Khatri, who was the loser in the finals of last year's SBC. So this should be a great game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
So I think we're going to need a little bit of time here to get players set up. So we're going to take a quick break here. But don't go anywhere. We've got one more game for you. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of day 3 of the 2025 SPC Scrabble Players Championship Collins Division, brought to you by NASPA. My name, again, in case you've forgotten, is Charles Reinke, joined once again by Elise Bickford.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this last game of the day. We've got a great matchup coming. We'll see Dennis Ikegarigor versus Waseem Khatri.
Yeah, this is a high-powered matchup in this field. I think Dennis currently sitting in second place at 13 wins, 5 losses. Waseem's a little bit further back with just 11 wins. I think earlier I erroneously referred to him as the loser of the 2024 CSW finals. He is, in fact, the runner-up of the 2024 SVC finals. So my apologies, Waseem. Did not mean to call you a loser. We see Waseem putting together a pretty good streak here recently, just losing his last one to Austin. Dennis kind of treading water a little bit, but still doing very well in this tournament.
Yeah, and there's so many players at 12-8, 13-9, 14-6. So really, I feel like anything could happen.
Yeah, this game is going to be important. I think we're ready to let these players start. Looks like they're about ready to go. So both of these players very strong. We can see from the records, no stranger to winning games. Both of them have plenty of international accolades. I think I've lost track of how many Pakistan titles Waseem has, but it's a significant number.
Yeah, I think more than 5. So he is no slouch. Okay. Dennis drawing tiles.
Ooh, that S came out late, but that's a welcome sight, sort of like how you enjoy drawing a blank early in the game. Having an S on your first rack feels it's just setting you up for success. Dennis does not have a bingo on this turn, but he does have decent options to get rid of some of his more clunky stuff, the duplicate Ds and the O. He's just going, it looks like, for Dom here. That's a pretty good idea, keeping good letters. So I think the only other option maybe was Droid a little bit longer, but that maybe sets up too much for Waseem. So I like this play.
Yeah, me too. Just keeping things tight, leaving your best tiles. This seems, yeah, like a perfect opening play.
We have Waseem with 3 good bingo tiles, those being AENT, but also UUW to go with them. And he's probably going to get bailed out a little bit here by the newly added UWU. If you're terminally online, you might see that sort of used as an emoticon, supposed to indicate, I guess, a smiling face with 2 closed eyes. But apparently was pronounced out loud by enough online people to enter the dictionary. So we see Waseem putting down uwu.
We love to see it. Yeah, that's really a nice bailout with the new Lexicon update here.
And Dennis playing relatively quickly here, not a ton of time for analysis, but this at first glance looks very correct. He drew a duplicate I in addition to a V, so he should be looking to get rid of those at all possible, if at all possible. He is doing that, scoring 22 points and saving probably his 3 best bingo letters. That is really nice. There is one downside on this board, no available S hooks, but he's perfectly fine just waiting a little bit here on a closed board.
Yeah, this looks great. And Waseem has drawn into a natural bingo here. I imagine he'll spot this pretty quickly.
Yeah, and there's really only one spot to look here, and that would be on top of Dom. His bingo does play there. Uwu does not take an S. It's, I believe, defined as an interjection indicating cuteness, or expressing admiration for something cute, I guess is slightly more accurate. So no S hook on uwu. So Waseem correctly putting it in the one available spot, which is above Dom. So a nice high probability bingo. Good find by Waseem. And he takes an early lead here with Dennis having more issues with duplicate eyes.
Yeah, we've seen him struggle with the eyes a lot. He's kind of been an eye magnet. I think I'd be looking to maybe just play something like hit to get rid of one of them. If you want to get rid of both of them, you could play the word TT, but that would leave you with no vowels here. So yeah, I think it looks like he's setting hit off to the side.
Yeah, I think hit looks good here on top of novates, starting with the A of novates. It does kind of sneakily set up a new line for bingos because Ted takes an S for stead, and an S is a great letter to start 7-letter words. So chances pretty decent that that line would come into play once Dennis sets it up. Dennis also has the floating N of novates, which plays very nicely with the R, S, and T. He would probably just need an E draw as one of his 3 tiles, and bingos over there become very likely. So good idea on all counts by Dennis to make this play.
Absolutely. And Waseem has, I think, one standout play here. So there's that U open in uwu, which allows you to hit the triple word score. And he has a longer word that can extend that way. He sort of has it lined up, so we'll see if he spots it. But he also could play shorter here. Yeah, what would you be thinking to do?
Yeah, it would be hard for me to make a decision here between just gay, G-E-Y, underneath novates, and gayer, making G-U next to uwu. They score almost comparably, although you wouldn't really think of it at first glance. Gayer only 5 more points, opening up a lot of new space for bingos. Gay, though, feels nice because you're just keeping so well. You're keeping E-E-R-T. Downside being there's nowhere to put 7-letter words on this board, so the really nice sleeve might not be as potent as if the board had been a little bit more open. So here I think I actually prefer gayer just to have a little bit more upside for your tiles. But with Waseem in the lead, he doesn't need to get too open too quickly.
Yeah, and the simulation has Gayer and Gay just neck and neck, with Gayer coming out a little bit ahead, but by less than a point. So I think this is a totally defensible move here.
And Dennis, as you said, Elise, he seems to be a magnet for duplicate eyes. He has somehow done it again. He's got strigines set up through the NE. Strigine is a word, but I don't think it takes an S. I'm currently looking that up. It does not.
Yeah, it doesn't. Just resisting and sistering, which don't fit with those letters. You'd have to shuffle them around.
Dennis is moving on correctly from strigines. That is a nice spot, but if you know what strigine means, I think it means pertaining to owls, then you pretty quickly figure out that it probably doesn't take an S, although it's cons, you never really know for sure what takes an S and what doesn't when you start getting to the 9 and 10-letter words. But good idea here by Dennis to move on from that. I might have preferred just geese here rather than gist to keep the stead spot open. It seems like a small consideration, but it could have ramifications later.
Yeah, I agree. It was really nice for him to have the S and that hook there, and he's kind of blocking himself. But yeah, Waseem had an unplayable extreme on his rack, but I think he's found his best option of Lexing here, scoring 69 points. So
yeah,
almost a bingo score.
He was sort of trending towards defense with the play of Gay, but with 69 points available, even if you want to keep playing defense, you kind of have to abandon it at that point. He is throwing out some ease in space. After a play like gist, I guess, from Dennis, one or the other, sort of indicates another S. And so he's not looking to set up S hooks. Luckily, Lexicon doesn't do that, just puts out ease in space. Dennis, I feel like we've cursed him somehow, Elise. He kept one eye after having two of them, drew two more. There can't be too many more eyes left in this bag.
Yeah, and he played this turn kind of quickly, but he had an option to play off most of his eyes here with Mirific from the M. So I wonder if that would have been a good choice here.
Yeah, that would have been nice. It sort of guarantees that you never have that eye problem again. But it is a hard word to spot. In fact, I don't think I know that word. I don't know how far Dennis has gotten into the dictionary, but that one is pretty low probability. So it would have been a nice little play there, but a little bit tough to spot. So, and the upside of if is it does keep the E on the bottom basically entirely open for future bingo. So it does have some upside there. We see Waseem has drawn the J. Doesn't really do much on this board, but he does have kind of a clever play that keeps the J. He could play the non-bingo double-double recruit through Uwu. We'll see if he opts for that or if he's just really more concerned with getting the J off his rack.
Yeah, if he wants to get rid of the J, he could play Juicer through the U, but I don't really like putting the J in that spot. Your opponent could easily, score back with 30 points or something, extending to that triple word, starting a word with J. So I like the double-double here. I hope he's able to spot that.
Yeah, that is nice, and I agree with you. Putting the J next to that triple, it just invites 40-point comebacks. If your opponent has any 5 starting with a J, it's kind of annoying to set up that spot knowing that your opponent's going to have the first crack at it. So something like recruit. It looks like he is going for Juicer. Possibly didn't see recruit, although I don't think this is considerably worse. It's just a little bit different stylistically. Juicer is pretty nice in that it scores 30, just 6 fewer points, and keeps RT rather than the J. So a little bit of upside with the open E of Lexicon that he could possibly bingo as soon as next turn.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Dennis still has duplicate eyes, although he has not drawn any new eyes, which is maybe a first for him in this game. He does have 2 unplayable 7-letter words, so that's got to be a little bit frustrating. One of them would actually play making stead if Dennis had not previously blocked it. That would be Skyerid, which is a type of fly. So unfortunately, that spot's no longer available. This rec looks really good with the E. It feels like there should be something, but there just isn't. So yeah, I was going to ask your opinion, Elise. Do you think you just use the S now to score with the J?
I think so. I think this looks pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not seeing many other options that don't use the S that score very much. So I like this idea.
Yeah, and Dennis, we hadn't really talked about the score in a couple turns. Dennis was down by 100 points on that turn. So if he spends too much more time making little scoring plays, maybe doing something like Sig to the G of Gist, that would be just ceding more ground to Waseem. So I think taking the points here, putting the S in the triple line, and hopefully getting something cool there. Actually, I do see a word close to my heart on Dennis's rack. We'll see if that stays open. So I think that strategy had the potential to work out, and it might truly work out for him. But we're going back over to Waseem here. He's looking at some letters that have a little bit of synergy together. The F and the Y kind of play nicely here. And he does have a pretty cool word. I think they added this one to Collins, Elise. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do, yeah. The word is juicery. Collins has a lot of fun ERY words. You can have a roastery, a juicery, well, nightery spelled differently, but
I think, yeah, creperie is there.
You can spell it with the Y too. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of fun stuff here. That would be a cool play. Just doing something like FY and juicery is sort of a sneaky scoring play. It scores 35 points. If you want to go the other direction, his option there would be like playing the extremely weird Collins word Ibor, Y-B-O-R-E. It's looks very strange, but Collins does have a lot of weird verbs that have a Y in front of them. But juicery is a little bit hard to spot. I certainly need at least like a year or two to internalize the new words before I'm able to reliably find them. So like at this point in my Scrabble career, I'd be hard pressed to find something like juicery.
Yeah, and if he doesn't spot that hook, I guess where else would you be thinking about playing on this board?
Yeah, a lot of his best plays involve juicery, and so if he's not spotting it, his options get a lot less. I would honestly be thinking about starting to kind of recommitting myself to defense here with a 50-point lead. I would be strongly thinking about if I could make a play through the D of Jerds to make the S harder to use. Maybe something parallel or to the left of Lexicon. He doesn't have a lot of options there, like Rob doesn't really inspire me that much, but it does block the E of Lexicon, which is very useful for eights. I think he's probably seeing those huge open lanes for eights and wishing that they didn't exist. So he might be starting to focus on blocking them.
Yeah, I would like to see him make a defensive play here if he isn't going to find juicery. Even though juicery does kind of block the E in a way, it makes it harder to, I guess, play bingos going to the right of the E.
Yeah, juicery is kind of, I think you primarily play that play for points, but also has the side effect of blocking some of the bingos through the E. It's not definitive by any means, but it does do half of your job. It just makes it a little bit less dangerous. So that does feel like the clear standout here. It's just a matter of being able to spot the new word, and it takes a while to internalize those words. So I would not be surprised if this gets missed. In terms of maybe starting to think of stuff through the S or the D, Waseem could just play all his clunky consonants with something like boyfs, B-O-Y-F-S, which is, I believe, a boyfriend. It's kind of weird. I've never actually heard that in spoken English, but that would keep ERT, keep a nice set of consonants, and sort of take out the immediate threat of a huge bingo down to that S. So that would be something fun to think about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he also has the word for by through the R. So that blocks one of the floaters and does a similar thing to boif, just getting rid of those clunky consonants.
Waseem's spending a little bit of time here. He does have FEY set up. I think he's considering playing that next to juicer. That's a nice scoring play. It's not as nice, I guess, as juicery, but failing to spot juicery, something like Fey does score nicely. There's maybe a little bit of upside on subsequent turns. You're setting up EFT and you do hold the T, so you might be able to hit the double word once again next turn, which would be a nice little sequence there. We do see Dennis sitting on Ancients, which is going to play if Waseem doesn't disrupt that spot, and we see it's going to stay open.
Wow, this should be exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you are happy to see this as the ancient cosmographer that you are.
Yeah, I guess now we're just waiting for Cosmographer to hit the board. We'll check back in a few years to see if that's even close to happening. I expect not. But nice play by Dennis here. Ancients is his highest scoring bingo, the only bingo through the S that hits the triple. So nice job, Dennis, for multiple reasons. It's a good word and also a very relevant word to my Twitch username. Everybody check me out on Twitch, by the way. We see Waseem has drawn toolbar. I don't think that's going to play, so he's going to have to get over the disappointment of his 7-letter word not going on the board.
Yeah, that's very sad. I mean, he can play toolbar to the R, but that's not a bingo and probably one of his worst options here. But yeah, what would you think about doing with these double O's here?
Yeah, you sometimes see players just play the 6-tile version of their bingo because they're sad about it and they want to show you that they know the word or whatever. That's certainly not called for here. Yeah, Waseem is dealing with duplicate O's. He's definitely looking to play at least one of them. He could do something like Batoon to the N of Ancients. That scores a nice 28 points. It's maybe a little bit scary that you're opening up a new triple. Maybe there's a little bit of upside to trying to hit bingos through Lexicon. Maybe even trying to keep able, just playing off a few of these tiles and trying to hit an able bingo. But I think maybe that's too much of a long shot to be really considered.
Yeah, I guess you mentioned the EFT hook last turn, so he could play something like tool there, keeping, I guess, just the AB, so not the able hook. He also has Rat2 there, which I think scores the most. But yeah, okay, so he's going to play Boo there.
Yeah, that's actually a nice play. I now that I'm thinking about it, Rat2 actually does a decent job of keeping able because there's so many A's unseen. So maybe if he was really hyper-focused on that, I'm not saying that's the right idea, but he could have gone hard for a bingo there with something like Rat2. But I think Boo is the standard play here. Keeps ALRT, which goes really nicely with that E of Lexicon. So can't really find too much to fault with this play. We don't know what Dennis's letters are yet, so we're only now just able to start our analysis. A lot of scoring consonants here. We'll see, does he have anything good in that bottom right corner? Probably not. Reb kind of disrupts that. He does have nice plays to the left of Lexicon, though, so we'll see if he opts for one of those.
Yeah, he has the nice play of Ka, which scores 39 points, making Kef, Am, and We. So that would be nice to see come down. And that also has the benefit of blocking this E that's open.
Yeah, we were just talking earlier that Dennis was at a huge deficit and needed to keep things open. Now Dennis is only down by 30. After this next play, he's going to be up for it by just a little bit. So he doesn't. It's kind of up to him whether he wants to start playing defense or just keep the board a little bit more open. I'd be a little bit concerned about that E of Lexicon, and if I could score 39 points playing in that spot, I would probably jump at the chance. He could also do something involving the K above the I of Gist. You could do weak, which I think scores a little bit more but doesn't keep a vowel. There's a lot of vowels still in the bag, so he's likely to draw at least one. He's going for a slightly different idea here, probably a little bit better than weak. This play keeps a vowel. He's playing clap. The other difference between this and weak is PI doesn't take anything in front of it. Weak was setting up an S for ski. So this is maybe a little bit safer. I think we're going to see a challenge here. I guess Waseem is just unsure of this 4-letter word.
Yeah, it is South African for to clap, or sorry, to slap. Colin's only 4. So he'll get an extra 5 points for that.
Yeah, we've seen the 5 points come into play in a couple games already this tournament. So while 5 points at the time of the challenge feels like nothing, it feels like it's worth doing. It could definitely have ramifications in a close game like this. So clap with the +5 actually scores 46, which would be his highest scoring play. So nice job by Dennis. Waseem does have extremely good letters. We're going to see a bingo come down for sure here.
Yeah, so he has a bingo down from the G, and he also has stuff playing to the E in Lexicon. I guess, do you think there's a positioning that's better on this board, or would you just take the points here and go with the bingo that scores the most?
Yeah, it looks like Gloater scores 3 more, and any difference here would be pretty minimal. Maybe one downside here, I'd have to see exactly what's available in the pools. Gloaters does put a vowel next to that triple letter score. In combination with that double word score, this could be, a 60-point hotspot if things go exactly right. But that feels pretty marginal now that I'm looking at it a bit more. So I think just taking the 3 extra points in the close game makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. And yeah, Dennis is going to be able to hit that hotspot next to the O in Gloaters, but he won't hit the double word score. I think the best he can do is play something like when here, WHEN.
Yeah, that looks really strong here. It keeps PRN. The bag is now very vowel heavy. We would have expected Dennis to draw more vowels than he did. He left a lot of them in the bag. We see 15 vowels to 11 consonants. So if he does something like when here, keeping 3 consonants, that's totally fine from his POV. He's very likely to draw at least 2 vowels on his next turn and have a little bit more flexibility. So I think this is a really good play to stay in the game. He is down by roughly a bingo, a small one, but a bingo nonetheless. This one gets him pretty close on the scoreboard while maintaining good letters. So this feels very correct.
Yeah, and Waseem is seeing a lot of these vowels here. This is not the best draw. What would you be thinking about doing with the Q here?
I guess it's not too bad here if he wants to hold on to the Q. There are still 2 U's to draw. So if he wanted to do something, I don't know, something to the K of clap, but really his only option there would be like Naik, N-A-I-K, which keeps a lot of A's. But that would be one option here to see if something develops with the Q. Otherwise, you could be possibly looking at an exchange if he feels like the Q doesn't have a lot of upside here. I mean, it really doesn't unless he draws a U. Maybe he doesn't want to be beholden to the U draw. So yeah, this is a tough situation for Waseem. Luckily, he's still up by 22, so he has a little bit of wiggle room to maybe spend 1 or 2 turns not scoring quite as much.
Yeah, I would be thinking about maybe taking the points with N-A-I-K and just hoping to draw that U for the Q. But my simulation says that exchanging 7 is actually pretty comparable to that. So you can take another tack and give up scoring this turn, but just hope that you maybe dig in and get the Z or the blank or some of these better tiles.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you were to do an exchange here, if you just decided you didn't want the Q anymore, None of these other tiles are really worth keeping at all, except maybe the N, possibly. You're not really attached to any of these others, so you would just exchange as many as possible. As you said, Elise, going for the Z or the blank, which would make your life a lot easier. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if an exchange happens here, not because Waseem has no playable plays, but just because he thinks after something like Nake, he's going to be losing too much momentum with his next turn. We do see Dennis has drawn the second blank, so if Waseem does do a major exchange, he's not going to get the blank. He could still get the Z, but it's going to, I think, with Dennis, with the blank in hand, is a little bit of a favorite here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he'll have some great options next turn, kind of regardless of what Waseem plays with this rack.
I feel like Waseem keeps going back to QAnon, which is the name of some kind of internet conspiracy group. Unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately or unfortunately, it certainly would be nice to have another Q without U word. Whether we'd want it to be QAnon, it's maybe a different discussion. Anyway, it's not in the lexicon now, so he's got to move on from that. But kind of that would be nice if it was available.
Yeah, that would certainly be useful if that was a word.
And we'll make sure, we'll keep policing chat to make sure there's no further discussion of QAnon.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
This is a tough turn for Waseem. He's spent a lot of time here. We see him like kind of shuffling his letters around. I think he's just trying to give himself ideas of what could possibly be going on here. I wonder if he's thinking about maybe something like a Noah to the right of when. That scores decently enough. It kind of gets rid of a lot of extra vowels. But the Q is still just a major problem. So actually, no, that doesn't work. Again, I've got blank blindness here. I'm reading that E as an O. So no, that's not going to work at all. Please ignore me.
I guess he has Nala too. I guess AGIST is a word. If you wanted to hook that, that would be another way to get rid of your A's here. That
actually also does set up the QI spot next turn. So maybe there's a little bit of merit to something like that, just to give the Q a little bit more of a chance to help you out. Downside is that you could very easily see Dennis just making a play to the K in that spot and wiping out the new chi spot that you created for yourself. But I think it is worth thinking about trying to give some life to the Q if you're committed to keeping it.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think in reality, Dennis probably wouldn't play there because he would maybe be bingoing elsewhere on the board.
Yeah, he's at least got bingos to the C, something like protonic. I'm not sure if he has anything to the A, probably not. But he does at least have a few things. He's got stuff like anti-porn to the N. So he's got some choices here. I suppose if Waseem does make a play near Ancients and somehow doesn't give anything back, we could see Dennis's bingos get blocked. Although he does also have pointers on the bottom at the very least for a minimal score. So Dennis definitely bingoing next turn. Waseem probably not really thinking too much about whether Dennis is close to a bingo or not. I think Dennis's recent plays not really indicated like strength towards a bingo. They've just really indicated his desire to score points, which is a typical Scrabble player thing to want to score points. So can't read too much into Dennis's recent plays.
Yeah, when your opponent's just scoring 40 points, you can kind of assume that they would be doing that with any sort of lead. So it's hard to really infer much.
Yeah, we really need to see Waseem play quickly here. He's down to 4.5 minutes. A lot of pre-endgame and endgame left. And it's going to get more complicated for him after Dennis's bingo. So we see him going for Oat. Not quite sure what to make out of this. I'm trying to figure out what he thinks will happen with the Q after this, other than he just wants a U draw. That's all I can think of. But otherwise, I I'm probably missing some upside that this play has.
Yeah, I wonder. There must be some sort of justification for this, but I'm not quite seeing it yet.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking he can hit something like Quake or something to the end of Ancients, Quinin. But he wasn't really close to either of those, and those were really dependent on U draws. So either way, we see Dennis going for his highest scoring bingo. Actually, no, not quite his highest scoring bingo, because he does have a bingo that puts the P on the double letter. It's actually an anagram of this word, that being optronic. He is going for protonic here. Actually, we saw the blank cam, and I should have looked closer at it. Yeah, he's singing an E for pretonic, so slightly different. So thank goodness for that blank cam. Thank you, Josh Greenway, for the blank cam. Otherwise, we'd have no idea.
Yeah, and pretonic is also valid. It's denoting a type of syllable in a word.
We do see suggested in chat that possibly Waseem was fishing for Cade, QAID, making door. I did think of that. I thought that might be an option, but there was only one unseen D. So it seemed like kind of a long shot to do that. Like that scores nicely, but doesn't quite score enough to make it worth sort of the point sacrifice. But possibly was part of Waseem's thinking. Either way, he drew well to his leave. He's got a nice assortment of vowels and consonants here. Unfortunately, the Q is still on his rack. It's getting harder to see what he's going to do with it. There's still 2 U's unseen, so maybe he can hold on for a little bit longer. But at this deficit, it's hard to see a really clear path to victory.
Yeah. And the computer likes just kind of plunking down QI and keeping AAELN. But then I just wonder kind of what you're hitting after you do that. Because I guess you're taking out that lane above protonic if you do that. So
yeah, there's not really bingo lines on this board. So Waseem might be looking more towards outrunning rather than keeping good letters for a bingo. So we might go for something like a like through the K of clap. Or we actually see a nice scoring play here. This scores 27. If he was going for Cade, he is still going for Cade here. That's actually probably a good idea. Cade maybe now the most likely spot to get a lot of points with the Q. So this is 27 points. I think this is probably the right idea.
Yeah, it scores the most, and if he gets to put down Cade, I think he's in a pretty decent spot here.
We see Dennis has drawn one of the 2 U's, so there's only one for Waseem to draw. So it's not as much stuff coming to bail him out as he hopes. It looks like Waseem has drawn the D and the U and the Z. So that's maybe a miracle draw here. He actually can play quad now through the O of pretonic if it stays open. So all of a sudden this game, I feel like wildly swinging towards Waseem.
Yeah, that's a huge swing. That changes a lot of things.
Dennis does have plays to the K of clap. Those feel most natural here, something like beak or bauk or gauk. There's a million 4-letter words that play there. Basically anything you can come up with is going to be a valid word in that spot. Not literally, but a lot of variations on a theme there. That does seem like a really natural place to play. But he does have to look at the pool. He sees the Q and the Z lurking. Start thinking what can happen with the Q and the Z. He's probably going to notice pretty quickly that the K is not really a problem for those letters, at least not that I'm seeing. You can't do quark or quirk or quake. Those don't quite work. The Z doesn't quite work because there's no zerk in the bag. There's no unseen E's. So that O of pretonic might actually be the spot that Dennis zeroes in on as a spot that needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, and if he wants to do that, he has the nice play of Bigot, which I think he's lined up. That slots right above pretonic, putting the B on that triple letter score. And I think that does a really good defensive job while also picking up 29 points, which is kind of close to what he would get for BOUK. So I really like that.
Yeah, this is very comparable on the scoreboard and just does a lot more in terms of stopping Waseem from doing something dangerous around pre-tonic. So I think Dennis does have a setup. He does have plenty of time on his clock to work this out. Waseem's only got 2 minutes, but so if this gets complicated, it could be kind of a time rush for Waseem. We do have Dennis with a 15-point lead here. It would balloon all the way up to 44 with a play of B-Go. That's a long way to come back, even if you're scoring well with the Q. It might come down to Waseem playing Cade and then hoping a good Z play materializes.
Yeah, and are there spots on this board where you see some possible Z plays developing?
Yeah, I mean, there's Zag available. There is Zupa through the P of pre-tonic. The thing is, Dennis is going to be emptying the bag here, so Waseem's probably not going to get any more tiles. He's not going to have a chance to get an A to get Zupa, even if he did something like Cade and then wants to get Zupa, just doesn't have enough time in the game for something like that. So not a lot of spots for the Z, but I guess if we see Dennis, we'll probably he'll definitely be picking AR out of the bag. If he plays B-Go, he'll have RA. I don't think that goes out anywhere, but it also won't be scoring a lot. So it'll get a little bit complicated there if Waseem's able to score even a decent amount with the Z.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight one. I'll be interested to see how Waseem kind of works through these two power tiles and makes the most out of them on this board.
I guess one option that I hadn't thought about, I just kind of skipped ahead in this game a little bit. Waseem does also have Azuki through the K of clap. I thought the K was kind of dead for the Z and the Q, but he does have a 54-point play there. Major downside is it retains the Q, it plays the U off, and then it kind of looks like he gets stuck with the Q at that point. There's nowhere to just plunk it down for Chi. So that would be kind of fun if it was a little bit earlier in the game and you had a few more turns to deal with the Q. It's not going to work out for him this time. I guess you might be thinking something like Quid and then Zap. That could also be an option here. That would be a really nice two-tile sequence.
Yeah. Okay, so he puts down B-Go. He's still hesitating a bit, but he has a lot of time to make his choice.
Yeah, and I think Dennis has to be afraid that he's going to draw the Q, which is why he probably wants to keep the U here. I think Waseem's previous plays don't really indicate having the Q. The Q is annoying enough here that Waseem probably would have tried to play it if at all possible. So Dennis is thinking he's got a little bit of Q insurance here. He leaves Quake through the K of clap if he ends up drawing the Q, which would force Waseem to block. So I think this play looks really good for Dennis. I don't think it's going to work out, though, just due to the line of Quid making door and then threatening Zap. Maybe there's a few other ways for Waseem to go about this. We need to do some calculation. Waseem only has 2 minutes to figure this out. So there's a little bit of pressure here to get it right. Yeah, something like Zap here would threaten an out of Quired through the E of Lexicon, which Dennis would need to deal with. And then he's got Quid coming back, making door. I'm going to do a quick check to see if that actually wins for Waseem. It's going to be pretty close.
I think it does. Macondo says it wins by 7. So he would play Zap. I think Dennis would play Rue at G13, it says. And then letting Waseem play Quid, and Dennis could go out.
Yeah, then Dennis would be going out with like
Yeah.
AA somewhere, but it might not be like under pre-tonic possibly.
But yeah, it wouldn't be quite enough.
Yeah, and Waseem with only 50 seconds left, it's a lot to think about. It looks like he sees Quired, and so he might be going first for Quired and then Zap next turn. Does ZA play anywhere else? Nice, that's I guess the question. Oh, he's going for Zap first. I think this will do it for him. So
Yeah,
nicely
this
done
seems
by
correct.
Waseem.
Nice find with only 30 seconds left. That's really impressive.
So Dennis is definitely going to have to address Quired. The most points effective way to do that seems to be playing Rue making Ref. That would be 17 points. He would go up by 19 at that point, holding AA. But Waseem would be scoring 38 with Quid making Door. That puts him up by 19. And AA under pre-tonic only scores 15, so it would be a 2-point win for Waseem if that line plays out.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at another game, at least, where that 5 points actually makes a pretty big difference if you decide
I'm
to.
realizing I forgot to put the challenge in again into my computer. So yeah, I said it was a 7-point win, but it would actually only be a 2-point win.
Yeah. If we go back to Clap, that got 5 points. Although I guess it was, so I'm misremembering. It was Waseem challenging, not Dennis. So it turns a slightly more comfortable win into an uncomfortably tight win for Waseem because he gave Dennis those 5 points for Clap. So not changing the outcome of the game, but maybe changing a little bit of the calculus at the end and also making it a little bit more nerve-wracking, thinking that what if you misscored one of your plays? Looks like they are confirming scores here. So that's a good thing to do here. It looks like the clock is being stopped. Again, we're seeing that scores probably aren't being confirmed until the very end, which makes it a little bit hard to get right.
Mm-hmm.
But congrats. I guess I shouldn't say congrats yet because we don't see how this is going to... We can't guarantee that both players will play exactly how we expect, but Waseem, kind of against our recommendation, just was holding on to that Q, thinking that Q was going to be the key to him scoring enough points in this game. That did turn out to be the case. He did need the Q and the Z together, both for almost 40 points to make it happen, but he was a true believer in the Q, and myself and Elise were Q doubters.
Yeah, good vision on his part to see that the play of Oat can give him these chances to, pull out enough points with the Q with something like Quid. That, it took a lot of insight to find that play.
And it looks like scores have been agreed upon, so Dennis back on the clock with 7.5 minutes left. Currently sitting on a 2-point lead. Probably sees Quired as something that he needs to deal with. He's got RA set up on his rack, which is really unfortunate for him. There's nowhere for that to go, otherwise this endgame would be utterly different. Honestly, I don't know how many outs Dennis could have drawn given the pool, just because there's nowhere really to string 5 tiles all at once to make a play. But he probably was hoping that either he would draw the Q or that Waseem would be in a Q without U situation. So kind of, I don't know the exact percentages, but it does feel like a little bit of a tough break for Dennis.
Yeah, I definitely could imagine some scenarios where maybe he would take this with a different draw. I'd be curious to look later at what an engine would say the win percentages were.
Yeah, and I think Waseem does have enough time here to successfully execute the endgame. He's not in completely dire time trouble. If he did manage to go over on time in this game, it would result in a loss, but he does have 33 seconds to make his plays. And we've had players complain about the phone clock not being able to activate it, but I think with 33 seconds, he's got plenty of chances to slap his finger against the button.
Yeah, that should definitely be enough time to pull it out. So it looks like Dennis might be playing. Oh wait, Ria's not a word. Never mind. It's a word that I always think is a word.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking ream or something. Maybe
Yeah.
AU has some upside that he's not seeing. But it does really seem like Ru and then is the best he's going to do. That's actually a really nice 2-turn sequence with low scoring tiles. So he might also be double checking his tracking. That would be pretty important here to make sure that if you are blocking an out, that it is actually an out for Waseem and that you're not just randomly conceding 38 points for the queue.
Absolutely.
So while we wait for Dennis to it looks like he's definitely checking his tracking here. We want to give one more plug here. Like and subscribe this video. I think we're at a peak viewership right now. NWL must have gone done. So everybody's piling in here to see the exciting conclusion of this one. If you're an NWL refugee and this is your first time on this stream, you haven't heard us begging and pleading for you to click that like button, click that subscribe button. Do all those things. We want to see all these streams succeed. And one of the ways we can do that is by convincing YouTube that our streams are worthy. And all of us here know that the streams are worthy, but the algorithm might not. So we have to tell those computers in the YouTube data center, Scrabble streams are something that should be shown to everybody.
Yes, we've had so many wonderful games, really, really close games, just like this one. So if you want to keep seeing those, please subscribe and yeah, let's keep growing the game of Scrabble.
Yeah, we've had some great end games over here. This is another barn burner. I feel like Dennis, if he had drawn the Q or the Z, this would be an entirely different end game, but Waseem drawing the power right at the end to win it. My brain honestly feels a little bit fried. A lot of things to think about. And I had some tough end games also on the NWL stream. So my brain is well and truly sizzling right now. How do you feel, Elise?
Yeah, my brain is also sizzling away. It's been a full day of commentary, a lot of ups and downs, a lot to keep track of, but I'm also learning so much from these players. It's been just such a treat watching them work through these really tough positions.
Yeah, definitely these games are very instructive, not just for sort of newcomers to the game, might not know too much about Scrabble, but even for players like me, I'm always picking up little things that these players are doing that maybe I could add to my game, or I could think about things in a different way. But for people who don't know, Elise was not supposed to be our commentator for this afternoon. We actually had Niel Gan scheduled until last minute circumstances forced the change. So thank you, Elise, for possibly sacrificing the health of your brain, not frying it too much, to do this afternoon session with me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Always happy to help out with these streams.
We see Dennis finally going for Ru. It looks like his tracking confirmed that he does need to do something about Quired. Quid should come down. Oh, wait, actually, I shouldn't say that. Dennis has not hit his clock. This actually gives Waseem a little bit of time to set up his play, assuming that Quired doesn't happen. So maybe with your opponent at a time deficit, rather than putting something on the board and letting them know your thoughts, you just kind of wait until the end and spring it on them and hope that Waseem, with sweaty palms, lets the tile fly into the second row or into the balcony or something and goes overtime for that reason.
Yeah, that would be a pretty exciting turn of events, but crazier things have happened in a Scrabble game.
We see Dennis putting it back. He only has a minute and a half left to make a decision, so he'll have to make it soon. Unfortunately, we can see from our end with our computer analysis that a good play like Ru from his end will result in a 2-point loss.
Yeah, but he still just has an incredible spread, so that'll only go down by 2 points after this game. So that, is a good thing in itself. Even though he's not going to get the win, he's still hanging in there in this tournament.
Yeah, and Waseem is really going to like this win, puts him puts him in pretty good position. As we mentioned earlier, Waseem, the runner-up in last year's finals, he is very eager to get back there and hopefully win it this time. And a win here as we get towards the end of day 3 is really important for his chances. So we see Rue come down. Ooh, he's actually going for Choir here.
Shoot. Is that going to be enough?
This blocks AA, but it's not going to be enough if Dennis plays and Ain here. So,
wow.
Ooh, really rough break for Waseem here. He must have just completely missed Quid on this turn. That's rough.
Jeez. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it is time pressure. He only had 24 seconds, but I feel like he had it lined up on his rack. I'm so perplexed.
Yeah, and he had tons of time on Dennis's clock to look for options. Oh, Dennis is pointing out, let's go to the overhead cam.
No, you still win. No. 34, 36, so 38. This is 38.
Yeah, but at least 17. 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, you're winning by. No, you win.
I'm leading by 2. If I play 17, I will be leading by 19.
So you play 30, 34,
38. Eh? You'll be leading by 19.
So 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15. You win now by 2. You not check it.
No time.
I thought that's what you planned. So let's finish the game first. Where's the arrow? Bring the arrow.
So 17, 4, 37, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 4, 46, plus 4, 450, 28, 4, 446.
I win by 4. You win.
You can just recount quickly. You have me 450.
Oh boy, Elise, that one is a rough one. We thought Waseem had it in the bag with Quid. We see him go for Choir to block AA. It just wasn't quite enough. A brutal end to that game for Waseem. We thought he had it.
Yeah, that's so hard to see. It just really confirms how challenging Scrabble is. These little differences can lose you a game, and oh, wow, what a battle.
Yeah, it feels like a good way to end the day of Scrabble, or maybe it's not a good way to end the day of Scrabble. We'd like one more happy game after this one so we can get over the sadness of a end game blown, but we've all been there. Elise, I can think of at least 1 or 2 end games in my recent memory that were completely mangled by me in a way that should have never happened. I was just happy not to be on stream for those games. So tough luck with Waseem, but nicely done by Dennis to get that win that strengthens his position in this tournament. And I think that brings us to the end of the day.
I think so. Yeah,
So,
one final reminder to like and subscribe. We can't say it enough. Many of you have done it already, and we appreciate that.
And I think now is a really good time to shout out everybody who made this stream happen. It's not just us, the commentators, although not to congratulate ourselves too much, but we're an important part of it. We've also got Heidi Robertson doing the annotation for us, so neither me nor Elise has to worry about updating Quackle every single turn to make sure the scores are right. Thank you, Heidi. You do a great job. Josh Greenway, putting together all the technical background of this stream. He's really the technical mastermind behind Let's Play Scrabble, always does a great job. We want to thank Bob Lynn for helping us financially put this stream together. Of course, Heidi was the one on the NASPA advisory board who suggested it, really pushed to make it happen. Boblin came in at the end to make sure it really did happen. And for that reason, we've got 2 streams to give you. We've got one NWL, one Collins. Nobody has to fight about dictionaries. Everybody gets exactly what they want. And of course, we have to thank NASPA and all their leadership for putting on the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. Anything else we need to add, Elise?
No, I think that's it. Just be sure to tune in tomorrow morning, where we will see even more Scrabble action as these players, fight it out for a spot in the finals.
Yeah, I think we're coming back around 9:10 Eastern tomorrow morning. So do the time zone calculations. Make sure you don't miss any of it, because we'll be back here tomorrow for 7 more exciting games of Scrabble, figuring out who's going to play in the best of 5 finals here at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship.